4 fried chickens and a Coke.
And some dry white toast, please.
Please. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day. Welcome back. It is Thursday, the 29th. My God, John, this month just sort of flew by.
Sure
Close
did.
your eyes and there it goes. We were just talking about that at the beginning of the month. Anyway, we're very happy to have you here today. Stick around because I think we've got some really cool stuff happening. I know we got some really cool stuff happening. So stick around. Make sure your pencils are sharpened, ink in your pen, take notes, do whatever you can. We're going to try our best here today to help you move forward in your journey of trading. So welcome to TopstepTV. He's Jake and I'm Elwood. Yes, welcome to the Blues Brothers show. I like that dry rye toast. Gonna eat 4 chickens, John?
Probably not. Maybe
Probably not.
4 fried chickens.
Probably
and
a
Coke.
quarter of a chicken, maybe.
Dry white toast.
4 right,
4 fried chickens and a Coke.
and just a
Some
Coke.
Dry white toast.
And just
It's a great movie. But anyway, welcome to Top Step TV, and we got a lot going on here today. So we're going to get into it here. Stick around, sit back, relax, because we're going to be your trading buddy or trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, neighbor, good buddy, your biggest fan. And remember, our greatest glory is not in never failing, but rising every time we do fail. So if you're hitting that wall, you're not making it, but you've got that goal, you've got that target. Keep plugging, and as Michael says, keep jabbing away, and eventually you're going to get to where you want to be. So anyway, let's get to our good buddy, our good friend, our trading mentor, the man with the plan, John, aka the Hoag, Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. As always, our focus on the opening call is seeking accurate context in these markets, always remembering risk management and remaining patient in our trading. Good morning, everyone. I saw Anastasio top of the list today, my good friend Nick Nichols, Dan Trader, Marv Daly. Good morning to you, Theo, John Jones, Gabber Smack, Mark Landers, C. Walsh, and I saw one of my friends here was just talking about they were listening to Led Zeppelin this morning. Timothy Tuttle, good to see you. Physical Graffiti, probably one of my favorite Zeppelin albums. Great album. It's great to see everybody. Happy Thursday. We're ready for an interesting and challenging and hopefully profitable trading day.
Yes. Well, welcome aboard here. And let's get busy here. Let's jump into news here today. U.S. stock futures traded mixed today with the tech-heavy NASDAQ underperforming after chip-making giant, yes, NVIDIA results failed to live up to the lofty expectations. I was trying to check that out yesterday after it happened, and I was like, it's got to be better than this, but obviously it wasn't. A little while ago, we did have the Dow contract up 0.6%. S&P is a good old ES up 0.2. NASDAQ was also up 0.2. Gold up 0.4, crude up 0.5. I'm taking a look at that crude here right now. They're running the tops here, so we'll talk about that a little later. Apple expects AI to power jump in iPhone sales. Okay, Apple was seen ordering components for much a higher number of iPhones last year, suggesting that the technology giant is preparing for an artificial intelligence driven boost in sales. This sort of intrigues me. Apple ordered components and parts for between 88 million to 90 million of its flagship device. This is what the Nikkei reported, compared to initial components of about 80 million phones. Back to our darling NVIDIA, beating expectations with its quarterly earnings, but underwhelming guidance from the artificial intelligence resulted in a sharp sell-off after hours. Stronger quarterly results were supported by a 154% surge in data. That was a center revenue around 26.27 billion from that same period last year. Stronger quarterly results supported 154 regarding that NVIDIA Now that sort of watch party is over, and what we're going to be doing now is our attention will be turning back, of course, to the U.S. economy and the likely impact of the Federal Reserve's monetary policy. And that's what I've got, Johnny, here. And what do you got? Any more juice on NVIDIA?
No, not really. Just pretty much what you just kind of went over, but just looking at the economic numbers due out today and already out today, we had a lot of them. Not major changes or reactions in most of these
No.
markets, but at 7:30, the GDP, the quarter two second estimate came out. They were looking for it to remain at 2.8, came out at 3%, so a little bit higher than expected. Jobless claims a little bit lower than expected. They were at 232 a week ago. They were looking for 232,000 this week. And they came out to 231,000, so a little bit lower. Continuing jobless claims also came out slightly lower than expected. We had the core PCE preliminary come out. They were looking for it to remain at 2.9%. It came out a little bit lower, actually, at 2.8%. I don't know if that's any kind of signal for what's going to happen tomorrow with the real PCE numbers coming out. Wholesale inventories, they're looking to come out at 0.3%. That's exactly where they came out. The trade balance came out a lot deeper than expected. They were looking for a outflow of 97.8 billion. It came out 102.66 billion. So the trade balance not looking all that good there. We still have a number after that. We still have 9 o'clock. New homes, pending home sales, 9:30. The nat gas numbers due out. 10:30 and 4-week and 8-week bill auctions at noon, a 7-year note auction. And the only talking Fed I see on the schedule so far today is Bostic, and he's due to speak at 2:30. And these are, of course, all Central Chicago Standard Time. VIX this morning down 7.75% last I checked, 1579, exactly where it was trading yesterday at this time. The dollar index up a little bit this morning at 101.35. It was 101.15 at this time yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year also slightly higher this morning than yesterday. Today, 3.87% last I checked. And yesterday at this time, 3.83%. No major earnings due out today. We do have Dell after the close. But with the NVIDIA number yesterday, that pretty much winds up the earnings season for Q3 or Q2, I should say. So we will be looking, more towards economic numbers, less on earnings. All of the earnings pretty much out. So we are going to be able to put that behind us for another couple of months here and see what we've got. See what else we've got going on here. Eddie, what do you think?
Well, hey, what do we got? Like Groundhog Day for the VIX here? Which, we've seen that too. I think another market here sort of opened and closed, came back on the same day here, but we'll keep an eye on that. Definitely keep an eye on that. Now, one of the things I want to talk about here is I mentioned the crude on the up and up, but after 2 losing sessions, crude is possibly looking for a victory here. We did see crude WTI traded flat, 74.52. Brent fell 0.1 at 77.52. Crude markets nursing 2 straight days of losses, reversing a recent rebound amid persistent concerns that the slowing growth in U.S. and China will dent in the coming months. Production disruptions in Libya, we've been talking about that. That sort of started last weekend. OPEC kept traders attaching some risk premiums to crude, as did signs of a sustained conflict in the Middle East. Also, additionally, I tell you, I mentioned this crude. There's just so many factors that play off with crude that can do anything, any movement possible. Ukraine's military said on Thursday it attacked 2 oil storage facilities in Russia, the Atlas Oil Depot in the southern region of Rostov, as well as the Zenit oil factory in Russia's Kirov region. These supplies concern overshadowed news. U.S. oil inventories fell less than expected in the week of August 23rd. EIA, our Energy Administration, Information Administration, reported a drop of 0.85% 1.5 million barrels. And this ramped up concerns that the U.S. oil demand was cool as the travel heavy summer season came to a close. All right, we've got about 10 after. And John, you like to go to museums, right? You like a good museum here and there?
Sure.
Sure. One of the things here, a clay jar in Israel's Hecht Museum had withstood the test for more than 3 millennia. It proved no match for a curious 4-year-old boy. Reports that the child was curious about what was inside this 3,500-year-old jar that sat really unprotected at the museum's entrance. Decided that he pulled the jar slightly, and of course, it shattered into a million pieces. Yes. Uh, Punishment. You think the punishment was meted out for the tiny jar breaker? Well, the 4-year-old was put under house arrest, expected to put the broken vase back together again. And no, I'm just kidding on that part. The museum invited him and his family back for a proper tour, and they forgave the 4-year-old. Yes, be careful there. Watch your kids there, folks. Watch your kids. Don't want them breaking vases at all. All right. Tip of what's going on here? I got a 4-year-old in the house here breaking shit. Let's get to the tip of the week. Tip of the week, watch your 4-year-old. We have another Top Step tip of the week. Yes, it is. There it is. It is set a personal daily loss limit. Setting a personal loss limit. Yes, we talk about stress a lot. All right. Knowing that there's a cap on a potential loss, this is going to reduce stress, anxiety associated with trading. I tell you, once you've got it here, you've got that number, use it, leading to more rational and disciplined decision making. It's going to help. And you know what? You don't need you don't need it. If there's any way to avoid it, stress that is, find it and use it. Anything in this business, I tell you, you want to avoid stress as much as possible. And if you've got that on there, it's like a little insurance policy for free. Johnny, what do you got on it?
Well, it's kind of what you were talking about. My dear old dad always used to tell me, one way to avoid a lot of stress is to be prepared, and being prepared with a personal daily loss limit can certainly do that for you. It's kind of a forced discipline, and it's going to keep you from blowing up an account. Our mantra here is always trade for tomorrow, and it's one way that you're going to be able to do that. Set that personal daily loss limit and stick to it.
All right, cool. All right, well, let's get to charts here. We got some times. I know everybody's looking forward to this. And Johnny, what do we got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, we're still in the S&Ps, largely range bound in short time frame. Last week's low held as support in the overnight session. We saw some pretty decent selling come in yesterday. We lost 11,000 in open interest. So this wasn't like there was a whole bunch of new sellers coming into this market. This was old business liquidating. Long liquidation has a tendency to take selling power away from the markets. Seeing the markets ready to open a little bit higher today. GDP is out. The 730 numbers are all out. So that's one down and two to go. We've got PCE tomorrow, so that's just now one to go. So volume was higher yesterday on that push to the downside. That's kind of typical for down days when people start to get a little bit concerned. You get VIX going to the upside, and you get a whole bunch of volume coming in. More about long liquidation and probably positioning for PCE yesterday than anything else. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. So I've been kind of looking at our team members a little bit here this morning, and some pretty interesting ideas, mostly in the NASDAQ. But when we're looking at the S&Ps, we had a kind of a down day yesterday. We kind of centralized by the end of the close. NVIDIA came out, knocked everything for a loop. Last night, the market opened, the S&Ps opened, let's call it 55.79. Well, look at what's happened in the overnight session. Buyers have come in and pushed price back higher, back higher, back higher. So we've got a lot of overnight longs in this market, overnight weaker hands longs. we've got the base of the late spike on 819, which was right around 20. We've got an afternoon pullback high just about that same area. So this is the area for me is going to be somewhat pivotal. We did have a kind of a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday. The market has tested up to the kind of consolidation that happened early yesterday and is showing at least some signs of rejection. We're not going to be opening with a gap, so no gap rules. Well, I mean, there's still time to open with a gap, but probability states we're not going to be opening with a gap, and possible repair from the upper distribution early yesterday to the lower distribution in the afternoon yesterday. Quite possible. Everybody's focusing on this PCE number tomorrow. I think it's probably the biggest number that we're going to have this week. So again, really looking for traders to just kind of position themselves and hedge themselves for anything that might happen tomorrow. The GDP reaction, nothing really huge on these 730 numbers. Of course, there's plenty of time to digest those numbers. And again, the profile yesterday was a double distribution trend day to the downside. Not a bad close. Settlement was all the way up at 56.10 quarter. Overnight inventory is very long. If we can't get through all this consolidation up here, we could see the market kind of rotate back into range, back possibly into value. We do see buyers come into this market. When there is no bad news, what does this market have a tendency to do? It has a tendency just to grind to the upside. It's going to be an interesting trading day today. Let's take a quick look at the NASDAQ now. So the NASDAQ, less of an area of kind of balance. The S&Ps, we had a couple of defined areas of highs and lows, pretty much centered around last week's high and low, but NASDAQ has been putting in lower highs and lower lows. Volume has been okay. It hasn't been tremendous. We actually added 2,300 in open interest on this push to the downside yesterday. So it seems as though we are attracting new sellers as price continues to go lower. And my question is, if this ends up kind of proving to be a bull flag, that we're going to trap a whole bunch of shorts down there, and we may see this market rotate back to the upside. We're seeing, in the S&Ps, a lot of positions being trimmed. In the NASDAQ, some short sellers coming in, possibly, because of that NVIDIA release yesterday. Apparently it didn't go as well as everybody had hoped. But traders have short memories. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. All right. So very similar to the S&Ps, at least in short time frame. We've had a lot of our team members talking about the little consolidation up here in the NASDAQ, kind of at the bottom edge of that 19,512. We're seeing a lot of traders talking about 19,484, which they're kind of viewing as the neckline from a big head and shoulders. You can kind of see a shoulder, head, shoulder. That neckline is being focused on by a lot of traders today, including those of our team members that we're going to be working with here in Two Fast Markets. So very interesting. Little confluence here. We've got last week's low. We've got that trend line, which pretty much everybody is saying is coming across right now at 19,484. And we've got an afternoon pullback high, which is 19,482. A lot of confluence here, a lot of potential opportunities. We're going to see what we can do with this during fast markets. So volume was a little bit higher, open interest, yesterday adding some new shorts. We had a double distribution-ish trend day to the downside yesterday. Lots of overnight inventory to the long side. No gap on either side. This area here really looks fascinating to me. We may find some decent opportunity there as the day goes on. And the profile again yesterday, a double distribution day to the trend double distribution day. We did end up kind of closing out this gap really by the end of the extended trading hour session. We had come all the way back down to this level. So we did kind of close that gap in regular trading hours ish. I'm calling it yes. Now that little weakness of structure down below has been checked. It has now been rejected. Very interesting things going on in these markets today. Be cautious, of course, be careful, look for your right opportunities. Remember, if you do go looking for trades, you're going to find them. you're going to find them. Are they going to be the ones that you really are looking for? I like the trades that come and find me. Anyway, crude oil price central in weekly kickoff range, really kind of falling into a medium time frame balance. This market is thirsty for new information. With volume relatively strong yesterday on that second push to the downside. We had 2 down days in a row, as Eddie mentioned. We lost open interest, lost 3,100 in open interest. Long liquidation was probably the play of the day yesterday. Long liquidation takes selling power out of the markets. If you are long and you have to liquidate, you have to sell. If you are out of those positions, that takes some of that selling power away from the marketplace. And again, this market is really just sitting right in the middle of the weekly kickoff ranges. This little pink line here is the anchored VWAP off the recent high on the daily chart, and it's coming in right about where we are right now. Somewhat ignored yesterday. We'll take a look and see if that maybe provides some opportunity for us today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart, and we'll see where that anchored VWAP comes in on the 30-minute chart. A little bit about the same spot there, 75.25. Really kind of, again, ignored yesterday. We've got overnight inventory to the long side now. The market, did kind of open down here. It's continuing to push to the upside here as we speak. This rejection of the previous gap here. Okay, there's a weakness. There's a couple of weaknesses in structure down here that the market did not go and look for. It tested down to it yesterday in regular trading hours, tested down to it in the overnight hours, and we're seeing buyers coming in off of that level. So this gap here, instead of being like a magnet to fill, is now showing support as price continues to push higher. We've got a naked point of control from a couple of days ago that we are seeking out right now. Overnight inventory is long. We did not open with a gap. If we continue to push away from yesterday's range, obviously higher pricing is possible. And we've got, what was that, last week's low, 75.73 was that last week's high. Okay, so back up there. We get above that, maybe another test of 77.10 weekly kickoff high. We did look at that earlier this week. We found rejection. We did take care of some weaknesses in structure, a couple of naked points of control yesterday. We reached no fill of the gap. I find that to be interesting. And sometimes what happens in these markets, what doesn't happen is equally as important as what does. Normal variation, neutral day yesterday. Market seems to be looking to auction to areas where greater trade facilitation can occur. Take a look at gold. Gold was a beautiful overnight inventory adjustment. We'll see that shortly. So, overall in the longer time frame, we're still putting in higher highs, higher lows. That structure still remains. Volume and open interest has been waffling as we've been kind of waffling in price here. We're still seeing some negative deltas on most days, even days where price is moving higher. We did add 3,200 in open interest yesterday on a down day. Maybe we're going to see some shorts coming into this market. It's looking a little bit expensive. It's near all-time highs. Makes sense. What about the 30? Lots of weaknesses in structure down below. Overnight inventory was very long without new buying coming in to continue this push to the upside. Our shorter time frame traders have already liquidated all of those longs, taken price right back down to settlement. Now the market has a big wide range with which to look for opportunities. A pretty wide initial balance there in gold. I'm going to be avoiding the gooey middle, and I'm going to be looking for the extremes for any opportunities that I'm going to be looking for today in gold. And overnight inventory, this was a beautiful inventory adjustment. All those shorter time frame longs from overnight said, hey, you know what? I don't think we're going to get paid anymore on this. And they get out en masse and push price right back to settlement, relatively close to where the market opened last night, which was right at 25 $25.39 approximately. $25.39 was that opening price from last night. Price came right back down to it. All those overnight longs decided, hey, let's get out. And that's why we talk about overnight inventory every day. Folks, take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, remember to pray for peace and blessings to you all. Let's have a great trading day. Let's get down to business. Eddie.
That's $5, my friend.
Eddie. $5.
Working on stuff here. I am so sorry. Hey, we've got Anne Marie coming up next here. Anne Marie, CEO and Chief Market Analyst of TradingBook.com, trying to snap that 2-day losing streak. I know she will. So we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back with Fast Markets and Anne Marie and the rest of the crew. Don't go away. All right, let's get the trader's success and passing the trading combine in the gate. There it is. All right, I'm going to pass this off to Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Good morning, Eddie. Hoag bailed you out there in the last second, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. Let me hit mute on CNBC there. Just yapping away on CNBC. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. The lower left, you see the lovely Anne Marie. In the upper left, you see Michael Patak. Upper right, you saw him an opening call. John Hoagland in the house. We've got about 60 seconds to the bell. Anne Marie, I'm going to throw it to John right before the bell rings. What were your thoughts on GDP and the numbers this morning before the bell?
You know, they appear to be resilient, but there's always a revision on the horizon.
Oh, we learned that with the jobs numbers, didn't we? Yes. Hoag, what was your take on the numbers this morning, and what are your thoughts on going into this open here on Fast Markets?
Well, the GDP, came out a little higher than expected, and of course, that was just the second estimate. We don't know what the final is going to be for another month, so I think everybody seems to be taking that with a grain of salt. We had Nvidia take the markets apart a little bit. They have recovered all of those losses. We're opening in the NASDAQ near a very kind of interesting level that I've seen a lot of our team members kind of talking about here this morning. We're in.
We're in. What do we do?
Wait a minute. That was a pretty. There we go.
We are in. Off to the races.
Oh, shit. How do
I like that hat. What's that hat?
Butcher Block.
Oh, really? Very good sandwiches.
$65 mistake. Heck yeah.
We had a $200 credit yesterday, I want to say.
I was hitting my keypad hotkeys, and I thought I went to center, and I sold one. And
So
Nice
we
again.
are now open.
Hey, yeah, let's
Some
keep an eye
of
on the
some of
tilt.
the levels.
Yesterday the tilt
Some of
was
the levels
favorable.
that we've been seeing people talking about already this morning. 19,512. It's millions. And we've seen 19,512 and 19,484, which is millions. And Luke, they're looking at that as a potential neckline for a large head and shoulders. On the 30-minute chart, you can see a shoulder, you can see a head, you can see a shoulder. The neckline is coming right across that. We've also got an afternoon pullback high at 19,482. There's a lot of confluence here. So this looks like a really interesting spot for some sort of early execution. Just kind of going off again what I'm seeing and what our team members are seeing. If we can't hold above this, we've got an awful lot of overnight longs that are just sitting here waiting to see what's going to happen. Are we going to see buyers come in and continue to pay them? Or is it going to fail and are they going to bail out and push us to lower levels? Right now, the opening range is the low of the session in the S&Ps. In the NASDAQ. S&Ps look one look below the low of the opening range. NASDAQ, you're seeing some pretty good buying coming in here.
Yes, we are. All right, 19,512.
Right here. 15,525 is a level, Johnny, you have.
That's last week's low.
Okay. Just
all right,
cruise right through it. We're at it. Pushing through it by 5 handles. Dre, go ahead.
Nope, we start pulling some levels from our teams here in real time. We got Team E-Money, got Team Hoag Heroes, Team Bulldozer, Team Higher Highs. Those, I guess, as you see at the top of the chat, you'll see the daily Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. I got those open right now. Michael's just referring to it. 19,525, last week's low. Hoag, we went through that 19,512 level. I had a check mark there from millions. We're currently trading 19,550.
Right. I think we're in a breakaway formation back up into the 700s.
Okay, we are very bullish.
Yesterday, value area high, 43, John Hoagland level. Right here, you can see it on my chart.
If we can retest that 513, it might be a nice buy into.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, 2 check marks. Anne-Marie. All right, cool. Yeah. MP, 2 check marks, 512. 512, 2 check marks for a long. We got to find the risk.
512.
512.
I'm frozen here.
Uh-oh.
My profiles are frozen myself. Here. There we go.
482.
YM's falling off a cliff.
Sure is. Everything else is going higher. What's the YM doing? All right, we got 2 check marks. 5
goes, right?
Sure does.
Yeah.
That's 512.
512.
Confirming Tango, Foxtrotter.
Yeah.
So in the S&Ps, we've got the Music Man saying 530. I'm sorry, 5630 is kind of an important level. If we clear that, if we continue to push above that, he sees us looking towards the kind of weak highs that we've seen at higher levels. I'm kind of looking at 56 and 50 as one of those levels. So a 20 point banger if we do hold above 5630. That's according to the Music Man.
Music Man.
Yeah, Johnny, I'm going to agree with you there. I got Brooksy talking about shorts around the 5630 also.
Shorts 5630 in the ES. All right, we're there.
Yeah, but if we hold above it, I think the Music Man is looking for higher levels here. 5650 probably.
Okay.
Plus, the entire formation is bullish. It spent 5 hours almost carving out the 25 zone and still holding higher lows. So to me, that's something that's going to punch out. I don't know if it'll punch out and hold, but it certainly does look like it's going to punch out.
20 banger alert. Bubble long slump like that 30s. One. 20 banger.
Staying above the 30s, 5630. It's staying above it. It's all strength thus far. Tilt 66, 67%. Bias to the long side.
Keep it on that tilt.
Average price of 50, 550. So they're about 30 handles, 40 handles in the money. Average price.
It's pretty good.
Now the average price is 55. Feeling off.
Hoag in the chat, they want to know WTF is Music Man in the chat. Who the heck is Music Man, Hoag?
For this oil, I think that's a news event, right, Eddie? Do you have the news event about the saber rattling between Russia and
I've got
us?
something over the wire here right now. Thanks, Hoops. Iraq plans to cut oil output 3.85 to 3.9 million barrels per day in September. That's hitting the oven here with a hot biscuit. Also, Iran canceled a spot cargo of 1 million barrels in August. I think that's why we're seeing some new highs here in crude.
Libya first, now Iraq, cutting production. All right. Well, we got the two check marks here at 19,512 for a long. Obviously, boy, shot out of a cannon, NQ.
It did. Just absolutely exploded outside of that range. So if we do a measured move calculation from about 427 to 513, that's about, I don't know, what is that, 90 points. And we take 513 and we add 90. So we're going to go to 600 and we're right there right now. That's the measured move off of the congested level. So if anybody took that bounce out, that would be a good place to take some profit for sure. Mm-hmm. Also, does that look like it? What is that moving average it's colliding into right there?
Ooh.
Oh, is that me? Okay, yes. That's the 200 period on the 30-minute. 200 period on the 30-minute. And that's just came out too on the 100 period on the 1 hour.
Yeah, and it's a measured move. So I'm seeing a lot of, sorry about my voice, guys.
Oh,
I'm seeing a lot of algorithmic rotations. Measured moves up, down, 1, 2, and then collapsing. So these sorts of things make me think, it's just a very organized rotation down to base and then up to the area. That's why I've got that 765-ish, or what is that? Yeah, 720, 735, something like that.
That's very bullish right now. S&P's not as much. We do have a pullback to, what was it, 535s? Eddie, was that the level 56.35?
Yes. 56.33? Somebody said 56.33.
We're looking at 56.50s, right?
Yesterday's upside target. Yeah. Upside target, 56.
Upside target.
Yeah, upside target.
NASDAQ. Yeah, NASDAQ yesterday high, 19,691. 19,691 yesterday's high, but last week's high is 694. 694. So us being in the 6 handle, 19,006 handle, sort of, right here, was.
Yeah, so what we want to see, because this is the completion of a measured move, we want to see rotation right back down, and it might give us that 513, but we might have to take, what is this number? It is yesterday's high. It's strange. This orange line here at 545. 19,545.
Yeah, Coach Vince is talking. This ES is very thin, about 1/3 the normal size on Vince and Aldridge.
Thank you,
Coach Vince.
Yeah, also good to always know volume, how it's coming out of the gate. If the volume's starting out the first
good eye,
hour out of the gate, stronger, more volume, more momentum.
Hey, Hoag, opening range trade. The dead ass lows were put in, and we just got nothing but higher. Just main kind of. I guess yesterday the highs were. Talk to us about what the difference between what we saw yesterday and what we saw today in the NASDAQ. Hoag, step away for a sec. All right, we'll get back to Hoag when he gets back on here. I think he said it was a dead ass tell that we were just going to go lower, lower, lower yesterday. All right, here comes these 56.33s. 56.33s in.
So where we opened, John Jones is talking about a huge horizontal support from July 9th to the 17th at that level. Broke down.
And what is that level?
56.30.
Yeah. I see 56.25 here this morning to be the most relevant. And we have got these higher lows just being very pesky. If we break it, we're going to have a different move. But you can see how that NQ is rotating right off of that measured move. I've been watching it for days and days and days, just this natural reversal from the measured move. It's very algorithmic. Somebody is just saying, all right, we'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do this. So just
check marks for 25 MP. 56.25.
25.
Yeah. 56.25.
56.25.
It's a target.
Got it.
So I've got the charts open here. Just looking at the opening ranges. So yesterday's opening range in the NASDAQ was the
There
dead
it
ass
is.
high, the DAH. We call that the dead ass high. Yes, it is an industry term. Once that happens, there's the possibility of seller control right off the open. And we can see what happened yesterday. We had a little bit of consolidation. We took out the low of the initial balance. We continued. We found a low and we found consolidation down below that. Today, this is the opening range. It's the dead ass low. Does that mean we're going to see buyer control all day? Is the question. See a lot of freezing today here in this platform. I don't know why. It's usually very stable, but that's electronic trading. So there's the opening ranges.
Electrify, open outcry, Hoag. I remember those days on the floor.
Okay, so the YM bounced right off 41,250 for those of you that trade that. I would watch for it to retest that area and hold.
2 check mark 56.25 long.
Yeah, I'm working.
What's this? What do you think the stop is there for 56.25?
Now we're talking.
See, that's basically the opening range is the low of the day in the S&Ps. If it takes out the low of that opening range by much, you might want to think about getting out of it. But with as strong as the NASDAQ is, the NASDAQ is nowhere near the opening range here. There's the 5s.
We got 10, we're long 10 from half. 50.
Okay. I see support at 56.14.
Okay. That's 10 handles of heat on that one.
In the S&Ps, that's not actually that bad.
Okay. I'll add to this if it comes down to the 20 area, 22s. If you guys are okay with the executor.
We wanted to get back up over 30 relatively quickly here.
Yes, exactly. We do not want dilly-dallying around here, for sure. For sure. No dilly-dallying. You want to see the buyers come in and go, yes, I'm in.
But the stop is 14s?
That's my estimation of where the stop action is. John, what say you?
Well, I'm kind of looking at the afternoon pullback high yesterday. I can tell you exactly where that was in just a second. Oops, no, that's not it. Here we go. 56.21 half.
56.21 half as a stop?
Yes, that's the afternoon pullback high. That should be supportive.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that's pretty tight. Okay. And you're thinking what about that?
Okay, so my thought is that because we appear to be moving in some sort of rangy style of motion, we went from 56.14 to 56.25, so that's about 10 points, a little bit over, and then we went 10 and a half points, 11 points up to 56.36 and some change. Yes. So that was a 1-to-1. So that's the only reason I'm picking 56.14 is because I'm seeing measured moves all over the place.
Yeah. Trying to hold these 25 halves. It's trying.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's a good sign.
Let's hold them.
It's not getting those quick pop that you guys said. I'm just kind of going back to everything I heard and questioning it.
Also, MPES, you get those quick pops more so in, I guess, NQ than you will the ES. ES grinds a little bit more volume in there. But who said it? Hoop said it, volume very thin in the ES this morning.
Yeah. No, it was Coach Vince.
Vince, thank you.
Yeah, Coach Vince.
I mean, if it's not doing what we want it to do, and that's to get back relatively quickly over 30, you can kill it.
Agreed.
I mean, we don't have to hit the stop.
Agreed.
I will let this one breathe because it is hanging at our entry.
Yeah, it is. So, all right, MP, just update. Plus 10 from 25 half?
Yes, that was a $30 look on a 10 lot.
Oh, John Jones, looking at short 56.30, he said that last week we flushed and recovered at this level in extreme 18 times. And Brooksy went short here at 56.34. He wanted to test
I love Brooksy's setups. Brooksy's got some great setups.
He does.
those listening, we share folks that, or we team up with folks and put them in the Discord, assuming they want to be with us, and that's where Eddie is pulling from. These are kind of trusted folks that have a pretty damn good batting average that we like and we've seen. So there's analysts, and not saying that you can't trade. I'm not saying that at all. But there's people that analyze the markets extremely well, and then can just share that that data or what they're seeing. And then when you combine that to trading, that's a whole nother emotion level that you add to that, because it's like in the money, out of the money, and the money, out of the money, and you're feeling all this. But having this levels team just provide levels in their thoughts, and then we'll grab and do whatever we want with it. It ends up just being one checkbox or two, depending on whom and what. And when we get that, it's kind of a group decision or formulated trade idea. And that's called trading in the house account. Never been done before. And we're going to keep doing it. Yeah, we're going to keep doing it.
Dow keeps selling off here. Dow just keeps getting hammered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll see. All right, we got NQ catching a bid here, NQ pushing higher here, 19,560 last trade. See if the ES wants to follow suit. Taking a look at the tilt, 63% short. The ES, I saw it around 69% short. Right about when we got in long 20 from 25 half.
John,
Don't see the S&Ps doing what we want it to do.
YM? Yeah.
We want you for leaders and laggards here.
Cut bait or cut size.
See, NQ's pushing here. See if ES
And
wants
not
to
only
follow.
seeing that NQ's chopping around the point of control, 19,550. If buyers can bring it up, then the ES will follow.
Keep pumping.
Okay, what do we? It's hanging around the 650. It's hanging around our first entry house account.
Yeah.
And I would, if we were in it, I would start to feel, I would say the growing legs. We're back to growing legs because
look at NQ.
There's a 200 lot. Yeah.
What's the dome look like?
Thin.
It's thin.
It's thin.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's like 20 up. It's 20 up on each side. That's very, very
thin. I don't want to look at the dome right now.
What do you think they're waiting on? What news do we have coming out today?
Well, funny you ask, Anne Marie. E-Money, my man Eddie. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar? What do we got on the calendar? Look at that NQ go higher. NQ pumping higher here, making new highs on the just about 10 points off that. E-Money, what do we got on the calendar today on this Thursday?
Hey, in 7 minutes, I'm going to give you the 5-minute heads up. Pending home sales coming up. That's probably the biggest one here. We do have natural gas in about 40 minutes, and that's going to be really about it. 12 o'clock, 7-year note auction, and Bostic speaks this evening.
Ooh, Raphael. All right.
All right. So what the NQ just did was bounce off of the yesterday's high off of our top step levels, which, again, folks, if you don't have those on your chart, you're really missing out. Just put them up and then learn to watch how price action behaved, because it came right into it and then held it and then bounced right off of the top of it. So it's a great place to go. You know what? If that price action's holding, I'm going to go for it, because there's a little bit of risk with the next level below it, which was great. And yeah, now it's off to the races. So
NQ
now we're
pumping higher here. New highs, NQ. New highs, NQ. ES pushing higher here, 56.31. The orders last trade.
Drag us up. Drag us up.
It's dragging us, Hoag. Slowly but surely, NQ is dragging. NQ leading to the upside. Anyone just talking about leaders and laggers. Looks like NQ is leading this push higher.
Right.
ES following.
Anomaly it just said that, yeah.
Okay.
I just realized
who got into that? Who got in the house account? Stayed in the house account trade.
House account.
There was a little
house account.
There's a little dance down there, so we covered it. So who got into that and who faded it? This is when the people who fade it don't say anything, because you should be saying something.
I just realized my camera was off.
Yes, I was wondering where you were.
I'm here.
82%.
Hey, what's our exit? Hey, what's our price target? What's our price target here? What are we trying to get out at?
What do you mean?
50.
56.50 upside target. 56.50 along fifth.
What are you talking?
25
what are you
half.
talking about?
What do you mean? Oh, we scratch.
We were talking cut bait way back when.
Did you cut it?
I told you guys to cut it. We can put it right back on.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
All right, it's right back on.
How's it
Or
gone
a
flat?
handle off.
How's it gone flat?
We are-
Up the P&L, up 55. Okay.
We're at a level
Thank you.
right now where anatomy and also Luke is talking about the 56.26 point of control. It's rejecting off it. Buyers need to get above this. Also seeing this from Luke, make or break. Right now, it's strong resistance.
Is Brooksy still in the short?
Brooksy, checking with Brooksy. Bulls. Brooksy's last comment here. Bulls back in control here.
What's coming out? Why is it so thin?
They just hammered it.
Pending home sales?
Pending
I don't
home
know.
sales 9.
In a bit.
Okay. When you guys were saying 25, or when it was trading around 25, you said if it's not going to go, we can cut it. I maybe didn't hear. I was assuming you guys could hear the order out or whatever. So I flattened it. And that's when I said, hey, that only cost us $30 to get a look. I don't know if you guys heard that.
All right, upper left-hand corner of the screen, see hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Twitter. Hit us up at X. Send us your cool battle station pictures, your memes, dashboard analytics. Anything you want to share with the community here on Topstep TV. We'll turn that around to you guys in about 2 hours or so. But again, hit us up, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep on Twitter or on X, I should say. Yeah, hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up. We'll turn that around to you guys. Thank you.
Coach
Man,
Paul,
the
good morning.
Lion just
ES holding
cannot
pivot,
catch a bid.
56.12. Looking to hold long to 56.48. That's your 50 level, guys.
It's a 5K loser if it comes down to the 12, 16. A little heads up.
Last trade.
Did you guys have out? Did you have outs? Where's the crying update? In and out.
So I don't know if anybody else
Brooksy
has
covered.
this level, but the base of the late
What level
spike
now?
is 56.21 half. Does anybody else see that level, like that level? Is it a level that we can look at taking or getting?
21 halves.
We have danced around that level for a solid week.
All right,
Week and a half.
22-21s. Do we like it? Check marks right here. Right here. We got the check marks.
We are
56-21.
long, guys. Dre.
We are.
Okay. When you guys said when it came back down,
I'm very confused on our position. I'm confused on our position.
What is
No,
going
he jumped
on?
back in. He said, I'm tracking with you, Michael.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, guys, I've been updating you guys the entire time. 26 is when we got it back in. I said we got it off by a handle. That's one of the first pullback. You guys thought we were in the beginning on the 25s we originally got, but I said, because Hoag said something about shaking out or if it didn't go, blah blah blah, we could take it off. Took it off.
Yesterday's value high right in that area. If we get too deep into value, yesterday's value high, then the trade is off. But right now,
It looks
I
good.
like it. It's rejecting value from yesterday.
It's doing a fair job holding its
Long for
edge.
26. Okay, long time to get from 26.
Another reason I like that 21 is as a good area to go, it's got to hold this zone, is because if we still do that measured move from 56.14 to 56.25, we get 11. We divide that in half, 5.5 puts us right there at that 20 area for the middle range of a measured move. That's where we tend to see traders try to come in and hold it, and so far, it's holding tight. So it doesn't look nice and easy, but so far it's behaving. Microsoft just exploding higher here.
Some comments coming in here from the charts. Our good friend Deeyana. Deeyana's here. Value area high is right at the price on ES. Needs to hold, or we're in a value acceptance short. Coach Vince also put out some levels here. 56.09 to 56.05
Just what we just talked
is his
about.
target for shorts.
Lots
what we
of
just
folks
talked about.
talking
That
about this
value area
21.
high from yesterday has to hold.
Yeah.
Isn't that a little concerning sometimes to you guys when everybody's looking at the same level, saying the same thing? There's a 400 lot at 56.29.
Yeah, there is.
And it is up. It's getting really.
Take it out.
So damn
There
thin.
it goes. There it goes.
Some more liquidity upside here.
All right, if it doesn't hold,
5 minutes
is this still
remaining.
going back to
What do
your
we got?
same thing? And we're talking about the 21's not holding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Pull up in the chat. What should we do with this trade? Cut, bait, hold, add more. Get your answers in here. I see 350 votes already in.
Okay, that's
43%.
good. Cut it.
50.
Cut the
43,
pull.
43%. 43% say hold, 42% say cut bait.
Well, we could say it's a time-based trade
Wow.
because the longer
Here we go.
something
Shot out of a
sits-
cannon.
What just
Look
happened?
at the keys.
Shot out of a cannon.
The
you
NQs,
look
the
at the wire
YM,
here,
that
look
must
up.
be the
Woo, weird.
pending home sales.
56.35.
Is that
House
pending
count long
home
from
sales?
27. House count long from 27. Upside
Nothing
target
yet.
56.50. We're pushing here.
Nice.
yeah!
56.
Look at how the smart brackets take one off each time.
What's our position? We got 500 lot hits here. 56.40 upside. 600 lot sit on the S&Ps. 600 lot on the offer. 56.40.
Beautiful.
On the way up, I took 5 off.
Nice.
39s, 38s, 37s.
Crude new high 76.69.
Yeah, zooming.
I know,
What
right,
was the
Chad?
news that just came out? Was it the pending home sales?
No, not
Oh.
yet. Yeah, we got
Okay, something came
about
out.
3 minutes here.
Or buyers just, they stormed the gates.
Yeah, they did.
Heat up the tar.
I mean, I was looking at that poll, about ready to say something about buy, hold, or whatever, do nothing, and it just I saw a bunch of my bids on my dome. Like I saw all the red evaporate
lighten
on my
up.
offers. Yeah, you're like,
Oh, man, I wish I could read that like that. It's just so
800
hard
lots.
for me to
800
hold
lot.
focus
56,
there.
56.40. 800 lots sit on the offer. 56.40. There is
Thank
liquidity
you,
to the
Coach
upside here.
Vince. There's some
There's
size.
79. Yup. 8,000? 800 lot hoop. 800 lot.
Right at the new high.
What are we doing?
let's go one guy.
All right. Well, we had
I
a
got
target
kind of a peel off.
Well, we had the upside target of 56.50 here, so.
Do you have a number here
2006
in just a couple minutes?
Coming up.
19,645 last trade in the NQ, pushing up new highs. 19,651 high of the day NQ. Crude still pushing higher off that Iraq news. They're cutting production over there. Libya did it was well. I want to say yesterday, the day before. So bulls have been in control in the crude. 25.50 last trade gold.
Wow, 82% long NASDAQ.
Wow.
Yeah, it's insane.
God, these
Guys
guys
Also-
are going
up
into
against
it long.
yesterday's high.
Johan.
A
You guys are
midnight
going into it
candle
long.
yesterday.
of thousands.
That is a take profit area in the NQ for sure. Because that is the high of the 1 hour midnight candle in the NQ. And that's what
guys-
goes.
Do you guys mind if I'm sorry, I'm not asking. It's not my decision. Currently, right now, since the news is coming out in 1 minute, I have it as a break even. Stop.
We got a one
4
line?
left on it.
4?
No, we have 4 left on it.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't know.
We realized 3,400 already.
Not the worst
We're in the
idea.
money 2,000. We're in the money 2,000. I'll commentate. Sorry, guys. I need to start commentating on prices. This is all on me. We're long. Average price of 56.27 even on the ES.
30
We've
seconds.
covered 30. Yeah, we've covered 37s. We've covered 39s.
Be a good number.
Covered 37s. We covered
Be a
38s.
good number.
We're stood with just 4 left.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
We
if
have a
it was
break even.
Come on, houses.
Come on, houses. Sell a whole bunch of them.
This is
We're looking at
kind of
0.2%.
needs a new home.
Prior was a positive 4.8. It's
I
going
mean,
to
that's
be a
up
big
there.
difference here.
Come on, houses. Sell a whole bunch of them. Pending home sales.
I know the inventory is the highest that it's been.
No, there we
Coming in
go.
at negative 5.5.
Uh-oh.
They're looking at a positive 0.2.
What?
Big
We're
skew
all
here.
getting houses.
Well, that's
Negative.
great. And that's because
5.5.
they want the interest
Pending home
rate
sales
fade to be
70.2
Oh.
bigger.
index.
Beauty. Oh my goodness! And
That
here
number's
comes
really
the
bad.
NQ
That number real
into
bad.
that 700 area.
Swing and a miss.
Swing and a fence.
That is fantastic. So, what's the target, fellas?
50s.
We have
Or did we leave
only
a
one
runner?
on. We have
Did we
only
leave some
we have only
runners?
one
What do
on. I got out of 1, 2, 3 of them at 45 area.
Excellent. Excellent.
It's close.
That number was real bad.
Yeah, that was pretty crummy.
That number was real bad. I'm looking at it. I mean, it's not even
Markets are
close.
Yeah,
like it
you
and
know, they
interesting.
have more houses for sale in the market than they've had in 5 or 6
Seeing
years.
that.
They just are
Man.
not moving. Inventory is
You know
not
what's
moving.
funny, Ian?
Hear me
You know
out.
what's funny? Even here in Aspen, we're seeing so many more. I'm gonna sneeze, but maybe not. Okay.
What was that? Yeah.
There
Dude,
it is. There it
end
is.
of October or end of August. Me too, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I know. So many more houses for sale than I've seen since 2019 here. And I say this, and even my mom showed up this week. She said, "Wow, there's a lot of for sale signs." I looked at her. I love that. There you are. It's a talk all day long. So there's that. We're actually going to look at like some houses because like some of them are like dropping like flies. Like I'm saying like
Oh, yeah.
big drop. Yeah. So we're just going to look just to
Yeah.
when there's blood in the streets. I don't know. In the real estate world,
Exactly.
my wife sees all this. She sees all this. does
Michael,
all
how
the
many do we
math.
have left on?
Just one guy. We got out of 45s, 6s,
Beautiful.
44s, 45s, 45.
That,
What do the
That-
traders
that's,
see above that? What
You guys are talking
What
to
do our
different,
guys
so I
see
left one
above
out
that?
there.
that afternoon
I left
pullback
one.
high
Okay.
yesterday was the spot.
and that
Wait,
is
say that spot. Give us a price.
Afternoon pullback high yesterday was 56.21 half. That
Oh,
was
man,
the
those
spot.
are
fantastic. You called it.
Juicy.
Good help,
Called
Johnny.
it sweet.
Johnny, great. Johnny shaved off about 10 or 11 grand yesterday off our down day.
Yes.
It's all team. It's all a team, man.
Yeah,
It's all
yeah,
a team.
You know, and that's why we
We'll get
love
some
you,
criticism along the
Johnny.
way on how do you do committee trading. It's not really committee trading. It's just asking the opinions of others, and all formulates into an idea. It's not like well, maybe that is. I don't know. You have to find how you
Listen,
do.
critics are everywhere.
They're
They
everywhere.
just
What do you
listen
do with
Get up
critics?
to-
Anne Marie, what do you do with critics, Anne Marie? What do we do with them?
I know
Smile
what the
and
pros
carry
do, man.
on.
There you
There
go.
you go. And carry on. There you go. There you go.
When a baseball player, sports, professional athletes, it's not like they go in there and debate them. They look at them, they go out there and they score a touchdown, and then they
Yeah.
Are we flat or
Whatever.
do we got a runner on?
we got just the
Runner.
one guy.
There's
Runner
a
on first,
there.
Eddie.
Hey,
Actually,
Coach Paul
first,
says hold that runner in the ES for a 56.68 target.
68.
What?
Oh,
Now that
man.
is a possibility. I did see that in my own charts, but I did not think it would get there today. But
Now
I
again-
also did not.
And hear me out. You can't buy a house. What do you buy? Nvidia.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know,
Just saying.
the average person, Jack,
Bullish.
the average person, there's two places where they invest: homes and stocks. I mean, then there's like
If
this
you don't
whole
have a
art
home,
world, and there's the
Stocks.
collector world.
Well,
Yeah.
there's
Property.
all these celebrities saying that if Trump wins, I'm leaving the U.S. That's when the new home sales is going to be really high.
That number was.
If he wins,
very,
he better
very
have a damn good agenda and get shit done.
bad.
Said that to everyone, though.
You know, it's
we
gonna
should be saying that to everyone.
I would
really,
hope so.
I do like seeing some of these bigger homes go on sale. Like we are looking at one, and it had like a $400,000 price drop on it, and so I think that's a good sign because it's sort of shaking out all the big money. The problem is there's so much private equity in the housing market because of what Jack exactly said. What else are you going to buy? Right? And so if you're looking at that, and I would love to see something that came out that said, you know, private equity can't buy X and just get them out of the residential markets because they are destroying price action. But the great thing is they're already
BlackRock
leaping
owns
on
it
their
all.
own because of these prices coming in.
Well, how do you lean into capitalism on that one? I'm not arguing on that one. They have pushed prices up in certain areas. I also think that when you pump $6 trillion in the market, all assets rise. All assets rise.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
you're still getting. I mean,
and it's
the COVID push has pushed all our prices. You'll never
well,
see those prices.
you're
again.
totally right about that.
What is
And
going
if you
on?
want to invest and push someone out of the market, which is what private equity has done, eventually, fingers crossed, the free hand of economics is going to shift supply and demand,
Yes.
right? And they're going to, just like every other cycle, they're going to come back in. They just raced in with so much money. I mean, one of the kids was looking at, listen, I'm here in St. Pete right now, and just a little, this house is like 900 square feet. 900 square feet. It's old,
750.
but it's been refinished, but it's on a concrete slab. $470,000. 900
so
square
that's-
feet.
Who's got the
That's
square
crazy.
footage?
It's
on
not
that one?
even on. It's not
Price
even
per
on.
square
I
foot.
mean, it's on a sub-sized lot. It is just over the moon, and just you can't look at anything cheaper than that
It's like
down here. It's just
$600 a square foot, right? To build.
Yeah.
Or here's what I'm doing here, and what I've always done is look at it and say, if you cannot build that house for getting in for $600 a square foot, then it's worth it. You kind of put, because like in
Oh, that's
Aspen
a
things are going for like
great way to think about it.
3,000 a square foot. So the floor in Aspen to me, like we're getting bids and it's like $2,000 a square foot. A square foot times whatever your house is. The GC will come in there and be like, it's about $2,000 a square foot. $2,000 to build. Hey, I want to have 1,000 square foot house. Okay, it's going to be $2,000 a square foot. That's $2 million. I mean, that's bananas.
insane. Yeah,
that's just to build. So if you
but
can
that is
find
a
one,
good way to. That is a good way to measure. I had not thought of that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Chess loving this real
you
estate.
got to get understanding of what the GCs are all charging to build things around your area. That'll help you.
Yeah, they
This
were
old
just
house.
raking in the dough through the
Check.
COVID years. Now things are getting a little lean again.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Look at-
JD, what's going on with this trucker business crossing Canada? Or if JD's not here, remember he
JD's
was
out
getting-
today.
No, JD's here from Minnesota. Truckers are back.
Do it. Keep going.
We got hot streaks coming up here. Our friend Dinesh still hanging around. How about the news while we're at it? JD's gone for next week.
Let's
Making
come
the
on in,
background.
Jack.
Making the background.
Yeah, I got Mick.
All right, the ratio between the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. This is interesting to me. Mick, those are lawyers. We can't. Okay. The ratio
Ryan.
between the S&P
That's
500
good.
and NASDAQ has been about constant over the last year. There was a huge COVID push. Just an interesting macro chart to take a look at here.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Overperformance. We'll see. But more importantly, we have a Vegas/Florida man story. Vegas man removed from American Airlines flight in, of course, Miami, because he was bleeding from a hair transplant.
Oh no. Oh
Ew.
no.
Yeah,
I mean, he's
poor
gonna
guy.
look great
goodness.
in about a year. But yeah.
But
Do hair transplants cause that? I mean, do they
I'm
bleed?
canceling mine.
So,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Apparently, well,
from your back and
they're
put it on your head.
injecting them into
Oh,
your head.
that's
Yeah.
right.
pull them from your
my.
back and put them on your head.
That.
Yeah.
Think about Johnny
I just-
Appleseed and how he'd push something down in the ground.
Wait, what?
Johnny
What do you push
Appleseed.
into the ground, Michael?
What are you pushing?
Apple trees.
Apple tree.
Yeah, what
True
are those
story.
things called where you have those little fast augers that go like that and drop the little?
Bugs.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's how
drills.
they-
Drills.
Oh,
Farmers
Most hole
have.
diggers.
Yeah, that's still.
They're kind of
But
like those.
All
yeah,
right.
they drill.
And
Incredible.
Season.
This is absolutely incredible.
and finally, and I hope our chat is ready for this. All right. Illinois is taking submissions for a new flag.
No.
This is
yeah.
this is the current flag.
What's wrong with that one?
It's
I like it.
it's kind of
Yeah.
lame.
I like
Is
that
it?
one.
Really?
Is it?
They should take
all right.
submissions on how to run the state. You know,
What,
Jeez.
How about it?
What are the
You're
new
not kidding,
options?
Michael.
really
Well,
No.
bear
about
with
the third
me.
grader who drew
So-
that.
Wait, listen
Listen.
up, Dick. Got the news.
If you have a submission, you can email it, and I hope some of you do. Here is my version 1 of the new Illinois flag, Andre.
Oh boy.
Ah, come on. Jesus. Is that Eagle Man? Is that Eagle? Illinois Estates. Oh my gosh. I mean, look at that. There's it's the Mount
I
Rushmore.
mean, honestly, I would put Hoag's picture where where it says rats between the eagle. Who's the number 11 Illinois? I
D.
remember
Brown.
him. He went,
D. Brown, he's a basketball
D.
player.
Brown.
That's
D. Brown,
Siskel.
John Prine, Roger Ebert, and Eagle
John
Man.
Prine. I like having John Prine on the state flag.
Man, we're really
That's
trying to redo the flag?
hilarious.
Man.
Okay, guys,
Be the
we
change you
pulled
want to
back.
see, Andre.
Yeah,
Thanks,
hey.
guys. We pulled back. What are we looking for? What's the team saying?
The bonds are bouncing. Isn't that
It's like
interesting?
50. Yeah, let's get back in here. Take a look at the top step levels. Just to recap.
Yeah.
Recap that last trade. I was kind of long. 10 from what? 26, 27 ish.
26.
26. We were able to peel some off. We peeled about 6 off going into the number. In the money, moved the stop up to break even, I want to say. Number came out, so risk was managed. We then saw some upside liquidity coming into the on the ladder here. We saw 800 lot, 600 lot coming to the upside, probably 35s and 40s to the upside. Those both got taken out as the S&Ps like to do. We see those big block orders coming on the bid or ask. As we know, the spread bros are gone, Jack. Look at that. Cool.
Damn.
They're there.
There? Where? Oh, they're just
They're
deeper.
further away.
Oh, yeah, they are. Got those stones.
Really
Go
quick,
further away.
really quickly, Dre, the 21 or really Hoag, the 5621s you were talking about. If you have top step levels indicator on your top step X charts, you would have seen that it's rode the pine, so to speak, of those 23s. Right here, I'll do my John
Yeah.
Madden. Right here.
Threes, I think, were value high
Yeah.
from yesterday. So you
It
wouldn't
poked
see
its
this
head below
number
that,
because
then it firmed up,
it's-
and then Hoag started talking
it's-
about the 21s. If it stays above the 21s, and then we had more people start to come in around the 21s. And I remember I'm like, well, if a lot of people are looking at that, it did hold up. It did. The market
yeah, it's-
bought those buyers. Now, if it comes back down
that
here to
wouldn't
retest,
be-
what are we looking at now?
that wouldn't be a number that we could put regularly on the numbers on the Hoag's numbers or top step levels. It was a very specific level off of yesterday's profile.
Yeah, but also interestingly, we do have the number. Let me look at the number that did come up on that.
All right, take a
your
look at tilt
list.
50-50s across the board right now.
Hey, real quick here while we got a little time out. Our Snow, who's been with us here in the chat for a very long time, participator, passing his 150K combine today and taking the rest of the day off.
Yay! Good on you.
I really appreciate all of you. Great job there,
Good
Art
for
Snow.
you. Congratulations.
Lock it up.
Discipline Dave.
Really
Discipline
quick.
Dave in the chat. Fired
I
up.
was just gonna go. I'm gonna do it. Okay, guys. Discipline Dave. It was his.
Discipline Dave is fired up, Michael.
You can hide your kids' eyes from reading it, but he says some words in here. Now, Discipline Dave. I love your name. And you might be the first candidate for this.
What
Sounds
is it?
like you're having a really bad day. This is a dead computer of mine. If you want to smash a computer, I ask you to stay patient, Dave. Send an email to TopstepTV at Topstep. Give us your address. I will send this to you, and you can smash it so you don't have to smash anything in your room. It's kind of my way of
videotape it.
if you are feeling in the on tilt, I will send you that computer. If you want to email TopstepTV at Topstep, I'll send it to you, and would love to have you post that you could take a Colt 45 through the screen if you want. Something fun.
Take it to the gun range. when you're at
ammo
home.
is very expensive. Maybe
Colt
take
You
a
might want to
sledgehammer.
you might want to remove the hard drive, Michael.
No.
Yeah, are these wiped, Michael? Are all these computers
Disciplined
wiped?
Dave, I trust you're going to be disciplined enough not to get into my folders, the history,
hang on.
all that kind of stuff.
Okay, that's hilarious.
Yeah, no potty language.
Oh, I don't like saying that word.
Yeah, no potty.
I'm serious about that discipline, Dave. I love your name. You apparently value discipline, and you're having a rough day. Been there, done that, and I value discipline as well. You'd be the first candidate for us.
Yeah.
Discipline Dave was fired up, Michael. He was fired up in the chat.
I mean, it's the markets are moving.
Trading and traffic, man. Two things that.
Yes, you always said that.
Yeah.
People, man.
Man, that's a good
Brings
one.
out the worst in you.
It can at times, but this is also so much fun. The freedom this gives us, the camaraderie, the community that we have here at Topstep TV makes it all the worth it. All right. NQ kind of tightened up its range a little bit. Last trade, 19,585. We're about 100 points off the highs. But again, those highs were kind of made off that pending home sales that came in far worse than expected. As Anne-Marie said, it's kind of might be a little bit of a nudge to the Fed that they're giving the green light that, yes, interest rate cut is all systems go. I'm going to throw it to Jack when he has a second. Take a look at the Fed Watch tool and see what the probabilities are for a 25 basis point cut and a 50 basis point cut. So, Jack, when you get access to that, please jump on in as equities, S&Ps, and NASDAQ is kind of coming off a little bit.
63.5% for a quarter point, 36.5 for a half point.
Going up. Half point going up.
I think we're definitely getting the quarter point.
Yep.
I know a lot of people are hoping for the half point, but
it might backfire if they do that. That could
there's
backfire.
just so
NASDAQ
much
70%
stuff.
short.
NASDAQ, yes, it is.
We may get some more information on what they might do by the PCE tomorrow.
Good call.
If that comes in hot,
yes.
it'll be for 50 basis points.
Maybe that's another reason that we're thin today.
Good call, Hoag.
Absolutely.
It's very thin.
PCE tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah. Oop, man.
Man.
End of the month, it all sort of stacks up.
We're coming to the end of Michael. It's almost the end of August. Oh, sellers coming in here. The NQ. Sellers coming in. Yes, MP. Where's our stop? Where we have it
at a break even.
That's cool.
If we have it at a break even, but let's talk like the trade's already off. The 21s down there has held up prior. If it wants to come down there and retest, you have a VWAP down in the
check
20s. Yeah, so let's start getting an understanding both with the polls in the chat and whatnot.
All right, let's
market
poll here.
has pulled back. Yeah.
All right, let's update the poll here. Update the poll 5621. I know that was the base of the late spike from yesterday, like Hoag said. There's also a VWAP, so throw the micro.
This is a bounce zone in the Qs also. Just an FYI. My thought is look at the curve, how we're making all of those higher lows. And so that 521 should hold, right?
Yeah.
So the question might...
5621. Obviously, everyone wants to be long from 5621, seeing as we're trading 5633. Go ahead, Amory. I apologize.
Oh no worries at all. My thought was I have this thing where I go, I see that it could easily rotate there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to give up those gains. I'm just going to take the profit. And then when it comes into a potential rotation there, I'm going to add back. But I would not change that break even space there simply because if it goes backwards and it doesn't recover, then you've given up gains that were, there, and or no gains, but you've given up the fade, all that you lost on the fade. Yeah, it's only one contract, but that's just me. I don't like watching price move all around my levels. It drives me insane. So I just would rather say, hey, if I'm seeing a rotation and I suspect it comes in to test that area, then might not be a bad idea to leave that stop where it is.
Like that.
And just.
Oh, you mean the 21s?
Yeah. No. Leave the stop at break even where it is, so that you don't go backwards, because what if you go backwards and the floor falls out of it?
What if we just all pretend that we're out of this trade? What are we thinking?
We're flat
now. Yeah, just pretend we're flat. It's a one lot. It's just on. We're flat. We've realized 6,000. We have a decent cushion today. This has been a 50 lot week that we have gone up to 40 lots. We've managed our risk fairly well for 40 lot trading, $10,000-$12,000 a day down, and then was 29. Johnny and team, Johnny executing and gathering, the team gathering everything there, got that down. I think 10 or 11 they picked up, so it ended up 19. So whatever, 19 plus 12, 9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 31.
What is it?
So 31 for the week. We have a $50,000 daily loss limit. I think that's good management, and we've been trading 20, 30, 40 lots. We haven't caught anything on the 40 lot, but they've been right, but our entries have been too soon. If I go back and reflect, I remember that.
We got up to a 30 lot yesterday afternoon.
There you go. So pretend we don't have a trade on.
Well, look at the poll here.
We did the pullback. Yeah.
Look at the poll here in the chat.
Did the pullback. 56.21 backfill. Is anybody talking about backfill? Anybody talking about it rolling over?
Slightly.
I think we
did this yesterday, and it was very close to 50-50. It's a tough call here these last 2 days. NASDAQ 60%, 68% short. Phil?
Good catch, Eddie. You're right. 68% short in NASDAQ right now.
Ooh, buy some more.
And we're coming into some good top step levels too in the.
It's just pulling those up, Henry. 19,544 last trade in the NASDAQ. That coincides lower end of zone 4 on the top step daily levels. 19,543, yesterday's value area high. Pretty much rare.
How's this 5628 look? Chris Muldoon, he's been here and he's been helping us a lot. Has been a bounce level multiple times.
Yeah, it looks good to me. I would maybe try to get in. If it were me and we were flat, I would say, hey, let me see if I can get in. 25 again.
We are. And we're flat.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a one lot. I'm keeping it on, but pretend we don't have this trade on.
Yeah.
Well, here's another one.
As long as we keep these higher lows, I think we're in good shape.
25.
Legendary in chat, another trader that's got some great levels. As long as ES holds 56.24.25, the ES will go up to 56.69 with an 83% probability. And Coach Paul talked about those 68s.
New upside target. We did have 56.50. Now target of 68.
So looking around that area.
Yep. I'm liking you guys.
I see that 68 area. That's
thanks, Legendary.
Yeah, thanks, Legendary.
Look at the YM's recovery. Oh, my goodness.
That's nice trade.
Legendary. And Eddie, I think we, to be teachable moments always, for them to teach us and the entire group when we say that is give us the why. This is good that you're saying that, but give us a little bit deeper why. Like you'll see on the daily levels at the top of the screen, guys, there's nothing pinned at the top of the screen. I think it says message track. Put the daily levels in there while it's open.
Reasoning behind it. Yeah.
Yeah, reasoning. Thank you, Eddie. Like, last week's high or blah, 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 whatever it is.
Yeah, that 60 something is all way up at the prior highs, right? So what is the check mark action?
Well, I said we had the check marks back to the 25s. Never got there. Hoag got this one lot on. We'll let him run. It looks like now NASDAQ kind of lagging behind a little bit.
56.50.
Yep.
Yeah, but it bounced right off of yesterday's high and last week's low.
Yeah.
Legendary popping in again here saying the 56 quarters a weekly VWAP and 56.21 the monthly VWAP.
Interesting. Yeah, we're going to dance around here, probably choke around.
While we're dancing, we have something behind the scenes I want to show real quick.
What? What is this?
Yeah.
What is this? Oh,
transparency. Our Slack messages back and forth. We really do have a lot of laptops here that we want to destroy or get rid of.
Microwave it. Microwave it got me.
Michael
Got me
does not know how to. We'll talk to the IT department, but really this is good. Like we really do have a lot of computers that could be sent to be smashed by people if we can get them clean.
I don't know what. Yeah, exactly. Cleaned, wiped, whatever it's
Yeah,
called.
you know, the easiest way to destroy a laptop is just buy a strong magnet and hold it over the hard drive.
There you go, Michael.
Cheap, and it's super easy.
Let's see Michael in a field.
You know what's cheaper? Just running it over with the John Deere, Ian.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't even want to know what I was going to say.
Provided you have the John Deere.
Yeah, it's true, Michael. He's got a couple up in there. I see he's got.
I have a John Deere. It's not. It's
got a
not
green one.
It's more of a ranch at John Deere than a working ranch John Deere.
You got a
You
green
country
one of
boys
those
know what I'm talking about.
green things on it. Green and yellow. He moves bales of hay with it in the fall. He feels like a farmer.
No, we have a thistle problem right now. Makes the whole pasture look like shit.
No.
How
Got
do you
away
get
from
rid of
us.
thistle?
You hire a
Goats.
local kid. And
Goats.
tell him
Lots
to
of
go,
goats.
Tell him to go out there. Goats. Yeah, they have a whole thing, Dre.
I know they
you
do.
can
I've
have
seen them.
You can hire, or it's a service.
100 of them. They'll clear a field out in hours.
1,000 of them. They'll bring like hundreds. Yeah, they'll bring hundreds of them. They'll take a whole field down to like, nubs or whatever.
Nubs.
Yeah, Anne Marie. Goats for hire. Real thing. I've seen it.
How cool is that?
I need my field to look like a bunch of nubs.
They'll take thistles and everything. My mom has her horses in there now, so they're kind of working around it on the grass.
All right, here we go. ES pushing here, 56.44, a couple points off the highs, 56.46 quarter high of the day. Interesting. What was the leader is now the lagger. ES looks like it's leading the way to the upside. Here we go.
Don't short it.
Do not short it. You heard
Opening range, the low of the day. Don't short it without some sort of failed upside auction.
That's just exactly how I feel.
We can let this one run. We had some more check marks down 56.25. Never got there. Buyer stepped in. 28s. They weren't going to get anywhere close to the 25s. They came in at the 28s and said, no, we're taking this higher. Now, yeah, like I said, ES is pushing higher. And NASDAQ now became the lagger a little bit. So interesting to see how that dynamic flipped ever so slightly.
The YM.
You're
right back.
Yes.
Completely rotated.
What a V-shaped bounce.
Dang it.
Guys, you guys are helping me out with this thistle. I'm
Thistle, you get some good advice.
I know. I'm reading these.
Love
John Bell. Depending on the thistle, you can eliminate it from going to seed for 3 years, and it won't come back after that. Just advice from a guy who dealt with thistles.
How do you eliminate it going to seed, though?
What's that?
How do you eliminate it going to seed?
I think he said pull the buds. Like there's a lot of them that have the buds ready to go.
Oh,
we've been taking old
you just
wildflowers.
Want a combine in there and churn it, or what do you do?
I don't know. We've been taking old wildflowers that we see around the house and showing the kids how to take the dry dead heads off of them, and then sprinkle the seeds around. It's kind of fun. We walk around the
circle of life, Michael. Circle of life.
Yes,
love that.
But I need to figure out the
At
thistle problem where I was going to
Fiasco.
get away. Oh, dude, 80%, 82% long. We got a lot of
Yes, they
longs in
are.
NASDAQ.
Yes, they are. And NQ does not want to go. Can we be long a one lot in the ES and be short the NQ, Michael?
Pretend the one lot doesn't exist.
One lot
It's
does
either
not
gonna break
exist.
even. Yeah, it's either going to break even or hit these 49s because you guys are saying.
Hold it to
I'll just
Yeah.
leave it at
Friday. Let's hold it
Yeah,
Let's
I
get
Friday.
like
back
the
into what we
49 target.
think.
It's good.
Yeah, what the
All right, let's
around the
start,
horn thinks.
It's just
It's been showing strength all day.
I don't know. Justin Church, I'm not quite sure myself. I don't know how to answer that. Pushing higher here. We got to pull some levels. Let's go to our levels team. Go ahead, get those levels. 19,600. 19,600. Last trade in the NQ. Let's do a pull up here. Bullish bearish. 19 in the NQ. Bullish bearish. 19,600. Bullish or bearish. We'd have the 80% long tilt in the NQ. Take a look at Topstep daily levels. Resistance 19,636. 19,636.
Oh, hold
So
on, nah. Oh, yeah, I'll jump in here.
There we go. Thank you.
Did I buy the ranch with money or stealing from affiliates? Yes, that's exactly what. Let me give me a handcuff.
Oh,
my
what did I say?
goodness. Sometimes I'm very
Pruning
glad I
season.
don't look at the chat.
That's not
when I ride.
nice.
Nah, that is your first warning. I can remove anybody, and I don't need you here if you're gonna have
That's
that.
not
attitude.
nice.
Be cool. I worked my ass off. It came from a,
All right,
my dad
Michael,
was a
you
hired-
can go.
my dad was a hired hand on a hog farm, not a horse farm. A
Good
hired
job,
hand.
nah.
Hired hand on a hog farm in Nebraska. There's a lot of FU that I can start going into at this point. Well, working my ass off and taking risk, my friend, and taking risk. Do you take risk? You got to ask
Oh
yourself.
boy, good job.
All that. I'll get into that stuff, toe to toe.
He
And
didn't
then
know
I'll
what
share
a
beer
horse
with
was until he was 16.
Check.
you. We definitely knew it. Yeah. But I would
Hey,
still
all right.
have a beer with you, assuming you're cool.
Full power, Kushi. Full power. All right. Bullish or bearish? We got the poll in the chat. Bullish or bearish? 360 votes in less than a minute. Bullish bearish 19,600. 75% say bullish as we trade 19,615. 85% long in the NQMP. 85% long in the NQ.
Any fades should still be a buy, even if that drops off. My thought is that there's just so much rotation in that even if we see the tilt on there, it's just going to be a be quick or be dead kind of trade.
Still pushing here, man. Dang.
Yeah,
This market just
Richard
when it
Herrick,
goes, it goes.
Letting my rants
Michael,
graduate.
I love,
There we go.
love,
Our one lot
love,
runner got
love what you're
filled.
doing with that one lot.
Get the
I used to do
50s.
that in the pit.
Yeah.
If I thought the market was going higher all day, I'd buy one lot, put the
Oh,
card
there's
in
the
my
49s.
pocket, not add it to my count, and just give a broker a stop and say, work this stop for me and forget about it all day long. 2 o'clock, we'd be screaming higher, and the broker would say, hey, am I still working that stop for you? I'd say, no, go to the market, just sell it out. Just hold on to that one lot and just forget about it.
That's a good
James
feeling.
Hansen just said that there's 82%. Yeah. We're forgetting about the tilt right now. What is everybody saying? Because we get that's very, 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 very long. It was just on that pop
sure.
that it was 88% that he put it in there. Thanks, James. Went short NQ, Mark. Wow, nice. I'm assuming on all this that pop to the upside. If you have Topstep X, you saw that NASDAQ hit 88%. It's James Hansen, you must have it. I see 82% now, but that was a great one. I've never seen it past 92%, and that was a complete and total fade, the majority, when I saw that.
It's going to be a quick one, though, right? We're going counter trend. We do take that short. We're going counter trend. See profit, take profit. But I do like that. 82% super heavy tilt.
Good call, Andre. Good call.
Yeah. All right. Well,
So
we got.
it went to your 49s, Michael. Did you cover?
Did we? Yes.
Yes.
We covered the house account. Thank you, Ann. Viewer check. We had a lot of check boxes, people there. Thank you guys. That was 7,000 that we did. Only a 10 lot. We're going to work into
the
20,
price target.
It went right to the price target. 50.
Goodness.
Thus far, you guys are saying 50s. Yeah.
We got that. Then upside above that, Eddie, double check me. I think 56.68. Next upside target.
Right,
Now
the
the 57 hit.
67s. That was called out earlier today. Coach Paul had the 68s, I believe. We'll dig a little deeper and find out who else was in that range.
49s.
You're right, Command. It's early, but we do have a potential failed upside auction in the S&P.
We do.
Okay. Let's talk about that
Don't
one.
want to preempt it. Don't preempt it.
Yeah,
The trend
Gilt
is
was
the
so
upside.
damn long. I can
Alert,
only
alert.
imagine all the retail traders at all their personal brokerage accounts are still in. I mean, their bias, in my opinion, would be similar to the bias here. 88 or 85 or whatever we saw here. Corey saw 85 as well. Said that's dope. It's 82 now. I mean, all the longs are still here. Doesn't mean it's gonna get. You should fade them or anything right now, but definitely watch. And if it's a failed upside auction, plus you have all these longs in here, it'll be really interesting. I'm going to annotate it on my chart.
Yeah. Plus, last week's close was 56.50.75. So it just
Johnny,
sort
what's
of
the IB
jammed
here?
right
Coach
into that
Paul
and faded.
asking.
Say again?
Asking Coach Paul. What is the IB initial balance?
Oh, yeah.
Coach Paul,
Guys,
the
give me
IB
a-
high in the S&Ps is 56.4675.
Give a pull out there. I want to get a pulse on what the community.
They're
is
they're
thinking
bullish.
as far as it-
Bullish. Update on that
Short.
poll. Bullish or bearish from 19,600. 73% bullish in the NQMP. All right, really quick. We're going to start
19,000.
pulling
Hold on. What was it, Andre? We're
19,600. 19,600. When we were trading around there, there was 74% bullish on the poll.
all right.
Continue to go higher.
Let's ask him if there's a checkbox in the area. Let's whatever that poll is, guys. I want to see their thoughts if there should be a trade put on in the house account at these levels.
All right, let's all right, let's do a roundup here of let's go around the horn for some levels here at 19,000. High of the day, 19,685. So still about 60 points off the highs there. Keep an eye on that. In the meantime, let's go around the horn and work in the background, look behind the scenes to get some new levels and check marks. In the meantime, we'll throw it to Robert really quick. Let's do some stats really quick. Robert, what's happening? Good morning, Robert.
Good morning. We're going to fly right through these markets and moving. Stats will be moving. So here we go. We got the first ones up here. The top 5 of yesterday's P&L. Right at the top.
Yeah.
There it is. Thank you very much. Shifting made a wonderful day yesterday. $20,500. That is in a live account. These are all live accounts. Faye, new one on the list, $9,400. Chung is up here, $9,300. Just behind that, Rafa, always adding to that massive P&L. And then Gorkum T at $8,000. Those are the top 5 live. Be back in just about 30 seconds once we switch over to the XFAs.
Thank you, Robert. What's this in the Slack?
Yeah, we got the captain back with us here again.
Oh, Captain, where you been?
Captain.
He's been missing. It's good to have you back.
Captain. What's this,
There
Captain?
you go. Johnny just posted
He's
something here
busy.
from the captain.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. PM.
There's a quick short off yesterday's high, but again, be quick or be dead.
All right, last poll. Do we think NQ is going to push up to new highs? 170%, 170 votes in. 58% say yes.
So
Pushing here. Last
Captain is
trade.
saying he wants to see the ES at 56.65 to consider a failed upside auction before the original time. I'm looking really just at an IB failed auction.
Yeah. So what would you say there?
Captain, that's a kind of a bigger time frame failed auction
Yeah.
up there. Captain, thank you for the thought. Thank you for that information.
All right, MP. How do we want to do this poll right now? Right here in
You guys
the
decide.
NQ.
You guys decide. There are checkbox. Put a poll. It should be a standardized question. Get the chat involved on a house account. Checkbox, yes or no. And now negate somebody else if they're. But in the end, we want chats. Thoughts?
Okay. Yeah. All right. Higher, lower. NQ 19,636.
Now, would you get in the house account? We are specific. Would you get long in the house account or short in the house account? And just pick an area that we were talking about. We're talking about. John was just talking about the 5650s. We're here right now. So that's. And John, you said 5650s. And what did you like about the ones up there?
I mean, I'm not looking to short it.
I'm not saying short. You said 61s. Just what was the information you shared? 61s, 56.
That was from 65s. Those were from the captain.
65. 6865 upside target.
56.
Hey, this over the wire here. We got
upside
Parkins
auction.
speaking here right now. So, yes, eyes on the prize.
That's what it is. Fill upside auction. We need an update on that. That's where the conversation was because people were very short or very long on tilt. So we had a long tilt checkbox. Not right now, we don't, but we did. We had watching for the failed upside auction. Those two are very interesting. We talked about that.
Which we do not have a possibility of in the NASDAQ yet. We'd have to put up a new session high and fail up there for that to be a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ.
Those longs got
the short off yesterday's high is working, but again, you might look for 5-6 points on something like that versus holding on for it to actually collapse into a range because it's got so much strength sitting on it.
You talking S&Ps?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Got it.
81% long in the NQ. We'd see about 30-point sell-off from there.
What'd the horn do? What going around the horn? What was the aggregate?
A little bullish sentiment. For each
one. What was the aggregate for each one?
I'm sorry. What do you mean by aggregate?
Well, checkbox for this, no checkbox for that.
I saw no check marks. I saw no check marks. We had check marks around 25. Yeah, we had no check marks. We were around the horn, no check marks. We were around the horn, we got no check marks. Hoag, do you have any check marks in your corner? Eddie, do you have any check marks? Dolby, do you have any check marks that I didn't see?
No.
Please let me know if there's any check marks that I happen to have missed.
There, that's very helpful.
I saw 0 check marks. The only check mark we had was 56.25 this morning. We did execute on 56.25. We then scratched it. We then got back in at 56.27 and got in on that with no check marks there. But we did get back in, and we were able to sell 56.50s just like the check marks said.
I want us to ask more specific questions.
We'll look for check marks high and low, far and wide.
Yeah.
High and low.
I'm iterating on the fly. I want us to ask better questions on the chat to get their first check mark. And we did have one check mark on tilt. Tilt's a part of the horn, and that was at 80-something%. I want to make sure that we're getting specific here. We're all speaking the same language.
I believe the language that's saying right now is no check marks means no trade.
Yes, correct.
Pushing higher here. Tilt was long. Tilt continues to be long. As we go higher, no check mark.
I would put.
I see some check marks. If you see check marks out there, I'm looking upside, downside, inside, everywhere, looking for a check mark here.
It's just around the horn. We already all decided that's just the horn. The 50 the NASDAQ 80% tilt, I believe, is
almost there now.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe it becomes one check mark. It's so damn high.
What?
Now
we're going higher.
I know what we're doing, Andre, but the tilt is an indicator. It's around the horn. I know. Andre gets so defensive. It seems sometimes we go around the horn. We ask those folks, and we find out. So tilt is a part of the horn.
Do you see a check mark out there? Mark it. Do you see any check marks out there? I'm looking for a check mark here. No check marks to be found. If you guys,
it's all
Hoag's
good.
Heroes, Team E Money. If you guys got a check mark out there, please let me know. I have not seen a check mark. I'm looking.
You all suck.
I'm going to have to make a commentary. I feel the relationship between Andre and Michael is so pure. They're just unfiltered friends. And that's such a rarity It's it's truly beautiful.
Husband and wife have
actually.
been married for 30 years.
No, it is.
Looking-
It
looking
is
high,
but yes.
absolutely beautiful. I love watching it. It makes me laugh all the time.
I'm not
because
trying
it's
to. I am not trying to poke. I'm very process driven,
It's pure.
and
It's
and
so
so I will
process
question
easier
our
to
pro-
trade.
I'm
We
questioning
got
our
600.
process, and our
We got
process
600
is
last
around.
into 5652.
All
5652.
right,
We got to check.
So we have a process
Oh.
with the house. We have a process with the house account, and we go to our levels team. We go to the tilt. We go to the chat pool, and we go to our on-air talent. Is there another one that I'm missing? So those are the around the horns. So they don't have to look high or low. So when we're saying that, I just need to get specifics on that one for me to understand. I'm asking for information. There's nothing bad about this. And then tilt, I believe tilt should be an indicator, or it is around the horn. So if
For
it's at
sure.
80%, to me, that is a checkbox to the short side. I want to get specific because if we're not doing that, we're missing good information, or we're not on the same page. Because checkboxes to me on tilt is when it gets to the 80% shorter long buys. That gives us a teachable moment too. Fair enough.
So,
right,
John,
well-
do we have to wait another 30 minutes for the failed upside auction in the ES to confirm?
No, 13 minutes.
13 minutes. Okay.
Right. And if it opens
Do
above
we
the
have to close
IBI,
below?
that's
Okay.
long.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
All right. Well, while we got the team going, while we're going around the horn here looking for these check marks, we're going to go to Robert. Robert, let's do some top 5 XFAs. Let's get those in real quick. What up?
Absolutely. We're going to do some check boxes here on these 5 XFAs. Pulling up that the image there. There we go. Lee H is leading the game here with 26,000 in express funded account. That is copy traded. The next 4 down, Kijana W, Laurent B, Patricia W, and then Wing C. Look how close those P&Ls are together. You might think they're trading together, or they may possibly be taking the trades along with the Topstep TV team. They are so close. And that's it for the XFAs. We'll be back in actually not too much longer for the hot streaks and the top 5 payouts from yesterday. Back to you.
Thank you, Rob. All right, let's run a poll here. We got 83% long in the NQ. Let's do a poll. Do you like shorts from 19,660? 19,660 in the NQ. Long or short as we continue to push higher.
87%. Yeah.
87% as it's congruent with market direction. Hoag, do we have anything in Delta saying that shorts are getting squeezed by chance? We're making new highs everywhere.
No, Delta's positive 2,200 in the NASDAQ right now. So no Delta squeeze.
No Deltas.
The only reason I would like this is because we can keep it cheap. If it takes out the high of the session, we're out. If we're thinking shorts, we do have 84% long in the NASDAQ right now. But with the opening range at the low of the day, if we make money on a short, you better take it.
I think the question I want to ask you, Hoag, is how does that downside failed auction get confirmed or denied? Because to me, that's what you were looking at. Tilt is still 83%.
We don't even have a potential for a failed upside auction unless we can take out the session high in the next 10 minutes and then open back below the initial balance high. Here's what it looks like in the S&Ps if you want to take a look.
Higher.
Okay. So here's the initial balance high in the S&Ps. That's that first hour of trade, right? 56.4675 is the initial balance high. We're pushing above that. Price is maintaining above that level. We don't want to short this. If it comes back inside the initial balance and the next 30-minute bar opens below the initial balance high, that's that 46.75, 56.4675, that creates the potential for a failed upside auction. Price got above the initial balance high, couldn't hold above it, rejected, came back in the initial balance. Another 30-minute bar opens up. That confirms a potential failed upside auction. In the NASDAQ, we have not extended above the initial balance high yet. So unless we do, there's no real potential for a failed upside auction. It doesn't mean that the high of the day won't hold, at least for a period of time, but it's not a true failed upside auction. So we're looking for, we know that the NASDAQ has the opening range at the low of the day, dead ass low. Yesterday, the dead ass high. It kept going lower all day. Is that what's going to happen today with the dead ass low in the NASDAQ? Is it just going to keep pushing higher? That's one of the questions. if we get a hint from the S&Ps, in other words, the next 30-minute bar opens up here, that leaves single TPOs above the initial balance. That leaves excess below price. That means that the upside
Pushing higher
auction
here.
is succeeding, and it is succeeding.
All right, pull up in the chat. House count not MQ long or short from 19,660. Got about 200 votes in or just right now. 65% say long. Tilt says long as well.
Okay, we just took out the high of the initial balance in the NASDAQ now.
Kill the poll, guys. It's already 20
9 minutes.
higher.
If we open below that, that creates the potential for a failed upside auction. And it gives us the opportunity to limit risk as well.
For accurate polls, guys, kill it. If it's already like 20 handles higher or something like that, then and we already have 200 votes, that's a good enough sample size. By the time you get to 500, it's really same percentage.
Once again, here I'm going to put out this 5668 Legendary's ES target, 5669. So this is about the third, fourth person that we've asked. It does have that target upside in the ES.
All right, man.
NQ target 19,770.
19,770 upside target. Thank you. 19,770. All right, we got a bunch of check marks for the upside target of 5658 upside target. How do we get in now? How do we get in? If everyone's targeting this 5658, the question is, how do we get in?
9 minutes and counting.
There's a 58.
Right.
58, John.
We just have to figure out what the risk is going to look like.
Yeah, I was just going to say, John, your levels was 56, 65.
68.
Oh, 68.
Yeah, that's last week's high.
Yeah, so you got 65s on Johnny on my Topstep X charts that are here. They'll just populate every day. You can see them right here.
So you can't take the long in the NASDAQ here.
And then there's a 68 that we heard. So there's a little zone there.
I'm seeing some 5660s here in chat also.
Yep.
More than a few.
So is it? I mean, if that's the target, is it worth trying to get long up here?
We get that pullback, right?
We need a pullback.
Yeah,
we get that pullback. This market
72%. 72% long. I mean, longs are getting paid today. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
Until
they are. They sure are.
Take a look at Topstep daily levels here. 56, 54 last trade. Just entered into zone 3. Yesterday's high 56.50. Just breached. Resistance 56.55. Courtesy of Coach Vince. Daily average true range 56.68. I see why everyone's targeting 68s now. I look at Topstep daily levels. Now you can see what everyone's talking about. Understand what the thought process is. Why these 68s are the target. Average true range resistance. Measure move, folks. Measure move. All right, what kind of pullback we'll be looking for? Any levels that you know how resistance turns to support, Hoag, so to speak. I know JD isn't a biggest fan of that. What resistance have we broken through that could potentially be support for perhaps getting in long?
The IB high.
Okay, what's that price?
In the S&P is 5646.75.
There we go.
In the NASDAQ, it's 19,685, but we're below that. So that creates a kind of a potential failed upside auction. But again, we have to stay patient. We got 6 minutes to see where the next 30-minute bar is going to open. Yeah. And they may be contrary. There may be contrary information in this, which makes it a little bit more challenging, if you will.
Whatever it is, I think we ought to watch our size because there are cross currents in terms of what we're looking at.
All right, 56.46 MP. We got a
kerfuffleation.
Price of interest 56.46. Keep an eye on that.
I've been doing when you catch my name and then you give me a price. I've been doing working one lots in those areas.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that a lot. It gets us in, alerts us. At the very least, we have some exposure. But 56.46, just a one lot. Again, Anne-Marie and Hoag say we got to wait about 6 more minutes. We can get that. We're looking. Okay, so Anne-Marie, we're in the next 6 minutes. What are we looking for? A confirmation or rejection of what? The failed upside auction.
So if you're looking for the failed upside auction, it's going to be a look above and then fail. That's what that auction is a look above and fail. I'm looking here at a quick snap short that can potentially turn into a long on the fade. So that's what you're seeing on my screen. But if we want to move forward and we look above and fail, we've got to hold our support zones. And I think that area at that 56.46 looks as good as any in the near term if we're, climbing this wall. It's the price action's really steep.
And that's the IB high.
Yeah.
56.46.
It pulled back to your 50s level. 56.50.
Yeah.
Yesterday's high. Yesterday's high. Pulled back to yesterday's high. Firmed up a bit.
Can we see any orders stacking in there at that 56.50?
46 is there's literally where 46s are. There's your 300 lots, 200 lots, 42s, 400.
Gotcha.
And this is, sorry guys, this is an ES.
Okay, we got 4 minutes till the top of the hour. Yes, we got 4 and 6 weeks auction in about 34 minutes. Typically not a market mover, but someone always keep an eye on it. All right, 56.51. We got the
We're going to get a lot of information when it turns 10 o'clock. We're going to get a lot of information on the hour and half hour changes.
Okay, so reading between the lines, are you saying, hey, just pump the brakes on clicking the mouse? What's my takeaway from what you're saying there?
Well, to look for any confirmation, you have to be patient. You have to wait.
Okay,
but
so
waiting for confirmation can cost you in trade location.
Right. Well, always the double-edged sword.
All right, NQ pulling off. Let's get these 46. All right, this is what they're looking for here. All right, we got a one lot. We got a one lot.
Do we still like it all? We're in on. I'm gonna get our position in here, but like,
Hoag, this is the moment of truth because the failed upside auction. We got 3 minutes to figure this out. We got.
Is this a failed? Oh shit! I have 30 on.
We don't. How many do we got?
All right.
Where's the stop? 30 from 47.
Long S&Ps?
Yeah, that's what you guys are looking
for.
Long S&Ps at the IB low, at the IB high.
I just let you guys know I don't have an out at this moment in time.
We don't. Where's the risk on this one?
Hey, Brooksy noticed something here.
I'm out of the position. I don't have an out.
What's Brooksy saying?
Dakota's 3-bar reversal forming on the ES at 56.49 needs a hold.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we definitely say everybody's looking at the same area that needs to hold. So
that is a 3-bar reversal.
What's MP updated position? What do we have? What do we have?
Zero position. I don't have an out. I'm not putting a position on if I don't have an out.
Oh, great. Okay, great.
I don't have. I had an entry. I had no out.
I thought we had 30 lot on.
Okay. We did, Dre. I'm not putting this. What part about this? I'm not putting on a. If we don't have a risk, I'm not putting the trade on.
There was a trade on though.
There was one on, and then I was waiting for an exit. This is serious, guys. I'm not upset. I'm just not going to risk firm money on just not having an exit. I don't think it's fair to the firm.
Yeah, for sure. I liked the 47 entry there. It looked really nice. And then, literally it might have been, I don't know, 37, 44 even. It's just, it looks super strong up there.
Yeah, it does. All right, Hoag, we got 1 minute till this 10 o'clock.
Look at anonymously saying ES bouncing off the value area high 56.45. Also, Mickey saying the floor is 56.44 to 40.
Yeah,
at your downside risk.
That's what I was about to say. Is pretty much the risk on the long was down around.
Yeah.
Let's call it 56.40.
There we go. 56.40 risk put in.
So maybe we'll be lucky and it'll come back and catch us. And we'll be
We are going to have a failed upside auction in the S&Ps. I mean, in the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ is already
There was a
showing
lot of
a
longs
failed
and
upside
tilt up
auction.
there.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any check boxes show up on the screen. Process.
All right.
We've left 2 single TPOs above the IB high in the S&Ps. If we get check marks, you got to take the long because it's cheap. Check marks.
Yeah, we had.
I don't see.
All right, we got 2 check marks for 56.46. We got risk of 56.40. Got 2 check marks. We were able to find the check marks.
Yeah.
We
Put them on the screen, guys. And update it. Put it on screen. Update the crying.
56.46. 2 check mark risk 56.40. Upside target 5668. Pushing higher here in the GC. Gold making new highs on the day. 25.55. Around the horn here. Take a look at crude. Go ahead.
Captain agrees. Our downside risk is 56.40.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, got couple.
I like that too.
Influence there.
I like it
Check
too.
marks of 56.46.
Coach Paul talking about a 2 ATR risk in the 5-minute bar. 2 ATR 16-point risk in the ES.
Okay.
Oh, that's big.
House got up 7,100 bucks on the day. One trade, one winner. All right, 2 check mark 5646. Stop 5640. Upside target 5668.
Yeah, I think the pullbacks will certainly give us a shot.
What the polls say about this?
Hoag failed upside auction confirmed or no in NQ?
In the NASDAQ, yes. Not in the S&Ps.
Lovely.
We've left single TPOs above the IB high. That's excess. It's only 2 ticks, but it's still excess.
Yes, it is.
Coach Paul's got a buy check.
3 check marks. 55646. 3 check mark. Cap. Wait, who'd you say, Eddie? Sorry. Who was that again?
Coach Paul.
Paul. Hey, throw it up in the chat here. Well, I guess we're still 5650s. Till 50-50. Yes,
I don't know if that failed upside auction in the NQ is going to actually hold. Right? Yeah. I think there's just, people are buying.
Yeah, they are.
They're buying it. Trend, momentum, all of it just very steep.
Up and away.
Steep, so I definitely would not be shorting the Qs right here. It was great for the, hey, take the first test of the prior day's high, and when it comes down into the support zone, get out. So really nice move from 694 to 650. But, now it's bouncing at that 650, which happens to be that midnight candlestick from yesterday's formation.
Yeah, this was one of those situations where, if we're going to take it, we got to be ready to take it, especially if the long for the S&Ps, because
El Toro check mark 5646. Yeah, we had them
when we let those single TPs. If those remain there, it's you got to try and get long somehow.
So
if those
this
remain
process
there,
we have right here, and with the crying possible house account long here. I'm working it here, 2 check boxes. That's what I want to see going forward. If I'm going to quarterback this on direction executing, that's what I want to see. I'm not seeing this.
Okay.
There's an entry at 46. I want to always hear, we as traders and guys that are trading always need to know our outs. So going forward, we'll have these posted on the Brian here. We're going to help you out. But one individual said, hey, I'm going to go to work unless you guys got a checkbox coming up. And I need to, put a trade on. So people are paying attention to this. I need to get just it organized. That's what I'm asking from all this. Not upset by any means, especially the management.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. A lot of times.
Drake, can I get an oorah from you?
I'm watching. I want to see if we're about to get these 46s. I hope we're working something here. Because we got 3 check marks on 46s, 5646. Oorah. I'll give you oorah when we buy 46s and sell 68s, my man. I'll be oorah up and down the street. Let's buy these 46s. 3 check marks. We got a risk of 5640. We got risk of, again, 3 check mark, 5, 6, 4, 6. Just got to get it. Come back. Come back, baby. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Come back.
Apple screaming, NVIDIA just flatlining, Amazon screaming, Tesla coming off its highs.
Slash talking about an iceberg sitting at 56.45.
56.45.
Interesting. Well, that would be good if they came in and took it right where we were sitting. That would be
Stops 40.
just fine.
If I was a questioning man, we talked about the upside auction failing, and we talked about how heavy the tilt was. Tilt right now is 70% short. 70% short.
3 check marks, 5, 6, 4, 6.
What's the delta?
Plus 22.
NASDAQ 2,400 positive, 400 positive in the S&Ps.
Okay, so nothing much going on, but
Well, I mean,
people who are short on the tilt are running against the. So it got pulled?
We're seeing hints of iceberg orders. Not big, but some accumulation up here. So that's how we've taken off a lot of those, a lot of the positive delta. I mean, we're back to flat in delta and we're on the highs. We've taken off a lot of positive delta, which could be accumulation of longs. And the, could be is the
NASDAQ short tilt 77.
Yep.
Bye, Mortimer.
Where's Mortimer going?
Bye, Mortimer.
All right, let's work these 46s. Let's get the risk of 40s. See if we can get these things.
Oh, one of the things here in chat, check this out. John Jones talking about, I don't know about the 56.68, 62 July 18th major high. This is when the high of the last day, Thursday, and we tagged it, then sold it. Jay also shorting here, 56.46. We get there.
46 shorts? Okay.
Look at some shorts here in chat.
Because it's
discrepancies.
That's a very counter trend.
Yes, it is.
Sort of going with the tilt.
It would be going with the tilt. Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, good call. Now, does this update anything? Because I just heard new information and I still see the same checkboxes. This is a question that we're building the plane in the air.
What size are you going in at that?
Well, we start with
What are
10.
you thinking? Okay.
We start with
gotcha.
10. Yeah.
Working 46s. 3 check mark 46s.
Do we have the 3? What just came in? Who are those folks from? And were they a part of the checkbox world?
They were not.
John Jones was.
John Jones is part of that checkbox?
In the chat.
I've got Captain. I got Emery, and I got IB High. Almost got him. Almost came to us. Almost got him. All right. While we wait, we'll see if these 46 is currently trading 56.50 right now. Robert, let's come on in with some hot streaks and some payouts. I hear we got a big number to talk about.
Ooh.
We do. Thank you very much. We'll be in and out of this real quick. If something transpires in the trade, cut me off and jump in that sucker. First thing up, we have our hot streaks. This is really good. We have Dilesh, we know, at the top of the poll right there again, the 37 days. Benjamin C at 30 days, but the last bottom 3 there, 3, 4, and 5, they switched around. We had a couple breaks in the street. We have Nabel coming up. This is an XFA. This is the only one that's a 150K XFA. 21 days on a hot streak. Carlos at 20 and Jamie E at 20. So there we go. There's our hot streaks. Let's flip over real quick over to our top 5 payouts. This is a good one. Talking about hot streaks, talking about hot payouts. Look at that hot payout at the top. $83,800 for a tool. Wow.
Good job.
Absolutely amazing.
Insane,
Josh right
dude.
behind with 45,000. Andres S 18.
Fantastic.
Goopy 17,460 and Ishmi Excuse me if I messed that name up. My apologies. 14,490. Stick around a little bit later on. I think Jack's going to jump in for all of our funded traders. But back to you. Back to these hot markets.
Pay
Oh,
off
hot
that
markets
mortgage.
indeed.
Oh, nice.
83 grand. What's the best car you could buy for 83 grand? You're up in the luxury stuff, right?
Volvo
Cherokee.
XC90 plug-in.
There you go.
Oh. You rattled that
The
on
best
market.
safety.
You have, Jet?
Isn't Volvo the
Very
best
safe.
safety?
You could buy an entry level Range Rover, maybe a Velar. You could get yourself like a Velar.
You know about Range Rovers?
I do.
Yeah,
I'm
oh
a
yeah.
fan of the Range Rover.
Yeah, so is Michael.
It's a big popular
Vehicle in your
here.
neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Probably get a good numbers matching 1966 Pontiac GTO with a tri-power 389 4-speed with that too as well.
Wow.
Hoag's love language. That's Hoag's love
In the
language. Right there.
garage, and you
Eddie,
don't want to drive
Bring the
it
sound
in
effect
case
in.
anybody
Bring that
gets
sound effect, the
paid.
Hoag sound effect on that one. Wow.
I got a 72 pin. I'll sell you for $300.
It does.
Still runs.
Oh yeah.
Oh man!
So
Man,
by the
that
way,
was such
MP,
an ugly vehicle. It was
Here you go,
so
Hoag.
Such an
ugly.
There it is.
Classic monster car.
Topstep exclusive. The reason
What?
I'm looking at Volvos and 7-seat cars, MP, is that my wife is currently pregnant with twins.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Twins.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations, Jack. Wow.
Jack, are you nervous?
Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness!
It's like, here's
Little
one.
defense.
Oh, by the way, here's two more. Boy,
you
you're
need a
over
plus
shot
now,
of women.
Jack. This is
Hell
going to
yeah.
be in a few years.
Everybody on? Good. Great. Right.
How
Wow.
old is the little man?
Right off to grandma's.
Little man is 2 right now. Well, he's about to turn 3 in October, but he's in for a
God, I
world
got
of
so-
change.
I got so jealous when I heard you say that. That is badass. Like, I would love to have twins. It's just
That's
like,
so exciting and absolutely nerve-wracking at the same time.
Wow, Jack, congratulations. My gosh. Breaking
I
exclusive
haven't told
on
Yeah.
HR
Topstep
yet,
TV.
but I got it in here first.
How's that for breaking news?
There you
That
go.
was
So
Amazing, Jack.
exciting.
Amazing, Jack.
put that down in the crawler. That's breaking news for sure.
100%.
Oh,
Jack, congratulations. Wow. Jack, looking for Volvos.
Volvo
for
is
this-
a nice, safe vehicle.
this- Yes.
It's a
Oh,
good
yeah.
vehicle.
We'll sell you our Yukon. You want to take our Yukon? Those are like driving
School
a
bus.
tank. Yeah.
I'll talk to you about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually,
You don't want You don't want it. There's so much stuff in between the seats, Jack.
the ultrasound tech said what they really want is to make a trade in the NASDAQ. So
Oh, do
Oh.
they? Jack. Oh, Jack. Oh, Jack. Oh, Jack. Oh,
Let's
God
see,
bless Jack.
It's so exciting.
They're texting you already.
Step up in the exam room.
Can you tell whether they're identical or fraternal yet?
they're fraternal.
Oh my
Makes a
goodness,
will.
that's,
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I don't know why we said they're all awesome, but
No,
yeah.
listen, for those of you that are identicals, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean any disrespect.
Uh-oh, Anne-Marie.
It's just
That's not
super easy taking care of them when they're fraternal. Because you
a
don't
couple
have to
identical
put
twins.
an X on the bottom of one of their feet. Oh,
Is that how they do it, Anne-Marie?
sometimes.
It could,
Yeah. I
you
wouldn't know
it'd
any
be
other.
easier. Could be easier, Ann. You just get two of everything.
Yeah, but then
Wait,
if one is Ben and the other is actually Joe, and you switch them around by the time they get home, I mean,
Ben
yeah,
Joe.
Look at all the twins in the chat. Look at all the twins in the chat.
Musicians.
Cool.
John Jones says,
Uh,
I
guys,
have
we're
twin
on our
daughters,
highs.
19 now. It's
Yeah.
completely worse than you can ever imagine.
Can't
what?
wait.
Oh,
Got the
Did
NASDAQ
John
tilt
give him
back
some
at
bad
75, kicking off the fence.
okay, so tilt buyers are back in here. They got flushed out on that pullback because it went down to. Remember, I said it was minus 70%, guys. I said minus 70% was trading 48, something like that. Dre was talking about the 46 entries with the 40 stop. This is S&P. This is S&P.
Dow about to make a new high.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anomaly is saying no sign of short just yet here.
Yep.
No.
So Hoag failed upside auction out the window at this point.
Well, the S&P is the upside
Never
auction
was.
is it never was. So we
It
left single
is,
TPOs. At that point, it's all longs. We were trying to get long. Maybe we were a little too cheap on our entry, but I mean, this is what you're looking at when you have an open above the initial balance and you leave single TPOs. That's excess below price. That's buyers. Those are buyers coming in, and we're seeing it continue. We tried to get in, maybe a little bit too cheap on the entry, but that's okay. There's going to be lots more opportunities. Now, we're watching the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ starts taking out those single TPOs that are the failed upside auction. That may be saying that that upside auction is not over yet, and it can continue to the upside.
Yeah. So here's a side question. So far, everybody's saying the 65, 67s. If it breaches there, what are they looking at? I see 72, but then, I mean.
You talking ES, Anne Marie?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, we still got that.
You're looking at that gap up there, Anne Marie, at 72.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about that prior. 68s, John has 65s. John has a level on his top step levels on Top Step X.
Should be the ATR.
So, yeah. So then there's that. I'll work one lot there just to put a line in the sand. Then you guys definitely need to have it be prepared on the outs. 68s. There's a 71 you said, Ann, right? We're going with zone.
72, 73.
Yeah.
But those are targets. Yeah. They're not entries. Right now the market's too strong.
Targets.
We don't want to fight this.
For sure.
See, we break these 60s here in ES. Knocking on the door.
Are we still? All right, here comes sellers coming in the NASDAQ.
Get a rotation here.
There's that failed upside auction, right?
Still high longs in the tilt.
Yep, tilt went from 74 off.
All right, we're breaking it now here. We're bought on the fence here in NASDAQ. Little change of pace, change of heart here. 53.47 NASDAQ, 53% long.
We still like
almost like which one's going to win? The failed upside auction in the NASDAQ or the continuation opportunity in the S&Ps? One of them's going to win.
Do we still like 46s? Do we still have, hey, Captain, IB high? I guess IB high isn't going to change. Captain, circling back to you, do you still like 46s in the ES on the check mark? I think we have 3 check marks for 46.
Floor up.
Thank you.
Captain, have you moved your floor up? What do you think of those?
That's the question.
At IB high in the S&Ps now for a long 46.75 area.
46.
I'd rather not see those TPOs get taken out.
56, 46.
No.
Whoever's ever
Here comes the 56.
Oh, you got to fire it in here too if we're talking.
Mickey's check mark is now gone. He says no. He doesn't like it.
Okay. Trade off.
That's just for one checkbox. There's 3 checkboxes that are sitting up.
Emery took hers off as well. IB high is all we got, Michael.
Then let's update the screen. Thank you, guys.
Live trader P&L update. Ooh, Rips hit some DLL. We got D down about $100. Nick for a tick up $1,800. Well done. Tiny trades up $170. Michael P, not this Michael P, different Michael P, up $4,900. Then we got Gorkum up $5,000. Faye H up $7,100. Wow, Chung, seen that name before, up $23,000. I'm going to butcher this way. Bajraj Preet up $7,200. Daniel A up $5,000, and Ben P up $7,000. A lot of green on the board today. Great to see. Thank you, Ben. Congratulations on the Series 3, Ben. All right, so we got all check marks pulled.
We have a check mark up there.
I ordered my study guide.
Ooh, Anne-Marie, are you excited?
I am, actually. I am.
You see, Ben just passed, right? Are you talking about study guide for
He's still
Series
with
3?
us, but he passed.
Yes,
Yes, Series 3.
Oh, Eddie. Eddie.
Ian, you're taking the 3. You're taking the 3? I love this.
I'm going to take it.
More. If I want Top Step to start the trend and I'm saying this like of like mass amount of people that are active traders that take the 3. Understand the foundation of which the game. It's like going to Kansas and reading the what is it, Dre? The rules of basketball.
The original rules of basketball.
The original rules of basketball. Rite of passage. Series 3. At Topstep, Ben, I don't know if you're paying attention, but he knows that yesterday I congratulated him in front of 150 employees in the chat, blah, blah, blah. And in there I go, and you're going to get a $1,500 congratulations, thank you from Topstep for passing the 3 bonus. And I then offered it up to every single person at Topstep. Would you like to go do this? Topstep will pay. It looks good on your resume if you're looking to jump from Topstep. It's okay. Okay. No, it's totally fine. We're a team. If you want to go to a different team, that's fine. It's going to help you out there. You're going to get $1,500 from Topstep. So these are all the team that's listening. And I share this in our Slack. Topstep wants to back you $1,500 bonus if you pass. It costs $140 to take. So it's like your little trading combine, but it's going to further your knowledge and pad your experience. 46
trade 40.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, I just saw that check marks are off of the 46.
Oh, there's that number.
No check mark, no check mark. The play was the fade, the tilt there. Now we got 75% short.
41 is the VWAP.
Yep, 78% short in the NASDAQ right here.
Captain's saying these 44s need to hold if we're looking for an upside.
44s need to. Hoag, remember we put the stop in at 56.40? 56.40. Would that be the new entry, perhaps? Would that be where
I like that question. That's a very good question, Andre. I like that.
I don't like
with
it
your
anymore
team.
Because we've taken out the single TPOs. We have the failed upside auction in the NASDAQ. The failed upside auction in the NASDAQ seems to be winning. We already have captain that says he says he kind of likes it. I mean, he likes it because it's cheap, but we got to get back above the initial balance relatively quickly.
IB high is 46.
Yeah. AJ
46.75.
Okay. While you're getting that, Dre, AJ, if you're before Discipline Dave, you get it. AJ, email TopstepTV@topstep.com. Say I want that damn laptop.
44 is the floor.
Perfect. Okay, so 44 right here, right now. What are we thinking?
Yes.
And we don't have any check boxes on anything yet. So, and we have no exit. So I'm not doing.
We have an upward VWAP. We just finished a brand new high. We just pulled back into that upward VWAP, and we're finding buyers sitting at that spot. So I don't know. Do we want to give it a 5-minute candle to hold, or do we want to? What do we?
Nope.
Do we want to see a bounce, or? I mean, if he says, "Hey," if Captain says, "Hey, it's got to hold," how do we know it's going to hold? What are we going to look at?
We do have single TPOs in the S&Ps between 56.40 and 56.41 half. 56.40 is the floor that the captain, or 56.44 is the floor that the captain has put in. So, if we can leave these single TPOs, I think that we're okay for the long. So our risk is anywhere below 40. 56.40.
56.40 is the risk. 56.40. 56.40.
Right.
What's the entry?
There's good and bad for everything. We still have that failed upside auction.
I got that. What's the entry? What's the
34? I think was the level.
Yeah. 44. One check mark, MP. One check mark. 44. Trade stop of 40.
Me too.
That's what Mickey was saying.
Two check mark. 56.
Yes,
44.
our good friend Coach Paul agrees.
3 check mark for 44. Damn, that escalated quickly. Paul, damn, Captain.
What are you doing,
44s.
What are we doing, Captain?
MP, we got 3 check marks for 44.
Oh, what's the old chat?
See what the captain, what else the captain has. Zerk likes the long. Coach Paul says good cheap trade.
All right, 44.
56.
Long.
It is. I mean, we're walking the VWAP. And the VWAP's
yes, we
up.
are. Upside target, we always got 68s out there.
Yep.
As
I
our
still have
northern
those
light. As our northern light.
I have those working.
So the captain says 44 he likes. Stop at 40. Target new high.
Boom. Let's hook up those 44s.
This
Also
would be
coming
a
up in
cheap.
5 minutes. London close, folks. London close in 5.
Love
Okay.
cheap trades.
That might give
George
us what we
says-
want.
George says VWAP gives it a check mark. I'm not sure we can. Well, that's. I think VWAP has played into why Anne-Marie, Captain, and Hoag have all given it. Or Paul have given it a check mark.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
VWAP
they
has
did.
played
They
into
did
it.
mention that. So George, that's good stuff.
Walking VWAP, I believe. Anne-Marie
Johnny,
said.
do
So
we
chat right
observe-
now. Chat right now does not count as a checkbox because we didn't get to the majority, right? We all decided it was 60-40 yesterday, right?
Got to be over 60, I think, to give the green light for a check.
Yeah,
right?
yesterday when we were
check.
all like, "Hey, chat, what's the majority?" I think you and I were on 60. If we're still 100% thinking that, which I want to stick to.
Look up these 44s.
Trading
What time?
plan.
We still got some announcements out there. We got some Series 3 action coming at you. We got hashtag Fast Marks. We got appreciation still on the way. Missed a thing or two, but we are locked and loaded on this house account trade right here on Topstep TV. You guys like what you're watching? You guys like the back and forth, real time trading in real time. It's not trading by committee, is it? MP, what do we call this?
We're team trading the house account.
Team trading the house. Click like, click
Yeah.
subscribe. 116,000 subscribers. Pretty impressive, man. Pretty impressive. Not Cristiano Ronaldo numbers, but we'll take the 116,000. We are very gracious.
Isn't that guy, doesn't he have the most Instagram followers in the world?
Henry, he started his own
Yep.
YouTube channel. 6 days later, he had 50 million subscribers. 6 days, 50 million subscribers.
I mean, you're moving a whole country.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 44s might be coming into
Literally.
play. It's incredible.
A country.
It's got to be a little weird. It's got to be a little weird. All right, poll results back.
One team member wondering if we were going to get this chance to get down there to get this. Looks like we're getting a nice little pullback here, though.
Come
Yeah,
back,
we might.
baby. Come back. I'm sorry. I love it. Come there, 44s.
Baby, come back.
Come back, 44s.
Only
Who's
50 million
saying that?
subscribers. About 2.6 billion people. About 1/3 of the world's population does not even have internet access.
So he's
There you go.
Lost Trader says Topstep is the Cristiano Ronaldo of prop firms.
We'll take a bow.
I'll take
for
it. Some
that.
people are going.
We'll
Some
take a
people
bow.
prefer you
Yeah.
say Messi. I'll
Yeah, I was gonna
take
say
that.
there's like one better. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a Ronaldo guy, but some people say Messi. But we appreciate Lost Trader. I know what you're trying to say. All right, we're still working these 44s in the ES.
Dang it, what did miss us by 5 ticks a second ago?
It traded 44s, I thought.
Today? Just a second ago?
Yeah, it spiked down there. Looks like some stops may have gone off.
I traded down to 43 just briefly.
Oh,
Lower than that, no?
but we
Well, if
didn't get a
believer
fill.
in you're a believer in the retest of prices, which I see it happen often.
All right. Hey, Gabe, can you just give me a recap? What's on the list, though? I know we got. We're gonna watch these. See if these 44s.
Well, if we're
Zerk
waiting
says
for
no
it-
need to rush it. Stay patient.
Yeah.
Cool.
If we're staying patient, what better way to do it than to flex our minds like Ben? Series
Hey.
3 time.
Ben.
Mine's scheduled.
Yep.
I might move it up. I'm feeling cocky.
Halloween.
All
All
right,
Halloween
first-
treat
No
for
way.
me.
First, I want to show we talked about the typos in these books, even in the good book. James, can you show that real quick? It's like, who is proofreading? It's like written by drunk floor traders.
Told you, man.
I
told you.
euros,
All
US
day.
dollars, and yes.
And yes.
Jack,
Yes.
I was studying and I was flipping out so much that my wife came in there like, "What's up?" And I'm like, "This says this price. It doesn't have this price. It's missing this." And it's just like I have it all marked up in my book that I sent to was it Alex or whatever? But Hoag, you said the same thing. Are you guys? Is that a Kaplan book?
No, this was the other one. This isn't even. Don't get me started on the Kaplan book. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, you put enough monkeys at typewriters, and they eventually come up with a Series 3 book with, I guess, some typos. All right, let's see
like
the
they were-
question.
It's like they were baked and they're just laughing, saying, let's mess with these people.
Hey, real quick here. Gold coming off some highs here. Sellers in control right now. Gold, watch.
Nice update. Thank you for keeping us posted on other markets, Eddie.
Speaking of other markets, a U.S. exporter negotiating a contract in Mexican pesos protects his currency risk by A, selling peso futures, B, buying peso futures, C, selling T-bill futures, or D, buying T-bill futures.
Exporter, EPIC. It's called EPIC. Exporters buy puts, importers buy calls. EPIC, EPIC.
Wait,
So if you think about it, I actually wrote that down in my hand going into the test. Swear to God. I wrote EPIC right here, and then I faded it out so I would remember it. I mean, like, you know, like,
did that question show
that's
up?
pretty good.
Exporters are buying puts; they're selling peso futures.
That's nice. I have A.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let's see it. If you buy in puts, you could also. Let's see the answer here.
Hey,
you could.
I'm ready.
Peso futures.
I'm gonna raw dog this thing.
Remember EPIC. It's a pretty good. It's a helpful one.
Exporters what? Exporters puts, importers calls.
Exporters buy puts, importers buy calls, and it's all to protect their currency typically. Because that's what you want to do is export, and what is it? Export. You're going to sell it, and you're going to take transaction. What is it? And your peso's gone way down. This is where you get paid in peso. The export. This is where it gets dicey. There's some questions around it.
I can flex my econ knowledge. Basically, it's when are you going to get the money, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if you're
whatever you do on delivery, is also supposed to be what you do as the answer. So on delivery, they would be selling. They were selling, right? Yeah. So this is a great section that I would pay attention to because this one was quite a few questions: importers, exporters, how they hedge, how you hedge your order. You know, they talk
currency
about
risk.
Currency risk.
That's how you hedge your currency risk.
We should write the book.
I was just thinking that, Anne.
Emery, you've written a book before.
I've written a couple of books.
Yes.
And this would be a great idea. We would be open to doing this with you on a partnership type basis where we could provide all the Topstep team can provide the questions that they recall, because really the whole books are about preparing you for the questions you get. I remember a couple of the questions and I can say around it, you know, blah, blah, blah. Or if we want to, you know, hey, can you remember this or that of certain sections of the book? And then we collect all those and you have a test. It's 125 questions. You know, like you have a study thing that you can give people. You have your study questions. You have your all that stuff. I know Jack kind of coaches this sort of from others. We would have our own content.
I think it's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're still working these 46s. Market's kind of in a bit of a holding pattern right now, but I think the check marks are still there. If anything does change, please update us. Captain, let us know if you want the check mark off, but we are working these 46s. Right? 46. Yeah, 44s. I take that back. We're working 44s. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, we got some announcements here on TopstepTV. What do we got, Eddie?
Yes, indeed. Talk about this daily loss limit that's been removed from our newly reset, newly opened trading combines, along with our newly opened express funded accounts. Now, this happened this past Sunday, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to give you more control over your trading. We're trying to give you flexibility to trade with more or less risk. We took a survey, and it looks like a lot of us that do have this option are sort of pulling back on the DLL that we gave you, which is good. Now, this is customizable, create more personalized trading experience, and it offers you more of a realistic trading environment without the guardrails. So instant access and your full maximum loss. So we're recommending that all traders do set this personal daily loss limit. We did do a poll. I think 70 plus said yes, they are using a personal daily loss limit. We can't tell you more that you really need to use this. But let's take a look here at my charts here. I'm going to move over the charts. If you're looking to set this personal daily loss limit, come over here all the way to the left, click on the gear or the flower or the kolachki, whatever you want to look at it, whatever you want to call it. and click on the risk settings. Okay, risk settings. This is where we're going to be able to set our levels, our numbers, our prices for what we want. Now, the first one you have here is our personal daily loss limit. Right now, we can set this. Now, I'm using this for my one lot 50K account. This is a 50K account I have where I'm only trading one lot. That is my commitment to this account. So I'm going to put something down here, maybe like $300. Okay, this is going to be my personal daily loss limit. Now, remember here, this is important here. PDLL action. The action means what are we going to do if we do hit that number? Well, here we're going to do a drop down here. We're going to do nothing. Are we going to liquidate? Or are we going to liquidate and block? Well, for me, I'm going to play it safe. If I'm not seeing the market well, trading one lots, I want to liquidate and block because I'll be getting myself ready for tomorrow's trade. Also, here we do have a personal profit target. Let's go 300 there also. I'm going to put 300 in. You know what? If I hit 300, that's my target. I'm walking away victorious on the day. I'm going to shut myself out there, liquidate and block. And don't forget that you need to save. Save it. And down here, you're going to see save settings, saved. And that is how you set your risk, your DLL, your PDLL, and your PDPT. So your profits.
That's small ball, Eddie. I like it. Small ball, 300 down, 300 up. That's exactly what I had when I got evaluated.
There you go. So that's how we do that. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are. I think that is it for right now. Yes, I think that's it for right now. But I'm going to pass it back to Andre. Andre, back to you, my friend.
Yeah, we could do. All right. Well, Eddie, since we got you here, if you want to do the rest of your announcements now, you can. Or unless you want to save it. But we got about 20 minutes left here on Fast Markets.
Okay.
And we got some appreciations.
Hey,
got some more stats. If you want to do them, we can do them now.
Let me run through this real quick. I know a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, let's do it, man.
Hey, I want to be on Topstep TV. We're inviting a lot of people that show progress, that show hard work ethics. You want to be one of those people? We're looking for traders that want to come on to Topstep TV, trade with us, share their story. Everyone's welcome to apply, from those just starting out, all right, to those in our live funded accounts, live funded traders. So if you want a shot at this, I'm going to put a link in the chat. I'll post it a few times. But if you're interested, not a commitment, interested, fill out the form and we'll get back to you. But otherwise, that's what I've got. And I'm going to pass it back to you again, Andre, with a nice cold beer. There you go.
Thank you, Eddie. Cheers, Eddie. Cheers. All right, we've seen oil sell off here. Oil just fell off about almost 90 cents here in the last 30 minutes or so. ES in a tight bit of a range right now. We are working those 44s. Take a look at the tilt. 60% short NQ. Nothing else really popping there.
We have three chat boxes down here. What did who are they from? Tilt's not one. I know that.
Mickey, I'm sorry. Another guy, Captain, was saying he was thinking about pulling his check mark on this, but he says, snap, here it comes. If it gets down there, it needs to pop off of there like it's sat on a thumbtack. I love that. I love it when he says that. So if we get a fill down there, it needs to go our way right away. He's saying.
I mean, it's already done that prior when it came down to 40 threes, and then popped up like
he says it's kind of snoozing. That's why he was thinking about pulling his check mark on this. It's just kind of hanging here.
It looks like they're chasing the price up a little bit, though, right? Because we went to 45 and some change, and then 46, and I think they're chasing. The price up.
Captain's saying, it's. He says, he was basically saying right now, I say we enjoy the profits we have already. Maybe a little bad timing on trying to get into this long. In other words, I think he's saying we may have missed it.
Yeah.
Especially
with the limited upside.
We got some top 10 leaderboards. We got total payouts stats as well.
I got those leaderboards if we're ready.
Yeah.
Oh, we're ready, Jack.
Bring it.
We're ready. We'll keep on this oil. Oil continues to sell off. Oil about $1.40 here in the last hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah,
So keep an eye on that.
Where did it get up to? It got up to
91,
76, 91. 77.10 was weekly kickoff high. It stopped just short of it.
So was this on the back of the nat gas numbers?
That gas came out about an hour and 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago.
We are seeing some sellers. Jack, come on in with crude. We're still working the 44s in the ES. If Captain does want us to remove the check mark, please let us know. Just confirm that we want to pull the check mark on the ES.
All right.
Go ahead, Jack.
So,
Captain,
Cooney,
do you want to pull the check mark?
we put out the captain signal. Cooney's eating a ribeye in North Carolina right now, so I'll do the top 10. Let's see numbers 6 through 10.
All right.
Here we go.
100,000? Everyone 100,000? No. Ooh, almost.
No. As a matter of fact, I don't want to punch a person when they're down, but unfortunately, Junior lost 25K yesterday in the XFA and dropped below 100K.
Oh,
thus, we do not have everyone above 100K at the moment. Nick Verdick, above 100K. Stephen P.
That's fantastic.
Shifting with the big day yesterday. Moves from 10 to 6. Sama is on the leaderboard from 22nd place to 7th. Awesome. All right, we got some movers when we go to the top 5 here, but Eddie, hit it.
The Zen philosopher Preshow once wrote, "A flute with no holes is not a flute, and a donut with no hole is Danish."
See it.
Holy smokes.
Whoa. Rafa.
Rafa's got that no-hole flute, and he is blowing on it. $338,000.
I'm crossing my fingers for him to get to the $1 million mark.
Yeah. He doubled the competition.
We want him to take his payout in one gold bar. He's now worth about $1 million. Atul with the huge day gets up to 157. Wuju from 4th to 3rd. Chung and Brian P. round out the top 5. Serious trading going on here.
Good stuff.
No kidding.
Doubled up twice as much as number 2. That's impressive.
I mean, wow.
And buy a house, good size house.
Where?
No, Nebraska.
I was gonna say, where?
Yeah.
Rob's moving to Omaha,
Florida.
baby.
Thank you, Jack. All right, we got about 15 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Hoag, did we? Hey, I see a 7 hard lot sitting up here. It might be the spread, bros. Hey, you got me again. Hoag, we got anything from Captain here on the check mark? Thumbs up, thumbs down on the 44s.
I mean, he was thinking about taking off his check mark, and then it started heading that way. He's kind of feeling like we may have just had a little bad timing or missed that opportunity for the time being. That's when Anne Marie was saying, it looks like they're kind of pushing price up a little bit here. So that I think would kind of force us into chasing. We've got 15 minutes left.
Yeah.
One of the things that was mentioned was, hey, let's just enjoy the profits and relax a little bit. And I don't see that that's a bad idea.
Plus, our last
I don't
candle
totally, I don't totally agree with. I don't totally agree with that. I don't.
Our last candle
I
high faded.
If you're going to put up
price action moving up,
if you're going to put up or get dinged for 29K, and we have one trade at 6,000, I don't believe in that philosophy. I just don't. So far, we've seen it. So far, we've seen the other ones that we missed.
I definitely get it.
Well, it's a trade by committee type process. So if our teams don't have the thumbs up and check marks to enter the trade, then we can't enter the trade. So
I just don't take that one opinion. It doesn't fit for your risk reward long term.
Yeah.
Well, we also have to take what the market gives us. We need a process
That's exactly
to get into
right.
these trades.
That's the big thing. right? Is the market really giving us that? If we
Yeah,
take a look at some 30-minute formations, they are
NASDAQ's been
really in
holding
a
that
wait
200
state.
session moving average on the 30-minute chart.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
3 hours. Okay. All right. Well, we got
A
a big
lot of
day in
wicks on the
store.
top there, though.
I
Yeah.
know.
Very wiki on those. On
Very
those.
wiki. Wiki.
I don't even think we would have been out. We had that 30 lot on that since we didn't have a stop. I covered. It was 46s, and that's been the low of this range.
I know it.
We would not have been out though. Like
We hit
All right,
41
well, I'm gonna go over-
just a little bit ago, but yeah, we definitely didn't get to 40.
What else we got out today? We got 7-year
Oh,
auction
no.
at high noon central. We got Bostic this afternoon during Power Hour. Bostic was speaking, but that's still a little bit down the road. Let's go over today's schedule real quick. Give you guys a couple seconds, throw up that graph. There it is, on demand. We saw opening calls. See the chat, the strike through, they call that opening call. We got fast markets currently. Then we got power players coming. Carlos P. If you guys missed the story of Carlos P. last time, he's the one whose trading buddy is his dad. It's a very, very cool story. We'll have him recap it a little bit like last time. We'll check back in with Carlos to see how things are going. Then we got shoulder tab Jack and Ben. Shout out to Ben again for getting the Series 3. Group coaching, Robert and Hoag. Let's get the form pinned to the top of the chat. I see. Get those questions lined up for Hoag and Robert. Then we got Marcus Stalking with D, followed by Power Hour with Francis Green, Jack and Hoag, and myself at the buzzer with J Coach Paul. Stay tuned. Action-packed day here on Top Step TV. But yeah, for after this, we got power players coming up. Carlos P. Make sure you check out that story. Very, very cool. Him and his dad, trading buddies. Both love Top Step. Both keep pushing each other. And Carlos had received some payouts. He got a $10,000 payout. He was super pumped about that.
The house account trades continue.
All get off together and work as one.
Sure, John Madden, RIP. House account continues to trade all day long, guys. So tune in. You'll be a part of this decision because we're going to ask chat, and then we'll put a poll. You like a check mark long here from blah, blah, blah. You can fade it. You can go with it. You can do nothing.
One Bluesman says, how about more top 10 traders as guests on Topstep TV? I can assure you, One Blues, that we have been reaching out. Some traders like to remain private, anonymous, stay off camera. I can assure you we do reach out to them. It's a two-way street. They need to consent, and if they don't, that is
Andre always
right.
Andre always taught me one thing as a line. Actually, he didn't teach me anything. It's just a line.
No shit.
Would you rather be? What was your line?
What's better than being rich and famous?
What was the line?
Being rich.
Would you rather be rich or famous? He's like rich.
Oh, what's better than being rich and famous? Just being rich.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
What's better than being rich? There. See, what's better than being rich and famous? Rich. I'm like, so that goes to the top. My point is the top 10, folks. And I'm just making a joke and rolling it into something. Blah blah blah. But maybe like they do get focused and they don't want attention. And there's other ones that thrive on it and rise up to it, like they're in a stadium quarterbacking. Super Bowl.
Yes, One Blue. I can assure you. Yeah. We do reach out to them all. Sometimes there's a language barrier. Sometimes they just prefer to remain low key and stick to their strategies, focus on trading areas. But of course, I can assure you we do reach out to them. But stay tuned. Carlos P. Very, very cool story. Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
That's great. Let's make it happen.
P private, PF. Can you talk about your check marks?
Where do you want to start, PF? Where would you like to start?
We've been talking about the check marks all day.
Where would you like to start, private PF? Check marks.
I'll summarize it. It's very, very simple. Okay. We ask levels team, look at tilt, we talk to the on-air talent guest that we have on here, and we pull the chat. Those are the 4 check marks that we get, and that we call it going around the horn. You're going to hear this a lot more. We're going to get your opinions. So then you're a part of this. We're all going to take ownership of this decision. If you chat, or let's just say here, if the levels team says checkbox, Anne Marie said, I don't think so, it would be checkbox. And then she says no, it would be no, nothing. And then we'll just get it so if however many stand still, tilt would be 1. And Andre goes around
them all up.
Yeah, we
Eddie's
put them all together.
Eddie's browsing everything on Discord. We have group in there as private. Hogan's
We've got
collection.
the planters, then we've got the waterers, and we got the harvesters, and then I feed it to Michael. Right, Michael? It's a farming. Is that how they do it?
And
The farm.
I guess I go with
water
the
it.
spear and hunt. I go hunting. Yeah.
And I pick them and I hand them over to Michael. He says, "Is this apple sour? Is this ripe?" Or
And then you sell
We
pesos.
reap what we sow.
You're selling pesos to hedge against currency risk from importing our apples.
What if I wasn't paying attention and Jack's doing the Series 3 question? I'm like, oh shit, I got to sell options.
Oh, damn it. All right. Hey, James, if you are ready, we didn't have time to get into hashtag fast market stuff yesterday. We did catch up with it in Power Hour yesterday. So we are current now with our hashtag fast markets submissions now. So James Harden, what do we got? Oh, thanks for the pumpkin spice latte again yesterday, James. Very tasty.
Yeah, you know what, Andre? You're welcome. You got it. They're delicious, and everyone who thinks that they're not, I see you. All right, Michael, you asked for check marks earlier. Here are some.
Oh, they
Bring it. I have no problem with what happened today. Yes, I need to know check mark.
Yeah.
There's a baby. There's a baby 1, 2, 3 that has a check mark. There's a baby 1, 2. I got it. I like it.
Baby.
We also saw some gems in the chat this morning,
Wow.
quoting The Office.
I thought that was Ari Gold from the Entourage.
And also,
Ivan, I see.
I saw that one. Send the laptop to Andre.
That was all earlier. That was just some fun from our chat. And before we jump into it, I got some really good news to share. Look what Deeyana got today. Deeyana will be on for Market Stalking with Dee at 1 p.m. And we're going to ask how good those dogs smell and which one has the collar. Moving on. Fast market content. Ronald H. Playing it safe. Got my $300 daily goal. Good trading,
Superb.
Ronald.
Superb.
From VWAP.master. Thank you, NQ, for the easy and chill trading day. Express funded account. Looks like you're locking it out. I don't know if you're locking it out, but 4.2K. Good.
That's
Good day.
lovely.
Nice.
Great day.
I'm going to go ahead and show the Carl Hungus one first because it's a good follow-up. But MP's passion project with his good buddy Andre. Top goat.
Okay, hilarious.
Hey, look at that. Hey, are those the goats? Are those the actual? No, these are real, man. I saw like a herd of goats on the side of one of these roads.
Yeah.
And they were just mowing down this.
They
field.
bring them all out to your pasture. You order them,
Yeah.
and they bring them out all out. Whatever you
Gnarly,
schedule
man.
it.
These goats ain't. They're not playing around.
And someone even
semi shows up.
sent in one. Yeah, one of
Bunch
our
of
viewers.
goats.
The goats came to our house and did an amazing job. So our viewers have a picture
Those
of
are
it in
little
action.
baby goats. Oh, look at those guys.
God, my
Look at the
goodness.
baby. Look at the baby goat.
Yeah.
I would definitely try and keep one and be like, I don't know, man. You should keep track of your goats. I don't know where it went.
There's a goat missing.
From Lost
Barbecue
Trader.
tomorrow, folks.
Oh, Eddie.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Thug Life, no. Hoag Life, yes. Killing them with kindness. This is from the house account trade yesterday during Power Hour. Called the ambulance, but not for me.
Hoag's fully Hoag.
Love it.
Okay,
That's what we got for your fast market content. Get those brains turning for Power Hour, and you can see your good content on this good screen. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. Yes. Stay tuned for Market Stalking with D a little bit. Let's find out how that dog perfume, how legit is it? Hey, Dow making new highs here. As we wrap up fast markets, we like to close out with the appreciations. But before we start with here, we've got the panel. We got Anne-Marie, we got Hoag, we got MP. I'm going to throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you guys and gals appreciative for on this Thursday or Friday, depending where you are on this planet? Let's throw it to the chat. I want to see what some of your appreciations are before we turn it over to the panel here. So go crazy for a second, chat. And then Anne-Marie, John, and MP start thinking about what you're appreciative for. And we'll see what the chat is first. Good health, command. Excellent answer. Excellent answer.
TV.
Kingpin, thank you.
I'm appreciative. I'm appreciative for good friendship. I have a couple other buddies out there that aren't on the show that I really, really have this
I hate
strong
you.
connection
I
with.
hate you. I
And a
hate you.
strong connection with, and I could be myself. I could be myself with them without
I
them
hate
flipping
you.
out on me. And
I
really,
hate you.
I can be vulnerable, and they support me. And I really appreciate all those guys that are out there.
I love you so much.
Clip it.
Were you guys reading in between the lines like I was there, folks? I was reading between the lines there.
His name is
I
Andre
don't know.
McNeil.
Yeah,
His name
thank you.
is
Anyways,
Andre.
thank you, Michael. Anne-Marie, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday?
You know what? I'm appreciative of the fact that no matter what happens, I'm solid with wherever I am. I have learned to be content in my space while still striving to be more. And that is, I think it was a very hard balance for me when I was young, but now I embrace it every day. I strive, but if it falls short, I go, all right, I'm going to stand up and go for it again. So yeah, that was hard for me when I was young, but now I'm good with it.
You're still young, Anne-Marie. That's very nice of you, Anne-Marie. Thank you so much.
I'm young at heart. I'm an 8-year-old.
Exactly. It's just a number.
That's
it's
my
just
husband.
A number, Anne-Marie. It really is. Your husband, who does not sit with his back to the entrance of a restaurant. I respect that move greatly. I'm going to throw it to Hoag. Hoag, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday?
I'm always appreciative of my God, my family, and my friends, and that includes all of you and everybody here at Topstep, everybody here in the chat. Blessings to you all. It's always a pleasure to spend time with all of you, and I'm just appreciating everything right now. Just happy to be here.
Awesome.
You're the best, Hoag.
I'm appreciative for the family that is Topstep and the Topstep community. Yeah, we bicker, we argue, but trust me, I can assure you guys we're all rowing in the same direction. We want to get this house account thing going, and we are. We are. It's 2 days now. Obviously, the trading day is not over, but we're starting to get the hang of this thing. We're doing it in real time. You're starting to see this is what trading is like. This is just the PG version. You should see if the camera's off. It can get a little bit uglier than that. It can get a little uglier. I'm sure you guys have seen fist fights on the floor before, right? This is nothing compared to what. This is nothing compared to And
then they're grabbing beers afterwards. Yeah, then they're going to grab drinks and lunch after. Swear to God.
Absolutely. So this is
not
just
healthy.
real.
It's not healthy, but it happens.
But it's healthy, right? But
Well,
yes,
it is healthy.
this is
Yeah.
this is trade, man. This is
Yeah,
competition.
I
This is like sports.
It's real.
We're striving,
Get
man. We're
behind
busting
that.
our ass. And I can tell you behind the scenes, like we're busting our ass to get this going. Like we got awesome people. We got the Hoags, we got the Anne-Maries, we got the captains, we got the chat team Eddies. I mean, this is raw shit you guys are watching here. So we guys truly greatly appreciate it. And speaking of that, we got more family coming up. Check on the other side as power players come up. Carlos, maybe his dad pops in. Hopefully he's around. But anyways, really appreciate it. We got power players coming up next. That was an amazing fast market session. We got more to come on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
Yeah, back by popular demand, the man in the middle, Carlos P, back in the house. You may remember him from 2 weeks ago, Carlos, but he's relatively new to Topstep. Well, I'll take that back. He's been with Topstep for about three and a half years, 8 years of trading experience. Trades with his father. Dad was a stock trader. Now they're both on the Topstep ship, and they are trading futures. Carlos is taking payouts too. So, Carlos, really quick, just give us a brief background for those who are still meeting you for the first time. Tell us about yourself briefly, and then we'll get to the trades.
Yeah, for sure. So, like Andre said, I've been with Topstep for about 30 years. My trading journey started about 8 years ago with stocks, but transferred over to futures. And just been really enjoying the program, really enjoying the Topstep experience. Being with Topstep for the past 3 years has definitely increased decreased my learning curve, right? Where it's made it easier, right? And my trading has become a lot better, quicker than it would separate from Topstep, right? And yeah, had a lot of ups and downs in the past 3 years, but I would say this is definitely my best year trading yet, where I was able to get my 2 payouts, one of 6K, one of 10K, and just been overall just really seeing the market better and trading better. Just still trying to find that consistency, 2 payouts is great, but definitely looking for more to close out the year.
Sweet.
Excellent. Yep.
Congratulations.
Dolby time. We got the house account
What's
open,
up?
baby. We got Carlos.
Yes, it is.
Carlos giving us levels. Yep. Eddie was telling me that Carlos likes to give us his levels a little bit. So we'll get those. Pull those. Currently, we got 73% long in the NQ right now. We did have a couple check marks for 56.44 in the ES. You see, we're currently trading 56.58. Those 44s were nice if you got them. But Dolby time. You said you're going to pull everything off the screen. We're going to start from scratch. So let's do it. Let's do the Dolby style approach to how we look from a top-down approach on. And let's do ES. We're sticking with the ES today.
We like the ES trade. It moves a little bit slower. We can trade size in it if we want to. I feel like it'll be it's a market that we can talk about while we're in a trade because it moves slow enough to be able to have a conversation, let's say.
Yeah, I was looking at the ES earlier as well. And yeah, like Andre said, I had called out earlier, at the 44s, the point of control was down there at the time and we were bouncing off of it. And it was definitely the play there if we were able to get in. Now we're at the highs, so it's kind of difficult to say, buy up here, and it's also difficult to say the short up here, right? Because we've just been kind of growing legs all day. But I would say if it comes back into the value area range, then we can maybe have a buying opportunity.
Sweet. Do you have any levels that you like?
Yeah, start pulling those.
Well, value area high right now is at 5,654. And you can see there's some kind of there was some price action there. It rejected there earlier, then blasted through, came back down. So it is kind of close to price where I wouldn't necessarily say just that would be a buy, but definitely is a level to look at. If we do see some type of bounce, which can definitely happen, then that can definitely be a signal to buy. The next level after that would be the point of control, which is at 5,650, and it's kind of been there for a bit now.
5,650. Okay.
Yep.
So downside stuff. Okay.
Yes, that's there's a lot of congestion there. So again, it's just more so wait and see for me. On my chart, we have the 21 EMA kind of in line right now with where the price action is going, where it kind of just is slightly bouncing off of it. So I would say if we kind of come down there and it's not too strong of a move down, that could also be a buy.
Okay.
But unfortunately, kind of where we're at right now, I wouldn't say to get in anything just yet.
So you're looking for a pullback, basically.
Yeah,
56,
yeah.
50.
The shorts have been difficult to call. I say that although today I made my money short, but definitely was it was definitely a buying type of day today.
Sweet. So you're looking for pullbacks basically to get long.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And then let's ask chat if we can maybe get a poll up. Is chat bullish or bearish? And then kind of based on their response plus what we have in Discord, we'll try to see if we can get a direction down. If we get a direction down, then we can start talking prices. And if we can talk prices, and we can talk sizing. If we can talk sizing, we can talk risk management. And so on and
I will
so forth.
say I will say the ES is making new highs today, right? But the NQ still hasn't been able to make a new high since about 1050, right? So right now on the NQ, we're approaching value area high, and we've pretty much rejected it 3 times here. And one of the times that we broke out, we came right back to it. So if the NQ still can't find buyers above the value area high and kind of push this past and make a new high, then we can assume that the ES, right, may follow suit to kind of come down. But I mean, you know, in the day with how strong the market has been,
it's
and
just
they're not
grinding
fully
here.
aligned. Yeah, they're not fully aligned, so it's the entries. You got to be really careful with your entries here.
Okay, so
something to look at.
Yeah, what targets do we have to the upside for ES? So if we can, maybe we start looking at shorts if you think we can scalp something.
A couple targets. We have 4 check marks. Literally 4. This is for fast markets now. Could change.
4. Okay.
We have 4 check marks for 56.68. 56.68 is an upside target. 4 check marks. Very, very strong conviction that we're going to go to 68. And above that, we got upside target for 72. It's just a price. It's just a target. I just know people want a target. I know where it's coming from. If you look at Topstep daily levels, 68 is it's the average true range resistance. So it's just a measured move to 68s.
Gotcha.
I know MP was executing the house account. He had a 1 lot offer in there just to trigger as an alert, so to speak. So we do have that. We are about 9 points away. 8 points away now from 56.68 upside target.
Area of interest, if you will.
Yeah, it is. That 68 level is the opening high of on 826. I think that's what, Monday, right? So if we do break above that, then yeah, there's definitely, we can go much higher than that. And I mean, looking at kind of how it's working out, I mean, it seems like we're gonna get there, right?
It does. We're about 7 points away from 56.68. Now the question remains: with that being a target, targets don't necessarily mean resistance, do they, Dolby? Targets just means it's the true measure. It's a measured move based on the average true range. I don't think that necessarily means a short per se. If we do, but like Carlos said, Carlos made his money to the downside today, and we're in an uptrend market, so it can be done.
Yeah, it definitely can be done. It definitely
Where's the
can
risk?
be done. I think that's a really good question. I think it would be pretty tight, to be honest, or maybe we wait for it to kind of see if it gets a little bit range bound up at like 56.68, see if price starts consolidating and maybe a short appears, or maybe it shoots up and just shoots right back down again. It would be probably an order that I would want like limit orders in just to have there, and then set like a relatively tight stop behind it. So maybe like buy a range between, or sell a range between like 68 and like 74, and then see if we can get a rejection back down below. I think we actually had that trade set up. I think MP had something very similar set up, actually.
Yeah, definitely for me, I would definitely have to see what the price action is doing around there. I mean, if we get an extremely strong push up and we blow past it, then obviously I wouldn't, per se get in like that. But if we do see some consolidation, if we do see that it's struggling to get past it or whatever, then yeah, I do like to look at it as a zone and not necessarily just that strict level there.
Yeah.
I think it helps us get better entries.
And it's a little awkward for a long right now, for sure.
It is. It's expensive. Given the days, I mean, YM just strong like bull. Are these new? These gotta be air horn. I think this is all air horn for YM right now. You like?
Where's Nick when you need him?
Yeah, where's Nick when you need him? I think all these prices in the Dow minis are air horn. Again, we are targeting 56.68 upside. Look at some liquidity here on the S&P ladder. Not too much offer. Just about a 70 lot offer. Hey,
there we go.
Yeah. Hey, we see, look at the tilt here. We got 74% long in the NQ. We've seen mostly a long bias in the NQ. Long's been getting paid today. So that's the tilt that we're seeing here in real time. You can only get the tilt in real time on Topstep X. But if you look at the top of the screen right here, across the scroll, you'll see we have brought back the tilt. But again, as it says there in the big yellow highlight sticky, tilt data delayed 10 minutes on the stream. Real time tilt. Use Topstep X, like we just said. Looking at my Topstep X, you'll see the NASDAQ long 70%. Long 70%.
Yeah, and also with that number and looking at what's happening right now, we pretty much rejected all value area high again. We opened a little bit above it, pushed about a few points, like 5-6 points, and we're back under it on the NQ. That's now the 4th time that's happened. So definitely something to look at on the downside then.
Ooh.
For
right, is this the pullback? Is this the pullback? If we want to get long, can we get the check marks? Get long here. Carlos, you like the 5650s. We're trading 5657 right now.
Point of control. Yeah, that's point of control. So I mean, if we get down there in one candle, that's a little concerning to me. I wouldn't necessarily trigger a long just yet. I would have to see what it does in the next candle. It just depends on how big this move down is, right? We've been
on what time frame?
I'm on a 5-minute time frame right now.
5 minute. Okay, so you're saying if this current candle gets down to what you say 5650, or you're like go on it. Okay, word.
Yeah, I mean, I would just I wouldn't just put a buy order there, right? I would want to see what happens with price once we get to that level.
Cool.
Because point of control can work as a resistance or support, but it can also signify chop, right? So if we get down there, we very well can do what it did earlier in the day, where we just chopped around that price level. So you don't want to get trapped in a spot where you bought at point of control and then it kind of just chops around your buy for 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, during that time, we've actually seen the tilt come down about 4 or 5%. It was 58% long. Now it's down to 54%. So it looks like there was some price. Some traders were definitely moving their positions a little bit on that down move. So I'm kind of curious to see if maybe the bulls got spooked and maybe they're going to pull back on price a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think it was expected. I think when you see the ES making new highs, but slowing down, the NQ isn't really able to. People at least decide to take some profit, right, and maybe look to re-enter at a lower price.
Okay, cool.
So yeah,
look at all these check marks, man. We got check marks in the lower right hand corner of the screen. We got check marks on the Chiron, man. There are check marks plenty today, Carlos. We got. We got to. We got the check marks 56. Hey,
have levels. Get some levels from chat for ES here. I guess really anything between like 45 and 60 would be interesting. But want to know the why though. That's the important part. Why the level?
Why the level indeed? Well, we got 50. We got a check mark for a long 5650. The upside target of 5650 or 5668. 650 on upside.
Blue Boy D says sound analysis, Carlos.
Oh, Blue Boy likes you. Carlos, after we'll keep an eye on Dolby Time. I think we got a check mark for 50, so we got to pull back to 50.
I mean, it's like 51 is tilt long average, and then I think that volume point of control by Carlos is pretty interesting as well.
Yeah, right at that level.
It just depends how bullish we are, right? If we're like really bullish, then we have to get on probably a smaller time frame to make a case to start scaling in. Like if we really thought that we were going to get higher lows here or stair step higher, and that'd be you have to be very, very bullish, I think, to get in here. But doesn't mean you can't.
Yeah.
So I think this pullback is a little bit more interesting.
Now we do have the 21 EMA also overlapping with the point of control. And
put
if
that
you
up
see
there
previously,
as well.
that's been support. So with both levels now overlapping, that could be a good sign for a buy. Again, I just want to see how strong of a move down we get once we get down there.
It's also where our tilt long average is for NASDAQ. So it is possible that maybe if people have their stops set at break even, that the market might come down to about 51 or 52, maybe make a run for those stops where all of our traders are sitting at, and then maybe kind of make that push for 56, 68. So we can put some orders in though.
Let's do that. Let's do 50. We got one check mark for a pullback to 56.50 if we get there. Again, we're not going to chase. We are going to let the market come to us. Let's do a poll in the chat. ES, if market pulls back to 56.50. Dolby, you do this. What's the best way to word this thing? If ES,
I would say, like, would you accumulate longs between 56.50 and 56.52? Or we could say 49.
Thank you.
Now, what contract size would you be using? Just one per level, or are we looking to do more?
Yeah. No, I mean, we can do up to 30, but we would fan out the orders probably. So maybe do like sets of 5 or probably sets of 5s.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
And
just
also,
didn't know
we
how
have
heavy
to.
you wanted to go on this, but yeah.
I've got our risk being around 56.44 based on previous trades that we're looking for entries that we're looking to get into. We can obviously run that
44s,
by the
okay.
chat.
Yeah,
44s if
I
we
agree
get
with
there.
That works.
44.
Yeah.
Carlos likes that 44.
Yeah.
56.44. Okay, so we got a trade idea here. 44 risk.
Yeah, 50 looks
Now,
pretty
just
good.
in the immediate terms, what I don't like about what's happening for buys, granted, I mean, it's good for us if it comes down to our level, but it's opening green and now it's struggling at value or high to get above, and it's looking like it may reverse red. So if it does that, obviously it's going to come down now, again, depending on how strong of a move down you get. You know, if we touch on this candle, still wouldn't immediately jump in. I would have to see some type of buying come in or just wait to the next candle for an entry.
Yeah, I have that. What is this? 56.59 is bottom of range of the last like high that we made. So it's the low of the highest range we have on the 1 minute. So sometimes those like really aggressive longs at 56.59, once they take that heat, when they don't get that momentum, might turn into sellers right at 56.59 if they bought that pullback. But let's wait and see.
Yeah.
But I would agree with you. If we don't break that, then yeah, we might end up getting this pullback all the way down to volume point of control. Maybe we can get long. So let's see if that holds.
Right, we'll do. All right, hey, Carlos, so while we want to see how this develops in these markets, since your last appearance, I'm sure you've spoken with your father. I bet your dad's watching right now. What,
He
what
should be in chat this time.
Is he in chat?
Where is he in
say hi
chat?
to Carlos's.
He
Say hi
should
to
be,
Carlos's dad, everybody. Say hi, Carlos's dad. Carlos, how'd it go with your dad? What was your dad's thoughts, his takes, his feelings about how your appearance went here on Topstep TV on Power Players?
Yeah, I mean, he was extremely proud. You know, he's heard me talk about it nonstop for months on end, right? Not only with my futures trading, which then when Topstep TV happened, I told him to start. I want to be on Topstep TV. I will be on there to talk about my trading. So he knows from the start. He's been with me since from the start to see it and to finally see it happen. I mean, he was probably more happy than me, to be honest. I mean, he was very happy, very proud. And then it's like it sparked the conversation of all right, well, when the next time happens, you can do this, and we could talk about this, and then I even mentioned doing things with him. So it sparked that interest in him too, man. I mean,
Dad wants some airtime, huh?
Dad Carlos's dad. This is a safe space.
Yeah.
Come on down.
To Carlos' dad, you have an invitation to join your son here. I'm sure the people would love to see that. We have a million questions to ask Dad and even Mom if she would be so kind to join us. We'd love to hear it from Mom's perspective. What she thinks about the boys. Staring at charts for hours on end. Last time you told us 2 a.m. You guys are still looking at charts. You gotta love it. But,
that's the dedication you need, right?
100%.
But yeah, I mean, it fired him up for all this. I mean, the next day he was hammering away at the markets, So, he was happy. He was happy.
Awesome. Love to hear that. All right, taking a look around here. Look at the tilt. 74% long in the YM as YM continues just to keep pushing higher, making new highs.
Yeah.
Again, we have
really starting to get to break even here, Dre. We're down to 53.47 in the ES tilt.
What price?
And starting to that average is starting to come up quite a bit. So we're up like 2 points. So I wonder if a lot of them are starting to get flat. So now we have more shorter term buyers in the ES, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, they're just pushing this thing higher, man. They're not letting it come down. They're buying every red candle.
I mean, does anyone in chat like the megaphone short in ES? If you go to the 4 hour, you can draw some higher highs and some lower lows. One of the least desirable formations, one of the hardest to trade, but it could be setting up again.
Yeah,
so I mean, like a run of 56.68.
I mean, to get short here, I mean, I would see you can keep it relatively cheap, and at least for me, where I would just get out at new highs. If we broke new highs, then to me, I would just get out. If you short here, you could get a quick scalp. That's kind of how my trade went this morning, so it's definitely possible. You just gotta keep risk tight, and I wouldn't be in the trade for that long.
Yeah, if we were going to take shorts right now, I would have wanted to talk about it like 10 minutes ago so we could get like, a really, really good price. But there is an argument there. Actually, chat, we could talk about shorts if someone wants to make a bull case for taking shorts right here. I would love to hear it.
659 last trade. Yes. Tilt, like Dobie said, it did flatten out there. Let's see about 72%, 78% flattened out. Of a holding pattern. All right, Carlos, you said you want to come here. You and your dad were chopping up, saying this is what we're going to talk about next when you're on Power Players. What are we going to talk about next, Carlos?
Well, some stuff I would obviously want to keep under wraps for him when he gets here, but I was more so sharing, I guess, with my experience with trading this past week.
Let's hear it.
I've been in the levels chat since my last Power Players appearance, and I would say being in the levels chat has definitely helped my trading this past week in the sense of being more confident in my strategy. Right? At first, obviously, it was a little intimidating to join a chat where there's a lot of funded traders. There's a lot of traders that have been in the business for a long time that pretty much are all better than you, right? It definitely is a little intimidating, right? But for
who's the most intimidating in the levels?
Yeah, who's the most intimidating? Who is that? Who's in that levels chat? Call them out.
No, I wouldn't say anyone individually. Just the idea of all these traders are in the level chat for a reason, right? And so me being the new guy, and it's like you kind of feel that intimidation of like you gotta earn your spot here, right? Everyone here, that has been giving levels and stuff, they're here for a reason. Now you got to show why you're here, right? So definitely, what I was gonna say, following up with that, no one necessarily made me feel that way, right? Where the chat has been super welcoming. It's been a fun experience for me, and like I said, to hear your name called out on TopstepTV, making a call and then it actually playing out. The way you called it, I think reinforces in your own mind, right, that you know what you're doing, your strategy works, and it's definitely a reassuring feeling, right? But there's the flip side to that, right? So this is kind of share, what's happened, in the past week, and this is me being super transparent, super vulnerable, because no one likes to share losses, no one likes to share, moments where they struggle, but it's definitely necessary in the world of trading, and to relate to other people out there, to show that even people who get payouts, even people that can be on TopstepTV can also experience losses and all that. So for me, I ended the week last week on a fresh funded account. I had an $8,000 Friday. I was able to make $8,000, and I felt coming into this week, I'm like I actually had 2 funded accounts, so I was gonna I'm like I'm already thinking I'm gonna go hard this week. I have 2 funded accounts. Let's do this, right? And it was then just a weird experience where I'm typing in the levels chat where I see things happening and they're playing out the way I'm, with what I'm saying, with what I'm seeing, and I'm just not taking the entries, right? And I started to just hesitate for whatever reason. I think just it being a fresh trading week, kind of brought that hesitation. And it was like I'm calling out an entry. I don't take it when I call it out. It starts to work. So after I see it working, I get in much later. But now the move has kind of happened, or I just got a bad fill, right? Where now I have, to stay in with a lot of drawdown, and I can't do that, right? And, that just kind of kept happening this past 3 days, where I felt like I was seeing the market good and still wasn't taking the trades I needed to take, right? And, these past 3 days, I ended up blowing that funded account, right? That started out with $8,000 on Friday, a great day for me, over 3 days, basically just with bad trading and, hesitating on my strategy, even though I'm seeing the market correctly, I ended up losing that account, right? So, it's something that, I've reflected on, and, I was able to bounce back today, right? In several combines, I was able to max out 2 or 3 combines for the day, right? So in combines, I'm up a little over $10,000 today. But,
nice.
It was just, reflecting back and seeing, how at each moment, I could go back in the Discord and see, different plays I called out that ended up working, and I just didn't take the trade when I should have taken it. And it's like, I told myself, the Discord is helping you, right? See the markets and really focus and hone in on your strategy. You just need to do the other part, right? The execution, right? And trusting in your strategy, trusting in your trade, and actually taking what you're calling out, right? Because you're calling it out and it's happening, but you're just not taking it. And because you're not taking it, you get frustrated. Now you're taking trades you shouldn't take, right? And it kind of just is a downward spiral at that point, right? So, it's just something I want to share. I mean, trading, you have very high highs and then you can immediately go down to your lows, right? But one thing I learned in trading is, like a chart, right? Like the NQ chart, the ES chart, success isn't a straight line. I mean, look at the charts today and kind of see, right? There are peaks, there are lows, right? But you end up building your way up past your highs, right? And that's the goal as a trader, So, me having a good day on Friday, as much as it was great, now it kind of doesn't matter anymore, right? Because now I'm kind of back down to my lows. But, what I always like to say is, the best traders and the people that, actually know what they're doing in trading and, people look up to, they're not the traders that constantly win and only show their wins and really never show losses or never admit to losses, right? The best traders and the ones that actually have that impact, right, on the community, the best traders are the ones that can have their highs, right, but also have their lows, but go from their lows and then go and surpass what was previously their limit, right? So, for me, right now, being where I'm at right now, I know I can get a payout. I've done it twice before. I can do it, right? I had a great day on Friday where I was able to make $8,000, and now I'm at a point where I'm back down to square one. And it's like, what are you going to do, right? I could sit here and complain. I can sit here and cry about it, right? But instead, what I did was I woke up today, turned the charts on, went in the Discord, continued to give my levels as confidently as I could, and I was able to bounce back in my combines and, make a little over 10 grand in combines. Now, what's my goal now? Okay, I was able to reverse the past 3 days that I have had negative days. Now it's about finding that consistency, right? So finding, mentally for me where I can continue to trade like this, right? Where I'm able to then get another funded account and start the next week off with a fresh mindset and, really attack the markets and trust that my strategy works the way I've seen it to work, right? And like I said, I mean, that's something I can thank the Discord chat for, right?
Nice about that. Actually,
it's helped me see that.
Yeah, the Discord chat's great, man.
Carlos, Discord chat, and you might be. Lo and behold, did you know you're talking to the guy that started the Discord community on Topstep? Did you know that, Carlos?
No,
that's him.
Yep.
Right there.
From 0 to 70 something thousand, I think. I don't know, a hell of a lot, 70,000 something. But shout out to Trenton for carrying the banner that is Discord. He is the current admin. He's been running the Discord recently, man.
Oh,
He's awesome. Shout out to Trenton.
So Dolby time, I want to ask you. So Carlos was talking about the levels chat in Discord. Tell us about Discord. Tell us about that levels community, because no one knows it better than probably you, Dolby. So tell us what's going on over there in levels in Discord.
Yeah, so the levels team is essentially by invite only. So if you get to be, I think, like a funded trader or at least funded minimum, paid out, preferred, but we want the best of the best, kind of providing levels to the house account. So if you are interested in doing that, you can reach out to Hoag, Eddie, myself, and we can get you access to the Discord. And other than that, Trading Buddies is great, and we also have all the pits as well. So for each market, there are channels, and also really big foreign language community as well. So if English is your second language, there's a really, really good chance that there is a channel in there with people who speak your language. So even international, it's great, and it's 24/7. It never closes. There's always people talking about trading in there, which is amazing.
3 in the morning. 3 in the morning, you'll find someone to rap with about trading.
Yeah, getting that started was pretty fun.
The Discord is great, man. It's definitely a great resource. I mean, even before being in the levels chat, I was in the Discord and was constantly looking at the different chat rooms. It's cool just to have a sense of community, right? And I have never had a problem with people in the Discord. I've never, everyone in there is very chill, very cool, with the same mindset, right? And the same goal of trying to make it in trading, right? And better themselves as traders. So definitely highly suggest, if you're not in the Discord, click on the link, join the Discord, and get active. If you don't have a trading buddy, you can definitely find one in there.
Definitely. There are people there. It's the closest thing to TS Tinder I could make. TS Tinder is definitely my preferred method, but we're not there yet.
That is Dolby's brainchild. One day we'll get that off the ground.
One day.
I mean, maybe our community's just got to get a little bigger. We got 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, 80,000 in the Discord. Maybe when we get to 500,000, we can start up that TS Tinder. But yes, one day
that'd be fun.
We will be able to swipe right or swipe left on potential trading buddies.
And real quick as well, going back to Trenton, just want to give him his flowers as well, because like you guys said, he's awesome. You know,
yeah, he is.
With the support struggles that have kind of recently happened with Topstep and all that, and they're getting much better now. But he definitely helped in the Discord kind of keep things under wraps. And I know for me, he's helped me personally many times, whether I had, you know, issues with resets or new combines, whatever it was. He came through for me on a personal level. So I just, you know, shout out to him. He's definitely a cool guy. And I know he gets a lot of problems in the Discord. So he does what he has to do.
Oh, it's where I was born and raised, Carlos, in the Discord trenches.
Yes.
Remember the Great Wipening vividly. Total chaos. Total chaos.
Yes, indeed. All right, taking a look. Let's do around the world here, around the horn in the markets. It's a bit of a holding pattern. About 23 minutes. We do have a 7-year auction, high noon Central Time. Again, 23 minutes, 7-year auction. Then this afternoon during Power Hour, Bostic will be speaking. So we'll keep an eye on that. But let's take a look around here. Last trade in the NQ 19,671. High of the day 19,693. It's about 20 points off the highs there. Looking at the gold. GC last trade 25.56. High of the day 25.59. Looking at the crude oil. On the heels of that Iraq production cut headlines, we did pop all the way up to $76.91. We have pulled back to about $75.71, which also happens to be VWAP, anchored to the overnight session. Then we got the YM making new all-time highs earlier today. That all-time highs of 41,659. Get your air horns out full. Yeah, thank you. There's your air horn. Give it out for the Dow, the YM. And last but not least, ES, shop around the highs here. High of the day, 56.62. Last trade, 56.60. Yep. So just to recap really nice our trade, we do have. Yes, we are, Dolby. This would be a short if I'm learning right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also, we're still rejecting on the.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still rejecting on the NQ value or a high again. I mean, it keeps happening, but we are making higher lows. So, I mean, still a no trade zone, but I could see a breakout, honestly, in either direction at this point. I mean, it's moving slow enough where we can just slow grind up and kind of slowly move up. Or if buyers get tired enough, it's like you can see this thing fly down and kind of come back to point of control here.
Trey, is that a R&B song? Slow grind?
It definitely sounds like one. I'm sure you can find those lyrics in many.
I was going to say, if it's not one now, it definitely will be
a famous one. Maybe chat knows. I could have swore it was like a famous,
like a genuine, maybe genuine. Yeah,
like
genuine.
Slow Ride by Foghat, maybe.
Yeah, slow. Yeah, no, slow grind. Yes, Pretty Ricky.
Pretty Ricky. There it is. Okay, I'm not crazy.
Yeah. Yes, there you go. Slow. Dude, our chat rules, man. Chat all over it.
They know everything. Who needs Chat GPT when you have chat itself?
Exactly. We have real brains, not that artificial intelligence. We have real intelligence around here.
That is right.
So, all right, Dolby, let's look at the upper end of this ES range. You do have a couple check marks to a target of 56.68. As we dip a toe in the water for a short there, if we get there,
we could try.
We have to see how
try longs. Its 5-minute range is really good.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to try to
define risk,
if we want to try to buy now on ES, I would just say buying at value area high, keeping it cheap. Where if it just breaks below and makes new lows, you get out.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's been bouncing off of value area high in ES now. So, you know, you could take that trade. You know, we have higher lows, take the trade and hope for, you know, a breakout or at least just to get back up to these highs here. And if you see it struggle, then take whatever profit you have. But to be honest, I mean, at this point, it would either way, I would be scalping. I would not be holding for an extended period of time.
Yeah. Like risk 4 to make 8 or something.
Yeah, just something pretty tight.
Yeah.
Because I do feel like if we break out in either direction, it will fly. It will not. It won't be that slow.
It's these higher lows, right? This is what's kind of keeping us on the sideline for shorts, at least for you. It's these almost 1 minute or even a 5 minute. Yeah, I see that. I don't try to mess against that trend either. It's not really worth it unless we got up to like 56, 60. Yeah, so if we're doing higher lows and higher highs, or like let's just say higher lows up until like a major level, then there is a possibility that it would I think reverse on it. But since we're kind of in the middle of a range and there's a target close by, to me the higher lows means we're trying to stretch up and get there. Not because we're not really in an area of like a lot of interest. At least in
I mean, like
it's
what we're
such
seeing
a
right
juicy
now.
target. It's so close.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing right now, the NQ is pulling the ES down again. It rejected again. It's now trying to go below value area high. NQ is red. ES is green. They're both trying to pull
rips.
Yep.
In our Slack, we're talking about perhaps making a case for the short. Well, it's a cheap trade, high of the day, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that makes way more sense. I'd be willing for that to take. I think to take that risk at a short there makes a lot more sense because the risk is so much better defined at 56.68 versus right here because we're only 6 points away from hitting a level that's on everyone's radar right now.
Yep.
Correct. But are we going counter trend? I guess that's obviously that's $1 million question.
Well,
Obviously, we're going counter trend.
Here's the thing: you can make the argument that it's not counter trend, but it also depends what time frame you're looking at, right? So here's the daily.
True. Very true.
Here's the daily. So I mean, you could make a really convincing argument for shorts because if we commit to megaphone formation on the daily, then shorts between 56.68 and say like 70 would kind of line up with that thesis if that's what we're saying is the megaphone formation. So that wouldn't be counter trend. That'd be a range trade. That'd be a large time frame range trade. Yeah. It's happened a lot recently, Dre. It's a terrible trading formation, and we've seen it like frequently. It is very tricky to trade. It was inching up there too. It's very, very close.
Yeah, we are inching up. Maybe. And as we continue, speaking of inching up, new all-time highs in the Dow. Dow leading the way here.
I've been looking at the Dow chart in a while. What's going on? Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Dude, Dow's feeling good. Dow's feeling really good.
Dow is frisky today. What's up, Rip? See you in the chat. How's it going, my man? Good seeing you, buddy.
Hey, Andre.
Yes, sir.
Coach Robert, you guys are looking long. He's asking, is there a possible short up here instead?
Oh,
yeah.
Is there possible
Are we overextended in this move? This is Coach Robert chiming in here. Is this a resistance point, or should we short, have a stop over the breakout?
Yeah, that's the trade that we've been talking about. The trade that Robert's talking about is a really similar trade that MP had set up. If you were watching fast markets, we basically had a range up here that we were looking to short, and this was actually something we were looking at hours ago. And I believe it was up at like in the 68s to 70s. I think MP had some orders up here that we were looking to short. So I think that trade is absolutely on our radar. We even have this little line that says 4 checks for target. So yeah, it's 100% on our radar. I think the real conversation is it worth taking now, or should we wait until we get up there? Because that's where all our check marks are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which it's kind of a waiting game. We're kind of in no man's land is the unfortunate problem right now, unless you just want to accept 10 points of risk. And
10 points of risk. Yeah, it's
a lot. It's a lot to accept.
It is a lot. But we're going to be disciplined. We're going to be patient. We're going to let the price come to us. But I do see.
And we had orders in for longs too. We just didn't get that pullback.
Got those 50s.
That was the other problem.
50s. Come back with those 44s. We tried to get those 44s. Never got there. Got down to like 47. Got the 50s. Came down to like 53. We're being we're seeing the trend. We're not getting our fills. We're not getting our entry prices exactly where we want them, but it's okay. We're being disciplined. Maybe we're being a little cheap. Maybe we're being a little greedy. Over time that will pay. That will pay dividends.
Yeah. And I mean, at this time of the day, you also have to be careful. There's low volume, right? So sometimes any move can kind of sometimes make it happen real quick where, we're in consolidation like this for a while, and then all of a sudden you just get a big candle out of nowhere. So you just got to be careful. I think being disciplined is definitely more important.
I mean, if you want to take cheap shorts, they're in the YM because we are at right at all-time highs. So those stops are real easy to set.
Man. Dude,
Really
my man Dolby Time always got one eye on that YM, you know? Always got one eye on that YM.
It's kind of interesting though. YM is pushing higher while Nasdaq has not made new highs yet. I wonder what Rips has to say about that. Actually,
yeah, Rips has been killing it lately, man.
Yeah, why is YM pushing ahead of NQ in the ES? Rips,
I mean,
you're out there. Let me know.
Yeah, it seems like the ES wants to go, right? I just think the NQ is really holding it back, man. I mean, without not being able to get above the value area high pretty much for most of the day is not good for longs, right? And we're rejecting off of it again, but the ES is at the same time is trying to pull the NQ up.
Yep.
Just depends who's going to win, but
got to pull in the
right
chat
now
here.
we're flipping from red to green.
Pull in the chat. ES right now, would you be long or short ES? Last trade 56.62 for those playing at home. 56.62. Would you be long or short ES right here, right now? You are. Would be getting
I
short
think this
about
is
1
our
point
best
off.
bet here.
What is?
To break value area high in the NQ and carry the ES with it. I think this is our best chance. We open red, and we're seeing more buyers coming in. And we're starting to push above.
Well,
if
yeah,
we make new highs
NQ
in
starting
ES,
to push.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I don't. Shorts are tricky, man. It's quiet right now. Volume ain't coming in, but afternoons we
Yeah.
do see it roll over. But look, I pull up 200 votes in 50 on the dot.
50.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Two highs.
That's not a good sign.
69% long NQ in the tilt. Again, you see tilt scroll across the top of the screen. Again, those are delayed quotes by 10 minutes. It's, as that yellow highlight sticky says. But if you have Topstep X, you get it in real time. Just another perk of having Topstep X.
If I can interject, I know that Carlos is giving us levels here earlier in the morning. Carlos, it seemed like you found out who the leader was to let you know what the ES was doing. How do you establish that? And does this really help watching the NASDAQ to make your ES trades?
Well, for me personally, I trade the NASDAQ, right? So a lot of times it's actually reversed. But since the house account was taking ES trades, I kind of flipped my analysis, right, to help for the house account. But I still use it the same way, right? I do think there's value in watching the ES and the NQ at the same time. But it's definitely day to day, right? Not every day are they on the same page. You know, one day the ES could be the leader and the NQ is the lagger, and one day the NQ be the leader and the ES is the lagger, right? What I do to kind of help establish that from early on is really just spot checking myself, right? Once the market opens, you just watch the price action, right? Watch the price action and see kind of what's happening and what's reacting, right? So a lot of times, like let's say like right now, we see the NQ is green, but the ES is red, right? If this was, let's say, market open, I would watch and see, okay, if we then push higher where the NQ goes green and then now the ES goes green after, then I would say, all right, it seems like the NQ is leading, so let me pay attention to that, right? And if it's vice versa, then I would say, all right, the ES is leading. So if we're green on the NQ and the ES is red, I'm going to short the NQ, right? Granted, if it fits within what I'm seeing as well with my indicators and just my market idea, right? So like right now, you can kind of see that the ES is leading, right? We were green on the NQ, red on the ES, and now you're seeing a big sell-off on the NQ. So right there, just knowing that, right there knowing that, I would be looking more so at the ES as the leader, and then, you know, executing, let's say, on the NQ.
Carlos, would you
Volume
ever
is
invite
light.
the Dow into this formula? I know that we used to watch the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the little sister we used to call the ES. Would you ever be watching the Dow as a leader or a lagger?
Dow doesn't get invited to anything, Eddie.
Well, in my parties they do. I mean,
you don't got to be so mean. I mean, listen, to be honest, I don't have much experience with the Dow, right? So I don't include it in my personal plan, right? In the way I view the markets. I also think that, you know, I do like to keep things as simple as possible, right? So for me, having two charts of different indicators, different tickers, is enough for me where, you know, it's not too complicated, not too much to look at where I can get lost in the noise, but it's also not too little where I feel like I don't have an idea of what the market's doing. So to add a third for me personally may be too much, but some people definitely make it work. I mean, I've seen people with 4 different tickers on their chart, and, you know, it helps them create a plan, you know? So I think it definitely is something that's on person by person basis, which I encourage everyone to do. Right, just because I have the NQ and the ES on my charts doesn't mean that you need to have it. You could include the Dow, or you could just maybe focus on one chart and use different time frames. It's different for everybody. It's something that comes down to this experimentation. What makes sense in your head, right, and how you see the market.
Thanks, Carlos.
No problem. It's a good question, though.
Thanks. Oh, Eddie. Carlos says that was a good question. That.
I get a star for today. I get a star.
You got your star. Yes.
Put it right on my forehead,
scratch and
teacher.
sniff star? Is that a scratch and sniff? Just a regular one?
Please. I get a sticker.
This those little like apple ones in grade school that smell like fruit. So good.
Yeah, scratch and sniff.
Yeah, see, you guys are young, and back in my day, they just get the staple gun and they hit you with a staple.
I thought they would just give you the scented glue, Eddie.
Oh,
that was after the staple. You needed the scented glue. You needed the glue to sort of numb the staple.
Hey, are we working these 50s still, Dolby? Dolby, are we working 50s here in the ES?
I pulled the 50s just because we've been pushing so much higher. And I think if we do get a break here, I don't know if 50s are going to support. Also, we have 8 minutes left. So I'm not sure how much you want to commit. There could be an argument for a long right here if it can tighten up maybe a little bit, because this would be the bottom of the 5 minute range. So maybe this is the stair step higher to 56.68. Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, right now we're at the 21 EMA, the ES, and also putting control in the NASDAQ. Right, so if we can see a bounce here, you can definitely take a buy. But I mean, the NASDAQ is looking very weak, and that was a quick push down on the ES as well. So it's tricky, man. It's definitely tricky. But I mean, you could take a buy here and limit risk down at 650 level, kind of below that, just to keep it tight. But I mean, the NQ is still hanging around a point of control, and
yeah, we got people in chat saying Nvidia is selling, Google broke support.
There you go.
So maybe there's some rollover.
Yeah. And this is what I was saying before. I mean, we were talking about maybe buying the highs, right? And just to see if we can get a quick push up since it was doing it. This is the problem with just, entering at, places just to take a trade versus sticking to your trading plan, right? We wanted to get to the 5668. Price was kind of stalling out. So we figured, well, maybe we could just buy up here to kind of get there or take a short. And I mean, look at how quick those moves happen. I mean, within 10 minutes, you'd be down a sizable amount of money if you're trading with size. So that's why it's just important just to sometimes be patient, and not take, whether it's trades out of boredom, right, or whether it's impulsive trades, because at these slower times in the market, if something comes in heavy, it can definitely move it a lot quicker than you would expect from being in consolidation for 40 minutes to an hour, right?
Yeah. Oh, your Amazon package is here.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know who that is.
Watching the
someone
NASDAQ
trying to
here.
sell
We
you
got some
solar.
sellers coming in. NASDAQ ES. NASDAQ 66% short in the tilt.
Tilt. Thank you for the tilt call. Is anyone in chat here? What's chat's opinion on the ES right now? I have about 6 minutes left, but kind of the bottom of this range right here in the 5 minutes, still making higher lows. Is chat buying the ES around 55s? Maybe we can get a poll. Get a poll in chat.
Yeah.
Are you
This
bullish?
next candle is very
55.
important. This next candle is very important to see what we do here. If we were just opening green right now, if we end up reversing and flipping red, it can lead to way more downside. So buyers kind of need to hold above the point of control on NASDAQ. And I would like to see it hold above this 21 ES, but it's already looking weak to do that.
It's just selling in the Dow, gold new highs.
Yeah.
Ooh, gold is ripping. Yeah, it is. Trading
Gold ripping?
55,
Yeah, gold ripping.
25.59.
Gold ripping.
25.59.
Gold ripping, Carl. All right, Carlos, we got 2 more minutes. All right, tell us who's watching right now. We love having you on. Next time you're on, you're bringing your old man on. Maybe mom, if she wants to join, just make a quick cameo. We want to see the whole family. We want to get to know the whole Carlos P family. So who's watching right now? Give them some shout outs before we go and move on to Shoulder Tap here.
Yeah, so definitely my dad is watching. He should have been in chat, so
Pops.
if you guys were talking about him, he probably answered a few questions there or something.
Pops.
I think my brother is watching. His wife is watching.
Yes.
All awesome. Love them. They're all very supportive. And even my grandma. Listen, my grandma's turning 76 in October.
Bless.
Nice.
Happy birthday, Grandma.
Happy
Still
birthday,
great. She's watching. She's watching on her iPhone. So just shout out to my mom. I love you. And,
Does she know what you do, Carlos? Does Grandma understand what you do? And her son?
Not at all. But she's just happy for me regardless. If I come to her and tell her, listen, it was a good day, she's happy. She's,
awesome.
I mean, she watched the last Topstep TV. I didn't expect it because obviously, but she was like, no, I was live. I was watching it. She's like, it was great. She's like, I didn't understand what you're talking about, but she's like, you did good. You sounded
You're a
good.
star, Carlos.
Awesome. I have a great family support here, so it's thanks to them.
Amazing.
God bless.
All right. Well, everyone, God bless. Everyone say you can look for Carlos in the Levels Discord chat. Everyone give Grams a shout out in the chat as well. With that being said, we got shoulder tap coming up next. Group coaching on after that. You got a form pinned to the top of the chat. Get those group coaching. Dolby time. We didn't get the check marks. We didn't get the trade. We had the check marks. Didn't get
close.
the trade.
We had the orders in, Dre. We had them in.
Yes, we did. We had the plan. Price never came. Carlos, thank you so much. I know we'll be touching these shortly. We'll get a little family session going on. But coming up next, we got shoulder tap, Jack and Ben in the house. Let's go. Have a fun day today. Click like, click subscribe. Shoulder tap coming up next.
everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Series 3 champion Ben. How's it going today, Ben?
Series 3 champion. Every day it's new praise for the Series 3. Here's the there's the page. There we go. Where's the pass?
We got to check in with MP, see if we can get you a ring for that, or we all get rings when we pass it. Just some
I thought we were just folding it up and putting it in our wallets. And just thrown off the focus of my camera.
We'll get a clear Ben shortly.
It's been good. Good day, fantastic day for our live traders so far. Lots of green on the board, seemingly more so than in recent memory. So I would say overall, great green day in the live markets. Lots of people maintaining that green. We'll run through some quick shout outs to start it out. I see the house accounts up $6,000 today. Awesome. Way to bounce back. End of day yesterday, putting on a winning trade and then recovering some more today with a winning trade. Really nice. Rips hit his DLL. Happens. Deeyana down a small $200. Nick for a tick up 1,800, and Tanya trades down just at 400. But our lesser known or non-influencer type live traders are up really big today. Michael P up 4,800. Gorkum up $5,000. Faye up a cool $10,000. We talked about Faye yesterday on Trading Card. Chung L up $20,000. Very familiar name. Bhagwanpreet up 7,200. Daniel A up 7,000, and Ben P up 7,000. We could probably rattle off another dozen names plus that are up, $3,000 or more. So lots of live traders putting up big profits on the day, which is fantastic.
Looks like we got a lot of people long in the market today. So appreciate that. Love when everyone makes money together. And with that, we have 3 traders today, Ben. So we might as well get to the cards.
Excellent. Let's do it. First up, let's do Alexis J. Alexis is someone we've talked about before. And quick shout out to Alexis based on email address and username and the user profile picture. I think Alexis may be somewhat of an artist, kind of got what looks like a self-impression at the user profile picture. So love that. Love seeing cool work from our traders and just seeing something in that little user profile picture on your Topstep dashboard. So throw something cool up there for us if you want to upload a picture of yourself or otherwise. But Alexis has been trading gold. Last time we checked in with Alexis, I believe, was in the call up to live stage. So Alexis has been in this live account for 9 trading days now. Don't believe she's put a trade on yet today since last check, but Alexis is a gold trader, another gold trader, trading gold E-mini in the micro contract for gold. Trading well, 9 trading days thus far, and an average daily P&L of $700 is awesome. There's been a little bit of up and down. We had she came out really hot first 2 days, putting up a total of $12,000 of profit. Ended up giving back 3 daily loss limits, shortly after that. So giving back some of the gains, but ultimately putting together winning days after that point. And a kind of a common theme for some of the traders we're going to talk about today, and something I think I've just noticed a little bit more, really looking at, that P&L high relative to what you close out for the net P&L on the day. Alexis has given up, particularly on the 23rd of August, gave up a decent chunk of profits, almost $3,000. So that's something to monitor for yourself. If you're up big and give back, like we were saying yesterday, 50% or more of those gains, that's going to hurt you in the long run. Same thing on the other side of that, losing, the DLL versus maybe only taking $1,000 loss if your loss limit is $3,000. But don't want to be particularly nitpicky here. Alexis has profited in this account thus far, has net profits, which is fantastic. That's the only real thing that matters in this live account, that and taking the payout. As a result, I'm happy to announce Alexis requested a payout today of $6,300 and some change. So good on you, Alexis. Trading profitably in live markets, paying yourself. That is what professional trader does, and you were doing it. So couldn't be happier for Alexis overall. As with any trader, there's always some room for improvement. That's what we talk about on this segment, in addition to people that need the more formal shoulder tap, getting back on the right track. But ways that we can tweak and improve and roll with the changes in the market. I love that there's a focus, just like we talked about with Faye yesterday. There's a focus on the gold market. It helps you be a little bit more dialed into the news that affects the product you're trading, the times of day, the particular price action you're likely to see, really getting closer to mastery of a single, product and market, rather than, trying to trade platinum one day and live hogs the next and crude oil the following day. So focus here, profitability. More than anything, it's a huge shout out to Alexis for taking that sizable payout today. And, now we've won the account, as Jack has said previously, and, let's keep building it up and take another payout. Anything that sticks out to you here, Jack, that we haven't already covered?
Yeah, it looks like at the beginning when Alexis was hot. And by the way, I do love anytime there's a user photo in there. Self-impression, love it. Great stuff. Yeah. Submit your photos. Looks like Alexis was a gold bull, so to speak. There were a couple of big up days there on the 15th and 16th when made some real money there. It's interesting. She seems to have gotten a little spun around then, where no matter what direction the gold went, those 3 daily loss limit hits. Once again, don't love to see the DLL hit 3 times in a row. You got to pare it back a little bit. But once again, she's won the account, so I'm totally fine with this.
Yeah, and as a net, excluding any trading she may have done within the last hour today, as of about an hour ago, she hadn't traded in the account today, which is just fine by me. But, she's up roughly, let's call it $5,500 from where she entered the account, and then took a sizable payout today. So she's doing well overall. You hate to see giving back when you come out so hot, and I think a lot of traders fall victim to that. You come out, put up a really nice first winning day, or even first 2 or 3 winning days, and then pare back 50% or more of those gains. It's really tough to see, but as long as you can recover, as long as you can get back on track and stay centered and manage your downside more than anything, she's right exactly where she began, plus some money. Taking it home in the form of a payout. So she's in a great position to continue trading this account and, keep it the rest of the year, continue to pay yourself on it. So we can move on from this one, but good work, Alexis. And we'll definitely check back in here shortly on Alexis's progress.
Great stuff. Who do we have next?
Next up is Pastor, and in some ways a bit of an inverse of the previous card. Last trader was, up about $700 a day. This trader's losing roughly $700 a day on average. Now, that is interspersed with some winning days, as we've seen before. But overall, 32% winning days, and the reward to risk ratio, and both in a per trade basis and in a day-to-day basis, is just not where it needs to be given the win percentages, to equal profitability over time. It's actually equating to losses over time. So it's difficult when you see that, especially, all of the traders that we move into live accounts showed profitability in an XFA, commiserate with the risk team agreeing to call them into a live account. But trading is hard, sim environment, live environment. It's difficult to do. And sometimes we've seen this and, talk about it every single week. Traders that move into a live account and then, maybe struggle psychologically, for whatever reason, maybe change strategies, products. But there's been some good things out of this account. Overall, hitting that loss limit too many times is something, that we get into over and over again. Jack, we talk about it every day. You got to become less comfortable with that loss limit. You can do that by, cutting your size in half, cutting your risk in half, either structurally, lowering that daily loss limit, which you have the ability to do in a live account, or, just saying, hey, I'm going to make a promise to myself and keep it. If I'm down $1,000, I'm shutting my computer down. I'm logging off. little things like that, if you could, that's back to getting you into the rhythm of being a disciplined, risk-minded trader in live. We've seen 19 days trading days completed and averaging 28 trades per day. Just again, the way that kind of manifests on the trade reports, depending on if you're scaling in and out, can be a little bit different as far as one trade maybe scaling in and out and it registers as 5 trades, but pretty much no matter how you slice it, it's difficult to log and to review 28 trades per day. I really think I've heard Mick say this over and over again. He and I have talked about this quite a bit. The traders who generally have the greatest amount of success and are the most consistent over time that we're seeing day trading are catching a chunk of a trend move, intraday, right? A day like today is a perfect example. We've got lots of live traders who were up big money. They got long let's say in the equities, sat in that trade for a period of time, took the profits and are locking in, ratcheting up that profit for the day. So that's where we see the greatest success, I believe, and not, trying to pick tops and bottoms, with that throughout the day, every single day. Usually is really difficult to do given the nature of these equity futures contracts. They're highly liquid. They're highly traded by institutions, algorithms. There's a lot of potential there. And so it's difficult you got to have to recognize what participant you are in the market. And so, catching a nice piece of the trend and walking away up money, I think is the winning recipe. So Pastor has done so in the past, but ultimately I think just taking too many swings at the plate. One additional thing, Jack, before I kick it over to you on this card, this trader is eligible for a payout. Really want to see Pastor take a payout. We talked about that briefly yesterday. Being kind to yourself, forgiving yourself for trading mistakes that may have taken place. There's almost $18,000 of account balance in this account. This trader is eligible for a payout. Pay yourself a couple $1,000s, minimum. That's a good way to get back in the right mentality, see it hit your bank account, recognize the money's real, and move back onto a winning track. So that would be my recommendation, and definitely something, while the money's there, I want to see Pastor pay himself. So that's really all I've got on this card, Jack. What do you think when you take a look at the trade reports here?
So I mentioned earlier, Ben, I don't know if you saw it, but we're expecting twins in my family. And
congratulations.
Yeah, I know. Big news.
That's awesome, man.
January. Going to be a hell of a month. But I've been researching more about twins and the idea that they have can develop their own language. They're that comfortable and around each other, right? That is Pastor and the loss limit. All right. Like, he has a secret bond with it. Sometimes when I open these cards, I don't look at the size of the account first because it doesn't catch my vision. But usually scrolling through, I can tell pretty quick whether it's a 50, 100, or 150K by the most common amount they're down, right? And I see a lot of minus $2,000 days. So I'm like, 100K account. We have a streak of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 DLLs to start, and then another streak of, I think, 5 at some point. Guys, gals, do not hit your loss limit. Ideally, if you do it one day, you should pare it down the next. But I mean, it's the definition of insanity to lose your loss limit on 6 straight days. So take a payout. If you're just gonna shoot that wad every time, take as much of a payout as you can, Pastor, because you can't do this.
Take it while it's there, number one. And the next thing I'll say, I'll definitely qualify this. It is certainly easier said than done. But I think it really just boils down to being disciplined about what your trading plan is, because Pastor is showing through the use of micros. He's trading the S&P 500, NASDAQ, and the Russell 2000 E-minis, and he's trading the micro versions of each of those products as well. So the willingness to go to micros tells me that there's, risk-conscious behavior and decision-making that's happening, right? That's the root of moving to micros versus just trading the minis. But as I'm going through the trade reports and seeing what the distribution of those micros trades are, there's not a lot of rhyme or reason to it. It tells me that there's probably just, a decision to move to micros. Maybe that doesn't work, or there's some losses and we're going right back to minis, right? There's some flip-flopping and just, it's, again, much easier said than done, but however you can get yourself there, try and find a way to, systematize, okay, if I'm losing, if I've lost 3 trades in a row on the minis, I'm moving to micros for the rest of the day. If that is, that is my success metric for the day. If I take losses in the minis, I'm moving to micros and I'm not moving back. If you can commit to that, just doing those little incremental things to try and get that discipline back where it needs to be successful longer term, I think that could go a long way. So I see some promising things. Again, the use of micros, but you have to find the way to be disciplined enough to stick with that risk first mindset. And I believe Pastor can do that. Again, we've seen profitability from this trader before. So Pastor, we believe in you. Just want to see you take a payout first of all, and then get back here on the right track. We know you can do it. So that's all I've got there. We can move to our last card, Jack, if you're ready.
Yeah, I am set.
All right. Ruslan V. I love this trader's name. I won't share the last name, but it is awesome. And also was not familiar with Nokomis, Florida. So some exotic stuff going on here. NASDAQ trader. We've got lots of them. NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ, the products traded. Average daily P&L of $180. So we're in the green there. And 67% winning days on 43% winning trades is good. I like the combination of winning days being north of 50% and winning trades potentially being less than 50%. That means they probably have a good reward to risk ratio, and they are also disciplined enough to know when to walk away green on the day. So just some little takeaway from the relationship between winning days and winning trades there. Also, the hold times being longer on the winners than on the losers. Really lots of mutualistic statistics here that all kind of paint the picture of healthy trading. Now, that being said, there's things that can be done to improve. I think the number one thing that we could do to improve upon is not letting a losing day turn into the DLL. There is usually, and based on what I'm seeing on the trade reports here, for a lot of traders, there's kind of a tipping point, like a number that you're down P&L wise, where if you hit that mark, 90% of the time, you're going down to the daily loss limit. So that's something that everyone can do a little self-reflection, analyze your own statistics, and figure out what that tipping point for yourself is. And then you can move your daily loss limit, up to that level. So for some traders, if it's a 100K account size and loss limit's 2,000, you say, hey, when I'm down 1,000, usually it's a quick trip to down 2,000. So I need to find a way to stop that structurally or just, exercise discipline. But that's pretty much the only thing I think that could help is to cinch up that downside for Ruslan, because the upside is certainly there. Ruslan's taken $10,000 in payouts in this account so far across 2 different payouts. Really fantastic work, given that we've only completed 18 trading days thus far. So 10 grand in payouts across, if you include today, almost a month worth of trading. That's good by anyone's standards. That is fantastic. Live account, paying yourself $10,000 on almost 20 trading days. Pretty much enough said there. But my job and the job of the risk team, first and foremost, is to protect the firm's capital, help manage our downside, help manage our traders' downside. And then it's to help our winning traders make the most possible, make the most money, make sure they take it home and pay themselves out. So love seeing Ruslan pay himself out. Trying to give any kind of additional edge or tweak that we can do based on what I'm seeing, based on what Jack's seeing, and some of our coaches as well. We've got a lot of resources here to help you dial in, and maximize profitability. But on some level, I think if it's not broke, don't fix it. So Ruslan's doing well on this account, and we're excited to see him continue to take payouts over time. Anything that stands out here, Jack? Like I said, I see some symmetry across all the different statistics that really tell me this trader's, knows when to walk away, knows how to put on a good, reward to risk ratio trade and take it for some money. What do you see?
Yeah, there's a lot of consistency here as far as the times held. It looks like Ruslan definitely has a strategy that they're sticking to. Once again, I think I'm always curious, and now we have the, personal loss limits, right? I'm always curious of how a card would look different if they could set their own limit, because that loss limit that's enforced by us acts like such a magnet sometimes, where I wonder, I don't know if Ruslan should be losing $3,000, right? The bigger days I'm seeing here are around 4,000, 4,200, but there's more loss hits. Now, granted, he's averaging $180 a day overall, so that's great. I am, as you mentioned, nitpicking at this point, but maybe if we cut down a little bit, tighten up that risk a little bit on the down days would kind of benefit you, because this isn't one of those cards where there's like a $30,000 day or something on there. So until you can show you can make significantly more than that, maybe stop before you get to 3,000 would be my only piece of advice here. But big payout, $180 a day, that's good trading.
Yeah, no doubt. That's another one of those things that, I'd encourage every trader to kind of take a look at or plot out on a graph even for yourself. What does your P&L curve volatility look like, right? Is it this like really steady march up, or is it, like up and down and up and down, up 30 grand, down, 20 grand the following 10 days, and then back up 15, that's difficult to manage. You can certainly make some money trading with that level of volatility in your account balance, but long term, it's really difficult to manage and maintain an account doing that. You're going to have a little bit less, let's say, excitement if you're kind of steadily chugging along, but almost certainly you're going to make more money long term, and you'll actually be able to keep the account versus losing, getting offboarded from live, and then you've got to go back to a trading combine and kind of work your way back through the ranks of the prop firm. So cherish the live account while you have it. I have that at the bottom of this card. Ruslan, after the most recent payout, account balance is a little bit low relative to that daily loss limit. So just trade conservatively, keep the account. You've already done the hard part. You've gotten to the live account, and you've taken $10,000. Don't just fly off the wheel here. Manage your trading well. Be cognizant of that downside. Stack up some winning days, and keep on cruising.
Absolutely. We got group coaching next. I guess my final word on this would be that, we're talking about Ruslan right now. Looks like he's in a nice place in Florida, maybe some boats, some sun. I say all this that Ruslan is a person. You are all people, but I don't know you, right? And Topstep does not know many of you. And I say this, that the daily loss limit was set by Topstep without knowing you or your trading, right? So when I see people hit it a lot, it's like, wow, what a coincidence that the amount of money that you've decided you want to lose perfectly aligns with the limit we set, right? You see what I'm saying, Ben? Is like, that doesn't really make much sense. You have to decide based on your strategy, based on how much you get on your winners, what your daily loss limit should be. And you shouldn't set that $3,000 or $2,000 or $1,000 or whatever it is. Don't have that be the magnet, right? You have to decide how much, based on your trading, it is worth to lose in a day. And that's all I'll say there. I didn't mean to call out Ruslan. He's doing great. Took a big payout, but
he's doing
just
well.
Something to throw out there. Ben, thanks as always for sharing these. Hope you have a wonderful day of managing risk here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. More risk to manage, certainly. Thanks for having me on, Jack.
Absolutely. We're going to be back right after this. We have group coaching with Hoag and Robert. Double coaches, double the fun. So stick around. We'll be back right after this.
and this trader AJ, still struggling a little bit and kind of taking it on the chin a little. So,
hey, Gabe, we're getting no audio from the chat right now.
Looks like we're not getting audio
from me.
No,
from me. It sounds like.
Okay.
From the box.
Yo, Jack, then is A and B both are? Let's say we should be good.
Don't tell them our secret sauce, Gabe. We're good now.
Sounds good, Hoag. Just how are you doing today, Hoag? We'll just make that real quick and we'll jump right in here.
I'm doing well. Hey, just so you know, that wasn't me. I'm not paying $5. That was a little tech issue. But we're back now, so we're all good. Ready for the session. Robert, always a pleasure to be here with you.
Same here, Hoag. Right on the screen, there's John Hoagland, Senior Performance Coach. You know who the man is. What do you say we jump right in here? We don't want to get too far behind on this.
Yeah,
there you go, my friend. AJ is having a little bit of trouble. This trader's been here with us before, kind of taking on the chin a little bit, not really feeling too good. I'm not going to read this word for word, but I will summarize it. Trying not to take things personal with these losses, but it is getting to them a bit, and it just kind of it's really bothering them. Just they get into a trade and it goes green for like $100, $150. Next thing you know, it's red. Next thing you know, it's either the daily loss limit or the max loss limit. They switch between minis. They dialed down to micros. Just can't seem to get anything going, and they just don't really have a good feeling about it. My 2 cents on this, AJ, is one, step away for a minute. Take a break. We get a holiday week coming up here. Take tomorrow off. Take Friday off. We have Monday off. And then come back fresh. Enjoy yourself this weekend. Forget about all these things. Don't open a chart. Don't study anything. I think you just really need to take a break. And the second thing is, if you're consistently seeing $100, why don't you just keep taking $100? You do that 3 times, you're over the limit to take a payout. Do that for a few days in a row. So those are my 2 cents, but I want to step back, and Hoag has a lot of good thoughts when it comes to these situations. So, John, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Robert. And AJ, I really appreciate how honest you've been in the chat. I know a lot of folks in chat have been talking to you as much as we've been able to talk to you in chat. It's your fourth. What's the word I'm looking for, Robert? Your honesty. Just saying what's on your mind, being honest, and talking about how all of this is affecting you it's really encouraging. A lot of folks would just kind of swallow this and think that there's something that wrong with them, or that they're going to be able to figure it out on their own. And this is a really hard thing to do, AJ. First of all, I know that you've mentioned in the past and now that you've lost some money, and it's unfortunate, but you're not alone in that. There have been periods of time where I've made money. I've made a lot of money. I have lost a lot of money. There's a long list of very well-known traders that have made a lot of money and lost it all, and then come back and made it. To name a couple, I mean, look at Jesse Livermore. Jesse Livermore wrote Reminiscence of a Stock Trader, How to Trade Stocks. He lost his entire fortune in 1929 on the crash. He made and lost his fortune several times throughout his relatively short life. I mean, even modern day traders like Mark Douglas, who wrote books like Trading in the Zone and The Disciplined Trader. I mean, he talks about how he wanted to do this. He wanted to be a trader, how he got into trading, how he lost everything, not only all his money. I mean, he lost his house, friends, and people in his life before he really found a way to get his head straight and to become profitable and to make money and then to help others become profitable. To look at Nick Leeson. I mean, he collapsed an entire bank. He went to prison. Now he's out, and apparently he's the CEO of the Irish football club, Galway United. So even look at John D. Rockefeller. I mean, he made his money in oil, of course, and a lot of folks, question the way he did it. But I mean, he lost 709 million during the crash in 1929. Granted, it wasn't his whole empire, but I mean, that's $10 billion in today's dollars. So AJ, you're not alone. There are periods of time when things go well. There are periods of time when things don't go well. So, just to kind of let you know that you're not alone in this. There are a lot of folks that have struggled. I'm certainly one of them. For 2-3 years, I would make a little bit of money, lose money, make a little bit of money, lose money, lose money, lose money, make a little bit of money, lose money. I must have quit 1,000 times, but I always came back. It would be when the first prop firm that I traded with, it became kind of a joke. Even if I made money, I wasn't happy with it. I'd go up to the office and I'd say, I can't do this. I quit. And I'd always come back the next day and get back into it and try again. So, the headspace that you're in right now, I've been in, and I've been in it a lot of times. So, AJ, I don't know you personally. I don't know your finances. I don't know where you're at. But if you are in a bad headspace, you've got to try and get yourself out of it. If you're in a bad financial situation, you've got to get yourself out of it. If you are, I don't even know the amount of experience that you really have, AJ. And, a lot of folks come into trading thinking I'm going to be God's gift to trading. And I'm going to make a lot of money, and they end up losing a lot of money and not understanding really why that happened or how that happened. So I mentioned to you before, AJ, you do need to take a little bit of time off. Robert was saying, take a little time off this weekend. Don't look at anything. Don't read anything. Of course, that's a good idea. Just try and get yourself back into a good headspace. And then, as far as, finances, if you've taken some substantial losses and, you find you're back up against the wall that way, that's not going to make trading any easier. It's going to make it a lot more difficult because, if you're counting on the money that you're making for trading for your mortgage payment or your rent payment or food or anything like that on a day-to-day or week-to-week or month-to-month basis, it just makes things a lot more difficult. So AJ, my suggestion is take a little bit more time off. Get yourself, straight in your life before coming back into trading. I mentioned to you earlier in chat that, it seemed like you were taking a lot of these losses personally, and no, there is no amount of losses or wins in trading that say really anything about who you are as a person. AJ, as honest and forthright as you've been with everything that you've been talking about, I can tell, I can feel, I can sense that you are a good person, that you're really just looking for some sort of guidance to help you get into the right direction. Unfortunately, even if I were to hand you a winning strategy, you're going to trade it differently than I am. You still may be able to be profitable with it, but you're going to trade it a little bit differently because you have different motivations, ideas, fears, egos, greeds. All of those things are different in each and every one of us. So even if we had a strategy that we could hand you, your outcome is going to be different than mine, and different than Robert's, and different than Andre's, and different than Michael's, and different. All of those outcomes are going to be different because we are all different people. So, instead of just coming in every day and beating your head against the wall and feeling bad about it, go and get your head straight. Get your, feel good for a while. That's what I've done is, I get to a place and I'm just really not enjoying trading. Maybe trading's not going well. Maybe even it is. But when you're not enjoying it, you're not going to be good at it. You're not enjoying it right now. It's going to be very difficult for you to be good at it. And on a day-by-day basis, one of the things that I will and sometimes and used to do is, if I have a bad day, I got to get out of the house. I go to the woods, and there's lots of like forest preserves around the house, and I can get lost in those woods and know that I'm never really more than 2 or 3 miles from a road or the parking lot or anything like that. And I'll just kind of walk around in the woods and just kind of put myself into a situation where maybe I'm a little bit uncomfortable, where I have to find my way out. Now, I'm not really putting myself at risk. I'm not, going into the real wilderness where there's lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, that kind of thing. I'm going just walking around, just trying to get to a place where I can't see the parking lot. I can't see any roads. I can't see anything except woods. And I'll just kind of sit there and think about how small I am, really. I mean, I'm not a big person. I'm just a little thing in a big world, and then find my way back. I find that getting out there and spending some time with nature and feeling a little bit vulnerable in that nature is where I find God talks to me. I'm never, again, not more than a few miles from a road or the parking lot or whatever it is, but just getting myself out there, feeling vulnerable and finding my way out does a lot to do for my feeling good about myself. I was back in the woods for like 2 miles, and I found my way out. Maybe bring a compass or whatever it is, but just go get lost, feel vulnerable for a while, bring yourself back out of it, and then go home and do something good for yourself. It's so important to do something good for yourself, especially when you're not feeling good about yourself. There's hundreds of books on how to work on your trading psychology. Anything by Brett Steenbarger, Mark Douglas, Tom Hoagard. Even books that aren't necessarily about trading, but about improving your psychology, about improving your self-esteem. Go for a good walk. Feeling physically good is a big part of feeling mentally good and making good trading decisions. But it's when it comes down to it, AJ, is you really want to you really want to be in a space where you're okay with any outcomes in trading. We are in the market's environment. The market is not in our environment. I think that's why I like going out in the woods and just kind of getting lost for a while and finding my way back, is because that is an environment that I am in. It is not in my environment. I am out in that environment. And, traipsing through the woods and getting a little bit lost and finding my way back. I know I can find my way back from pretty much anything. So take some time, AJ. As much as we like you and as much as we want to have you around, I think it would be really healthy for you to take 2 weeks, a month away from trading. Do some things that make you feel good about yourself. Do a little bit of reading about trading psychology or psychology in general, about understanding yourself. Dig deep inside of you and say, I really I like trading. I want to be good at trading. Put out a list of things that you're going to do with your time off that may help you to feel better about trading. What steps are you going to take to improve your mental or emotional side, to toughen those up if that's what it takes? Learn more about technical analysis and market profile, or ICT or Wyckoff, or something that you can kind of get your head wrapped around, that's more finite in your decision making, and almost quantifying your decision making. If this happens, that's a setup I'm going to take, and my risk is going to be this, and my reward is going to be this, based on how big the market is, the current market conditions, the current market state or context. And find 2 or 3 of those, and work those. And when you find one that relatively consistently pays you, you hit that every time. And while that's paying you, and you hit it every time, it's not going to hit every time. That's for sure. There's nothing that works every time. There's nothing that never works. But when you start to say, okay, this setup seems to really speak to me, and it's been giving me profits, 6, 7 out of 10 times when I see this setup, that's a setup I'm going to take. I'm going to write that one down. I'm going to quantify it, and I'm going to take it every time. And while you're doing that, learn more about, maybe there's another setup that starts to speak to you in whatever tools that you're using. There's a million ways to peel an onion. You got to find the right onion to peel. You got to find the right thing for you. And, it is so important to me to have the ability to make a change for you, to encourage you to do what it takes, because nobody can do this for you. I've worked with thousands of traders, even one-on-one types of situations. And when we sit down and we have our initial meetup, and I get to know them, and I take a look and take a look at their strategies and look at their charts and what they're looking at, and this and that, the other thing, and the one of the last things that I will say during that session is, I'm here to help you, but when it comes down to it, your performance and anything that you take from our time together, and anything you can take from the markets, anything that you learn, is 100% on you. So you got to take the bull by the horns, AJ. Take a look away for a while. Start to feel better about yourself. Take steps to improve your mental state, your market knowledge, because I think it's Dalton that says market knowledge plus self-knowledge times strategy equals trading success. So again, AJ, nothing but love for you from everybody here at Topstep and everybody in the chat. We want you to succeed. Start taking the steps. First step, take some time away. Take some time away. We will miss you. I will miss you. If you miss us, good. It'll give you more motivation to get on the right direction, to get things going the right way. And it can't be anything that anybody's going to be able to do for you. It's something you're going to have to do for yourself. Yes. Carl, you've got to let go of the venom. If you have venom in your veins for yourself, your market, or your dog, it only hurts yourself. So let the venom go. Get yourself centered again. Keep learning. Take one setup, and if it works, work that setup, and start to learn about more opportunities, maybe some different setups. You can do this. I believe everybody has the opportunity or the ability to profit from trading. It's just a matter of getting out of our own way. You got this, AJ.
Well said.
Take some time.
Absolutely. Hoag, well said. I'm going to clip that entire segment. That's going to, gold star on that one for sure. Yeah, and AJ, we're all here for you. So take those tips on there, and don't take it the wrong way, but hopefully we don't see you in the chat next week. It just means you're taking some time off and taking a well-needed break, and come back nice and fresh. So I did get your message in chat there also. I did forward it on to Hoag. We'll refresh that after the segment and make sure that we get everything heard. But kudos to you for sticking around, and take that time, my friend. Hoag, we got time. That's a great answer. I love hearing those responses and all those quotes in there. So let's take a quick one here. This is from Tony. And Tony says, why do I panic and get out of my winning trades early and stay in my losing trades longer? And how can I fix that? We've never had this question before, have we, Hoag? Seems This one seems to come up a lot, and it's a great question, and hopefully we get a great answer. And the thing is about this is something I always say, and I'm turning right over to Hoag. We don't know if we're getting out a winning trade early. We don't know. We only know that we're getting out early if the trade keeps going. So we know our entry, we know our stop, because we chose those, but we don't know the target. We have a potential target, and if we take the trade off and it keeps going, it's not that you left money on the table, it's just you still took money off the table. Might not have been as much, but we need to also set our expectations and perspectives on these things. So as far as the losing trades, maybe just wishful thinking and hoping. So if it's just going into your losing trade and hit your stop, that is all part of the program. Hoag, I'm going to turn over to you. We only got about 2 minutes left in this segment, and we could jump right on to the next one. So why don't you go ahead and wrap this up, John?
All right. Thank you, Robert. Tony, I don't have any proof for this. I'm not a psychologist, and I would never pretend to be one on TV or anywhere else. But I've got a theory that's been proving itself correct for 4 decades now. It is against human nature to profit from trading. Human nature has us avoiding losses and taking winners. By saying that, what I mean is if you put a trade on and it goes against you, most people that before they get this into their heads are going to kind of default to, well, if I just wait, maybe the market will come and make me whole again or make me money. We don't want to take the losses. So we avoid them. We avoid them by waiting. And by waiting, most of the time, we're just going to increase the size of our losses. It's human nature, my friend. The other side of that coin is we put a trade on and it's a winner. We go, wow, $50. Awesome. I better take it before the market takes it away from me. So we have $500 losses and we take $50 winners. Professional traders and people that, you know, that are making money at this have to kind of flip that. So you gotta take your losses. One of the things the old guys on the trading floor always told me is learn how to take a loss. Don't move your stop further away. If it gets to your stop, you take the loss, you chalk it up and you move on. So I think that Tom Hoag, says it probably the best. When we're in a losing trade, we hope. We hope that the market comes around and turns us and makes us whole again. When we're in a winning trade, we fear. We fear that the market is going to take some of that profit away from us. And all of these things, yes, they are going to happen. What you want to do is you want to change the wiring of your brain to say, when I'm losing money, I need to fear. Now, I don't need to hope. I need to fear that I'm going to lose more. And if price gets to a point that makes this trade invalid, I'm out of it. Don't care. I'm out of it. And when we get the market going our way, then we should be hopeful instead of fearful. We should say, okay, this trade is working out. I've got a profit target. Looks like it's going to maybe head that direction. Let's see what happens. So I think most of us, as a matter of fact, I don't know anybody that was never automatically wired to succeed in trading. Most of us fear losses, so we create bigger ones. Most of us are hopeful that the market is going to come back when we're in losing trades. So they let them, go to, bigger losses. My dad always said, get out when you can, not when you have to. And most of us, I think at the very beginning, especially, I think, Tony, what you're talking about is you get into a losing trade and you're hoping that it's going to come back. You wait and it takes you to a point where you have to get out. Not when you can. The other side, start using that muscle to let some of those trades come to bigger and bigger profits, and nothing happens exactly the same way, but you can increase that muscle to stay in some of those winning trades a little bit longer and hopefully for a little bit of bigger profits. And so it's human nature what you're dealing with, Tony. Once you recognize it, you can say, okay, no longer am I going to be hopeful in losses. I'm going to take the trade. I know where price has to advertise to prove this trade wrong, and I'm going to get out there, and I'm going to look for my next trade. When I get a trade on and it's going my way, and I have a reasonable and probable profit target, I'm going to see if it gets there. If it doesn't, well, maybe the next one will. But again, nothing happens exactly the same way twice. And when we get the right answers, the market's going to change the questions. Good luck, Tony. Good luck to all of you.
It's wonderful, Hoag. That's one of my favorite quotes of yours. Just when you know the answer, the market changes the question. One of my favorites. Okay, again, another great segment. Love working with you, Hoag. And you're going to be on Power Hour later, so stick around for that. But right now, Power Hour later on, yeah. But right now, I'm going to turn the keys over to Eddie. He's the driver on our Market Stalking with D, which means Deeyana is going to be with us. And I see her prepared there in the green room. I will be on here as well, and we're going to be joined by Coach Jay. So stick around. We'll be back in just a brief moment.
back to Market Stalking Top Step Style. Yes, we've got a great panel here today. And over in the upper right, we've got Coach Robert with his, trying to find out what AI background he's got. He's got the Market Stalking, a new design. Wow.
Deeyana knows what that is.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Storm in a teacup. Wow.
Yeah.
You dropping acid? Yes, that's Storm in a teacup. And of course, below me here, we've got Coach Jay. What's up, Coach Jay?
What's going on, Eddie? How we doing?
Good. Is that the B for the Dodgers, Brooklyn Dodgers?
It is. It is. Yeah. A lot of people confuse it for a Red Sox hat. Coach Robert, a lot of Massachusetts mass holes, if you will, confuse it for a Red Sox hat, but it is a Brooklyn Dodgers hat.
All right, I'm glad I'm not a mass hole. And of course,
I can call him that. My brother's in Massachusetts.
Started the show here, Deeyana. Deeyana, how are you today? Welcome. Glad to see you. Glad to have you. How are you today?
Thank you, Eddie. I'm okay. A little bit tired. It's been a long day for me. So yeah, it's okay. Yeah, just a long day. So we'll see what we've got. I've been in a MCL crude oil trade for a while. I went in off a failed auction, but I kind of fumbled and got in a little bit too late. So I've been just waiting for it to kind of rotate to the other side, which would be the logical step. And it's just like for now, it's just sitting right around my entry, sort of like 7-8 ticks around it. So we'll see what happens to that. But it's more of a kind of a swingy trade rather than any sort of scalp. So we'll see what happens in the next sort of half an
you're
hour.
trading the crude. How much is this news coming over the wire affecting your decisions? Now they've added Libya shutdown. I mean, I'm just scrolling over some of the stuff that we see here. A lot of things are sort of interfering with a natural move here in crude. I mean, how do you take that?
Yeah, this has been the challenge for the last sort of 7 months, really. We have different forces that are being exerted on crude oil price, and as a result, it's not quite behaving the way it's supposed to. Like I remember, a few years back, there was some news about Iraq refinery shutting down, and we had this very nice trending day that lasted for the entire day. But today, we get a failed auction. So we have all of this stuff happening, but crude oil is still now halfway where it was, and it's just, it's just seemingly going into a very normal day. Like we did have an accumulation phase that has been going on since yesterday. So I was talking that, and I actually did go into it sort of just before the overlap. And then I kind of took a chunk of it, and then I had to do some other things, couldn't watch it, and I closed it. And I come back, and it's kind of like shot up 200 ticks. And then I wanted to see if we can get more longs, but it didn't quite do that. And then I saw the failed auction. I was like, this is like a normal regular day. It's like nothing to do with fundamentals. It's just like a technical thing. So we had phase one, accumulation, shot up, gets up to sort of like the top quartile of the previous swing, touches some supplies there, goes into a failed auction, and is now kind of back in the middle. And it's, to me, this means weirdness continues, basically. And to me, I've been more focusing on the technical side of things because of that. Because if you're trying to trade news, obviously nothing is really impacting crude oil, not for any extended period of time anyway.
Weirdness continues. Welcome to the crude oil trade.
Yes.
We had our EIA that was skewed, and I don't even think somebody snapped a finger with that market movement. Once again, they were looking for something, and it came out differently. Market was like, "Oh, really? Okay, well, let me just finish my coffee, and then we'll talk about it."
Yeah,
But
and then nothing. Yeah.
and then nothing, right? So it's a tough trade. You trade also gasoline too, right, RBOB?
Yeah,
Have
I
you traded that
do.
lately?
I've been trading it in combines, not so much. I've been trying to limit risk whilst I'm in a drawdown period because obviously I don't want to size up. And RBOB, you don't have micros, so it's just $4.20. And for any kind of a reasonable stop loss, I usually like to risk 350 there, 375, 350, and I don't want to do that right now. So I've been, I have been keeping an eye on it, obviously. But yeah, crude oil, because we've got the micros, I've kind of gone back to it. And I mean, it's okay, but it's just I'm finding that myself making weird decisions. So I've kind of removed all of the monetary side because, I'm used to trading minis, and I'm also used to trading full DAX, which is like $25 a pop. So whenever I'm in a micro, I have this issue, which is nothing to do with the market. It's actually my issue where I'm chasing the same amounts. So I'm like, well, I've got to make at least $1,000 here. It's like, dude, like just no, it's not going to happen. Yeah, it's like it might happen, but it's going to happen over a number of trades, and you have to be on in a particular type of day where those sorts of moves can bring you very big extended moves. And the truth is, we just don't have that every day. And so it's more to do with myself, just kind of expectations of what my normal P&L is, and it's something that people will probably battle all of their trading careers. What size should I trade and what am I used to versus what sort of risk capital am I working with right now? And it's something to take note from, because it's, if you go into a drawdown, I think Ben was talking about it a little bit, you do want to size down, but at the same time, you want to stick with the same number of ticks. So you don't change everything, but you just change the size. So that's the first step. And then you see how that works. But for me, I have to remove all monetary numbers, values from my screen in order to focus completely on the process. So in a way, that's what I've been trying to force myself to do. And, it's never that easy because obviously we're all used to certain amounts and stuff. But you have to be realistic with the performance. Right now my performance on crude oil is somewhere around 42%. And with that kind of accuracy, you really need to shoot for at least 2 hours. So for me to keep doing 1-to-1s and still getting sub 50%, it's not going to work. So the math is not on your side in that case. And so I've been very selective with the days that I trade. So I've been choosing kind of Thursdays and Tuesdays, which traditionally have been my better days. So again, relying on statistics. And then if a couple of trades don't work out, I just move away from it, right? I don't intend to keep trading. I don't get anywhere near my daily loss limit or anything like that. It's just like a process thing until I figure out what's going on with crude oil. Are we back? Are we not back? We have the election year. We have a whole bunch of weird stuff happening. But, crude oil is still moving. It's just not very liquid for most of the time.
Let me ask you something, Deeyana. You're a professional trader. You're probably the trader that is involved in the most different products. I know that you trade a lot of different products. Are you seeing these markets? I mean, a market has a characteristic. And that's how we get used to a market. That's how we get familiar with the market. Not to say that we know the market very well, but we get an idea. Are you seeing some of these markets just sort of completely changing, sort of like a, excuse me, Jekyll and Hyde? Because I tell you, the last few weeks, we've really seen some different moves from a lot of these markets.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. Everything has gone a little bit strange, right? We had gaps on NQ, middle of the session. You have gaps between, since when, right? Even during very turbulent times, traditionally, you still have a lot of liquidity. A lot of people are trading it. You don't get gaps. So it was almost like somebody pulled liquidity on purpose to try and maybe stabilize things, because we're in some sort of a bubble. We just keep going up and up and up. No matter what's going on in the world, it's like wars in the Middle East. Doesn't matter. We're going to go up. Since when do equities go up? When we have conflicts in the world and stuff. So it's been a rather relentless march to the upside with like a few select days where we do kind of do a bit of a pullback and then get stuck in a range, which is not that unusual. Like I've seen equities in a range for many years. In fact, when I first got into prop trading, they put me on an equities desk, and it was very slow. Like ES was like 12 to 16 ticks per day. It was horrendous. So because of that, I do think that we're seeing yet another side to what markets can do. So they're still very liquid. Like things are moving, but it's all a little bit tough to read. And when the moves happen, they're super quick. So almost like if you're not already in on the move, it just flies through. Maybe not so much in crude oil, but certainly on NQ. And whilst that's been a characteristic of NQ for a few years now, it still wasn't that unpredictable and that lightning fast. So we're definitely seeing a different year this year. So if people are struggling, or if you just started trading, I'm not surprised. It's tough, but at the same time, you still have to have orientation levels. Analysis still plays a huge part in how you're going to approach any market, and then it's just down to you. Robert always says we can only ever control our entry and our stop loss. Whatever happens outside of that, we don't know. Like nobody knows. We're not psychic. We can assume based on probabilities, but at the end of the day, no one knows how big the move is going to be, how far it's going to go. It's all just educated guesswork, I suppose.
Well, you hear in chat, Market Leftley says, actually, it's very common for markets to go up during conflict and war. Well, when did we not have conflict? When did we not have war?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's that's sort of built in. But when we're talking about crude, I mean, there's just a lot of things that are sort of hitting it from the left and the right. But anyway, well, thank you, Deeyana. Now, I'm gonna drag Coach Jay over to Coles and see how he's doing over there with his bromance with Hoag in chat. What's going on there, Coach Jay?
No, someone pointed out I have a serious face all the time. I think it's just my scanning face. I'm just looking at a bunch of different things.
Wait, what kind of face was that?
I'm scanning around. I'm looking to see what's happening in these markets, paying attention around as well.
Okay.
Right. But yeah, just looking for some opportunities. I'm seeing this a little bit of a sell-off that we're getting in the NASDAQ right now, trading almost into VWAP, which is at 19,540. If we do sell off there, I'm looking at a level where we saw some buyers come in this morning at 19,515. So just kind of looking at that opportunity there.
Okay. Let's talk about your trades today. What did you commit to? What did you get?
Bag.
What did you look at? Markets?
A mixed bag. I traded well in one account and not so well in another account. They were all NASDAQ trades today, all to the long side, some in better locations than others. And I think that's, just trading, right? Where we can get the direction right. But if your location is wrong, then, you can still take a losing trade. So that's what it was. The initial losses were in the morning during like the London session. And then the winning trades were right before the New York session open.
Okay. Tim in chat says NVIDIA, Coach Jay, NVIDIA nearing lows of the day. Be careful with the longs.
Oh, yeah, Tim, I agree with you. I'm looking to the short side. I think that 515 looks like a target if we sell through VWAP.
Okay. Another thing, too, Coach Jay, I want to thank you for sharing levels and conversation during fast markets and throughout the day. That's one thing that we're going to keep doing is we're going to keep that room open for our traders that are in there sharing levels because you never know when we're going to put something on. And this is what I'm trying to piece out is that these markets, the characteristic markets, things that we were sort of used to when markets move and markets slow down. I mean, even at lunchtime now, markets are making big moves. I remember, not too long ago, but it would be like, New York lunchtime, and the markets would trade west to east, which they really would make a move. But now we're seeing moves north and south.
Yeah, I started. Yeah, with the lunchtime thing, I started noticing it during COVID. Suddenly, like before, I used to just take my dogs out for New York lunch because there was like nothing going on, and I would usually kind of carry over a trade through lunch because of that. Either be, maybe it'd be like a fake out or something, but generally not a lot of movement. So it was like pretty safe to kind of leave it. And then during COVID, I started seeing this thing, especially in equities, and then I called it the lunchtime hour drift. And it was pretty significant. Like you could get like 35, 40 handles easily during lunchtime. So I started trading that as well. And, eventually I went back to just not doing lunch, but it's certainly a different aspect to trading.
Vibe, yeah.
It's almost like a lot of retail traders have started trading during COVID and continued. So all of that extra liquidity is kind of acting as more sort of locals, so adding into the whole mix. At least that was like my kind of theory.
Right. They're they're packing their lunch in their lunch boxes and keeping it at their desk, and they're
And
continuing
trading.
with the day. Trade and eat. Go ahead. I'm not looking.
Yeah.
But yes,
Eddie,
yes,
if I can, real quick, I just want to clarify something I said because we got so Anthony Bell was saying, I said that I was looking at a level where buyers came in earlier, but I'm looking for shorts. Those buyers that the level that I'm seeing where the buying came in was at 19,515. If I was looking at that from a trade perspective, and again, anything we say is for educational purposes only. Right now, we're trading 40 points above that level. So I'm seeing if VWAP sells, then there's a potential trade back down to where those buyers came in. And the way I would manage that is if I get a short somewhere, below 19,550, my conservative price target is going to be where I saw those buyers come in at 515. And if they don't defend that position, then we can go lower. But looking at a potential short back to the area where we saw those buyers come in would be the trade I do.
Okay. I'm glad that you shared that and cleared the air. I know we've been looking at the ES. We had the trades on the ES for the house account. Really digging deep here in the ES right now. Market's coming back to that 40 level. Excuse me. And we got some chatter in the chat, as a matter of fact. Chatter in the chat. My God, how does that happen? El Toro's talking about looking like we're going to clear out the single print D period on the TPO chart. Looking for a bounce to go long 5640 again. So we are just about knocking on that door. We'll take a look once we hit it, if we do hit it. But I don't want to forget about my. Go ahead, Deeyana.
No, carry on. I'm just making stupid noises.
I just wanted to bring our good buddy, Coach Robert, in here. Yes, we didn't forget about you, Coach Robert. At least I didn't. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, no, I'm here. I've been here all day. Been here for several hours for the market. Filling in for JD, so we got a little bit extra work to do behind the scenes, but we're having a ball at it. Love doing this stuff. Appreciate being on here with you. Have been on air with you for a while, Eddie. So a little update here. I was just doing a confirmation behind the scenes that we do have full authorization for doing a house account trade. So if we see something, we get to call it out. We follow that process. We check with our group. We check with our levels. We check with Around the Horn. We make sure our chat is all on board and we get our check mark. We're ready to go. I wanted to make sure we put that confirmation out there. I'm kind of an anomaly for myself when it comes to these ways to trade because it's not necessarily full on levels. Like I was just checking beforehand and saying, hey, we can trade this. I said, sure, go ahead and take a trade. I'm like, well, my trade would have been 5 minutes ago because it's already cleared. And I wanted to make sure that
for a short, let me guess, in the ES, right?
Yeah, and you know what's happening?
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
We're not gonna woulda, coulda, shoulda because I'm gonna actually show it, and my charts dropped off a moment ago, and I'm gonna get those back. So if you want to jump into someone else, I will get it just disconnected. I'm gonna get those back, and Gabe's gonna help out, or whoever's behind there right now, and we'll get those charts up, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay. We got our once again our elite our traders in our levels room, and Brooksy's talking about a ledge around 5642, and what I'm talking about, we're talking about the ES. Says that gets a run, stops for sitting for a good 6 points below that, and possibly could take us back up to VWAP. So we're watching that. Mandy, I think that's Amanda. NQ 525.30. Looking at NQ. So it really depends on what market. If you've got the green light with the house, This is something we're going to see if we can fire it up again and get some more levels here. Chat, what do you think? You got some levels here for ES, for NASDAQ, something where we can take advantage of, something that looks good for you, where also you can put a trade on and hopefully make that a winning trade. Let's keep an eye open here of what we do have. So, Coach Robert, what are you're looking at ES, correct?
I am looking at NQ, and it's the reason I'm on here is I want to jump onto this because of what there it is. Thank you on the back end there. I don't know who was it over there. Gave him the check mark. I'm gonna give kudos. Gabe's he's a workhorse, man. He's doing a fabulous job back there. Super job. So here's what I'm looking at, and I'm gonna toggle over. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this because we want to maintain focus on Topstep X. But I talk about this all the time, and I just want to show this. It's been irking me for like 2 months now. I'm dying to get pretty close the range bars on Topstep X, and then the custom indicators. And I'm literally going to toggle over real quick to a trading view chart because that's what I trade from. That is it right there. And we will have this available. It literally just calculates, has all my stuff in the background, and does its figuring, and it's just a levels breakout. Again, I'm not going to spend a heck of a lot of time, but we have green coming up, and we make new peaks, and we target our zones that I have marked out, and they are red at the bottom. Here's a 3 trade. So we have 3 different pivots on the bottom. We're talking around 19,627. Once we break these and stay, there's a target area. We can see we have a couple of greens up here. We make all these peaks. Once we break over the highs here, this is going to be around 695-ish. I'll be targeting these levels. Every one of these, this one here technically was a loser. Here's a break. Here's a break. This is the one, Eddie. We talk about coulda, woulda, shoulda. This is the one I was speaking of. So let's get right into the market real time. And then we're going to give you all these levels, and we'll see if we can put a trade on. This is what I was talking about. Look at the time. Time down the bottom, 14:10. That's 2:10. So I was waiting for us to clear our support levels here. That is here is at 577 roughly. And then my targets were between 574 and 559. We can see just momentarily dropped right through them. I'm going to go back onto the charts. Again, I don't want to spend a heck of a lot of time on this, but this, everybody's been asking me, saying, will you please show us? Please show us. This is it. As soon as we have the capability on Topstep X, I will make this available and everybody can trade it. So as soon as I see another target area pop up, yeah.
Since we're talking NASDAQ ES, let's make sure we definitely let everyone know what we're trading. You said Absolutely. The 599s or 559s, and I'm looking at the ES going, well, yeah, we got a little ways to go.
This is an NQ chart. See, I had another target just NASDAQ. Pop up. Yeah, I had a target just pop up as we were talking, and this is what happened, man. I'm going to give you the actual levels.
Selling off.
Exactly. So right when our bar closed, go ahead, Jay. 19,547. I had a target pop up of 19,533 to 23. Beautiful, right in your spot. Jay, take it away. You had that trade called on. If you want to do it, let's see if we can get something going on here.
I didn't call out the trade. I did take it. I took it in a practice account just because it looked like it was getting ready to break that VWAP. One lot is up $1,300 right now. Damn it! I wish we took that in the house. But we're selling really strong through the opening range right now. And, we'll see what this means for this selling momentum. Looking at this 19,500 level to see whether or not these sellers can hold it under. There was a lot of selling at 19,690, and they've been there literally the entire week. Every time we come up to 19,690, they're rejecting price, and it looks like those sellers are stepping back in again. So right now I'm watching the reaction at 19,500 to see whether or not these sellers can hold below that price. But the trade ultimately, the market ultimately got down to that 515. Below that, the next level I'm seeing below that is 19,320 really. And that sounds like a stretch. And I'm not saying that the market is going to get there today, but if that selling continues, that's the last place I see a big order coming in. So not looking for a long here right now. If the selling fails below 500, then taking a long and then risking the lows of this candle that we just printed, which is at 19,485.
Hey, we just had a poll finish.
Yes.
What market for a house trade? We're looking at NASDAQ. Real quick here, Deeyana. Brooksy did have that 5640 in the ES ledge, and that's exactly what happened. Fell off there, and we're seeing it trading all the way to 31. And Deeyana, you were saying?
Yeah, so right there at 46 on ES, that was the IB high, initial balance high. We have now failed that. So this is now a failed auction. And we have the value low where we bounced from prior at 22, let's say, 23. So there's not that much demand, but there is a little demand area that might be of interest if we can hold value high. But if we can't, then we're looking at...
we are.
Yeah, then we're looking at the failed auction that went into value acceptance, and then, that's just fierce. Is this like news driven? This looks...
I'm looking here.
Let's
see here.
NVIDIA is selling off.
Yeah, if NVIDIA, well, if that's the case, I know there was some news in Apple earlier, but that's not what's happening now.
Even DAX opened the next 30 minutes with a gap, pretty sizable
You've been
one, which
trading
is
that too,
unusual
haven't
for
you?
this time of day. Yeah, I trade that for London. Obviously, we don't have that yet, but I hear it's coming around November 1st. So, fingers crossed. I always bounce between like 3 different markets, and then if my performance starts to slip in either one of them, I obviously put that on the back burner and focus on the others. So yeah, that flexibility is a little bit tricky now. But yeah, DAX has been very nicely behaved, and very nicely behaved. So it's been my bread and butter this year.
Well, put some meat on that bread. Mohammed A, our good friend Mohammed, it says no more buying in the NQ until higher than 19,515. Still got a ways to go, dropping hard. Market back to the range day. Reversal day is off for him. Finding a short entry setup. Well, let us know, Mohammed, what you do find. And taking a look at the tilt. Well, S&P is pretty much 50-50. NASDAQ 50-50. And that's how this market's been a lot when you're relying on, well, not to rely on it, but to look to, the consensus. Are you buyers or sellers? We do a poll here, 50-50. We look at the tilt, 50-50. It's just been a little crazy here. But, Coach, let's see here. We've got Coach Deeyana, Coach Robert. You got a position on.
Go ahead, flip over my screens. I'll show you this, man. It's just really hard, and for this style, it really is. This is why I do some automation stuff, folks, and I'm going to get all that stuff for everybody. Once we started selling off, this thing plots out potential target areas, and just before it came out, 548 was the drop, and the target was 524, right through it. The next drop was 19,483. Target down to 451. It's right there. We have a pending one also. If we get down below 19,435, we're target of around 415. That's the pending one that's on there right now. They just happen so fast. Like I think, Eddie, you were saying, anybody see a trade? And I was going to turn my mic on, and it went right through to the target area. That's how fast it happens. It's only my style. It's just the way that I do things. So it's really hard to call these out real time like that. So, but I do have one pending. So we'll see if we get below that. I'll put it in there now. 19,440. We'll target 19,415, and we'll see how it happens. And if we get in check box, you want to go around the horn. If traders like that, if they want to see it, we can throw it on there. We have the rights. We'll ask Jay. We'll ask Deeyana. We'll ask the chat. We'll check for other levels. Absolutely, Jay.
Those levels one more time?
Certainly. We're going to do a small one. We're going to call this one on here. If we short, here we go. Short 19,457. Target 19,440. 19,440. And I'll mark these up
below this most recent break we had.
Yes, sir. And that target would be 19,440. And then if we break, second one, if we break 19,430. Targeting 19,415. And I will mark it up on the chart and copy it so everybody can see it.
Got you. Right. I do like that short. If we do get in this trade, if we could use your price targets as conservative targets, and then if we get into a position, scale out there and then hold the rest, because I do think on a higher time frame, there is some room down to 400, at least settlement, right? We're a few points away from settlement. So if we can manage the trade that way.
Absolutely.
Brooksy in the S&P. Thanks, Johnny. 56.21 really needs to hold here. And we are knocking on the door right now. Yesterday's value area high. So I think if we do slip through here, there might be a nice little run, a little lower than where we're looking right now. So just let's keep that in mind. And Deeyana, how's your trade going?
It's well, crude oil is closed, so it hasn't really moved much, unfortunately. So minus 10 ticks there, but I'm gonna leave it to run a little bit longer because sometimes crude oil can move post settlement, and it's been doing a lot of like London and Asia trending, so that's new as well. So we'll see.
WTI settled 75.91 a barrel.
Yeah.
So that is closed. Natural gas settling at $2. I'm going to say about 14 cents. I'm sorry, that was natural gas. Gasoline, $2.25. Close enough.
So if we do take this NASDAQ trade, I'm looking at how the market responds to some of these major levels. 19,450, we did get a little bit of a bounce. So that selling pressure is starting to slow down at some of these major levels. So if we do get into that short, we got to be conscious of that. I think personally, I would like the short on a retest of 19,500 to the upside, a rejection of that, and then shorting back to Robert's level. Because this could also just reverse here. If
you run that play again, Jay. So we're going to come down. We're going to take a short. It's going to hit bottom, and then we're going to come back with a buy. And run that by me again.
No. So I'm looking for a short, but with the momentum that the market just had, we are shorting at the lows of that move where the sellers stopped. Right. So what we're asking for, if we short here, is for that selling pressure to continue, and we don't get to choose when that happens. So I personally would like a bounce up to 19,500 and shorting there, because a bounce up to 19,500, we get price action back to 19,500. If buyers don't step in to push it above 19,500, then that gives the sellers a better opportunity to get in, and we're at a better sell position than the most recent sellers that we just saw come in here. Right. If we sell at the lows now, we're trying to push the market, and we're not trading an account size that can do that. So we need to have potential for flow to continue, and the flow is showing us that it stopped here.
Right. Well, we're at the levels we're talking about, especially in the ES. Very close here. Have we made a new low here? Taking a look at NASDAQ.
I'll take a look at those. Yeah, we'll take a look at the ES also, but that trade already transpired. It's already gone. The one that we called out, it's already done. We didn't have a chance to put it on. Say that's just the quick scalping that I talk about. It's really hard. So I'll try to get some stuff on a little higher time frames that we can all look at. But since you see you using
keep an eye open here, Robert. I think the
already done.
Knocking again.
No, we are those two. The last two trades just completed. Switch to my chart. You'll see exactly all three of those just completed. You're all done.
I see. Okay. Well, for the downside, we've been talking about putting these offers on, and we've had levels. If we go below this level, watch for a bigger downside. And we're seeing that right now. I mean, our 20s, our 21s, all the way down to 11s here in the ES. Seems like sellers are heavy here right now. What is it, chat? What do you think? We've had a poll in here. Should we short 19.5 evens? And majority said yes. Majority was on that sell train for that. Yeah, Jay?
No, I was just saying we just didn't get that bounce back up there.
Okay.
We did get a bounce, but it just wasn't a bounce back to 500, right? Ultimately, what happened is the opening range low held at 480, and that was the better sell. And Robert, your short was at 457, right?
457, 455, right in that area.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, and the target, and then there were two more under that had called in there as well. And I'm just I'll put it in this. Y'all can see what the things. This goes so fast, and I'll have to figure something else out. And this is not the strategy for what we're doing here. I just been asked about it so much that this is what I'll be using as we get things more into Topstep X. And I literally just wanted to flip this over to finally show everybody what I was talking about over the last 2 months. So there it is. There it was. And if we find something bigger time frame, let's go for it.
Well, ES approaching 5610s, and if you look on the dome, that's been a very favorable number here in the ES. A little over 3,000 have traded versus about 1,500 on an average. Any of the numbers around it. So coming off that right now, got a pullback, little bounce here, back up to 16. Yes, Deeyana.
It's a point of control. That's why there's so much volume there.
Good eye. Good eye. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do you got here? David Key says iceberg 5610. That's exactly, I think, what we're talking about here. Watching that here.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a neutral day on ES, which is what I'm staring at right now, there is a possibility for mean reversion trade back to the middle. From that
One more note,
area.
we just hit Jay's target on NQ, and we can switch over to ES since it moves a little slower. He called that 19,400, and I just saw that get tagged, Jay.
We'll find a trade
yes,
here.
Man.
We're gonna find a trade here.
Did anyone take it?
Yep.
Now we're trying to get check marks.
David said I'm doing too much word salad and no trading, so I'm just gonna shut up and just trade. You're welcome, David.
Click, 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 click. Yes.
All right, I guess we go to ES. It slows it down a little bit. We'll go to ES.
Well, Joe Black says the
get David on. Get David on to sit here and say nothing and just trade. That would be very interesting to watch.
And then share the report at the end too. Make sure we do that.
Yeah, exactly. Share the stats. Yeah, we want to see him.
Joe was talking about up on the upside, 69, 59, 56, 59. Very telling short now. New lows under about 75%, 55, 70. Still a little ways to go. Downside also looking at the 5-4-20s, about 50%. Thank you, Joe. Sort of held up a little bit though right now, but still we get through this. I'm looking at the dome and really not seeing too much. 12s, maybe about 150, 200 at that area. How are we doing in the chat? Anybody have positions on? Anybody running with the market the correct way, running against them, and why?
I think there's still room in this to the downside. I would say any.
Yes, I mean right now we're lower lows here. Right now.
Yeah, we get a target
if you look on the
ES.
Sellers took a little coffee break, tea break, and they're back at business here.
I was calling out an ES trade closing. If we broke 5608, our target is 5603, and I couldn't even get the words out. It's already gone past it.
Well, you know what? I mean, here's the thing. You know, you guys got levels
at this point.
No, I'm not seeing a bounce here.
I'm sure there's no news. This really looks like news.
Looking over the
I'm
wire
not seeing
here,
anything.
my faithful news wire, and
I'm
I don't
seeing
know.
room all the way down
This
to
would have been
300.
a great trade for the house.
I'm seeing room down to 300.
Yeah, I'm not
just
seeing
about.
anything. If there's any news, if anybody in the chat does see
Is
something,
this it? Apple in talks to join Open AI funding round. Is that why?
Yeah,
we're
that's old.
Spazzing out.
That's pretty
It's
old.
Yeah.
That was about an hour ago.
Hmm.
Maybe this is just all about the stock.
Yeah.
We got Apple. What do we got? Nvidia.
Just Captain Obvious. Nvidia shares fall 5% to a US session low, dragging down the broader market. It's like, thanks, we can see.
Yeah,
So
5% already.
Robert, if we do still want to trade this, I'm looking at. I don't know that we can go as big of a position as we would higher. But if we get a bounce towards settlement at 19,415 and it holds, I would say scaling into a position because I think there's still more room down. Right? If we want to take it, we can't take it now because we are so short in the hole.
All right, let me pull up an NQ chart and we'll see if we get a check mark from me or not. And that number again one time, Jay, so I can mark it on.
Settlement 415.
There's a lot of news coming out. Pending home sales. Now is the thank you, V. Lowest on. Vince says Texas is being sued over the anti-ESG law, and Verdi says news. This is why we're crashing. Is news in the UK is banning smoking in pubs. I think that banning smoking in like outside of pubs. I was reading an article going, what? What are they talking about?
Yeah, because we did that, like I just responded to Verti. We did that like over a decade ago, maybe even longer, maybe 15 years ago. So that wouldn't be it.
All right, we got a poll up. NQ short. Are we going to go short here? 19,415. Please get your vote in. We've got about 15 minutes here left in the session. And Mohammed's for the house. My brother Mohammed, man. We love you, man. NQ long in 19,230. Stop at 19,199. Target 19,450. And Mohammed has a check on that. That's one check.
Joe Black says, at the Algos party last night, all agreed to a close today below the 75% at 55.70.
Oh, there was an algo party last night, huh?
Yeah, I know. We missed it. We weren't invited.
Ah.
You all suck.
We do.
Y'all suck.
We do.
Yes. We know.
But in a good way. You know, I mean, one of us does.
Yeah, in a good way, a positive way.
Who was that? Was that James or Gabe? I don't know. It wasn't me.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, here you go, Gabe.
You all suck.
There's one back for you, buddy. There you
Thanks,
go.
brother.
We got the same sound effect. Back and play a little tennis game of You Suck. Coach Dakota talking about the 5-minute, 3-minute bar reversal in Nasdaq will be above. Oh, it just scrolled away from me. Will be above 395. Setting themselves up for Power Hour. Speaking of Power Hour, I tell you, if this move continues, I mean, the opportunity is there. Today we've got Andre, Jack, Francis Green, and Johnny Hoax.
Yeah, if we break 360, I get a target of 342. Never mind, it already hit it. I gotta stop talking. I literally gotta stop. It just popped up on my screen. I want to let you know as soon as possible. I'm trying.
Robert, you're going to be late for your own. Robert, you're going to be late for your own funeral, okay?
Robert is like, I'm gonna send it, and it's gone. Like that's you're a meme right now. It's like, and it's gone.
Rihanna has a song called "Shut Up and Drive." I think we need to shut up and trade because we are reading this market very well right now, and sometimes it's just put them on. And I know we're trading a house account, so we can't do that. But I know reading it very well.
Yeah, you can't point, click, and pray on the house account. That's not gonna work.
Right.
Congratulations.
So looking at the 30-minute chart,
that's be super trades, right? That's just imagine throwing 20, 30, 40 contracts on those last 4 trades. Yeah, they're only 10 to 15 points a piece, but they were 4 in a row. That's not bad.
We're looking at ES. Coach
hindsight
Vince
indicator.
Says 55,
No, it's not.
85, 70. Hold on. 55, 85, 75. Yesterday's value low in the ES. Thank you, Coach Vince.
Yeah, I did say if the value high budges, then we've got a value acceptance. And that calls target of 55.89. Christ, I'm going blind. So yeah, that would be the completed value acceptance short. But we do have a neutral day, which might also mean potential reversal and then ping back, mean reversion to the middle somewhere. So that's a little bit dangerous.
Brooksy says it looks like it's coming for the overnight lows. London lows just got ran over.
The ES just bounced off of 5,600 even. So if we, I mean, two different markets, but if we're looking to go short in the NASDAQ, we want to see the ES be able to sell through that level as well. NASDAQ just bounced to 400, not seeing any buyers above it currently. So this could be the cheap short for continuation.
Right. James talked about here also the 56 even, taking a bounce off that. Let's to see what they do at those levels. Well, we just saw that taking a bounce off that even level back up to 05. What do you got, Luke? Type it out for me because I can't see that too well. Isaac. Going down low and yes. Well, a lot of people don't think we're going to go down that low.
So in ES, we have some liquidity up at 56.11. I don't think it's the sandwich algos.
56.30, huh?
56.11. There's 300 and.
Mohammed sees a cheap short at 19,410.
I don't know if I want to say where I think the NASDAQ is actually going.
You'll be late. You'll be late. Even Mohammed says, damn,
I mean,
this is a quick market.
If it goes down to 19,150, I think we're early, but that's it's a ways away.
So interestingly, I know we want to keep with Topstep, but we don't have DAX yet. So I'm just going to show you this. This is very unusual for DAX at this time of day because DAX typically shuts down at like 4:30 my time. That was like 3.5 hours ago. It's jumped off a cliff as well. So I don't know whether they know something we don't, but that's a big jump for this time of day.
I mean, earlier in this session, Brooksy was talking about that ledge.
Yeah.
That was a ledge for sure. With everybody yelling, jump, jump, jump. And obviously these markets did.
Is it maybe, hold on, is this
I've been trying to
maybe,
look,
so
dude.
just no, it's not that. I'm thinking end of the month rebalancing because it's the last day of the month.
There you go. Who mentioned that earlier?
Yep.
Yeah. I just realized that because it's like the 29th. And,
right.
that's what that is.
We'll be walking into
this is
September
portfolio
Monday.
rebalancing. Yeah, this is rebalancing by the institutions.
Great point.
Rock and roll. Yeah.
Oh. Well, Deeyana, before we go, I want to make sure that if you are new here and you're wondering, who is that woman? She is Deeyana. We're very happy to have her as part of our Topstep team. And she is a leader in a company called Market Stalkers. And if you can give us just a quick one on Market Stalkers, I'm going to post that. Want me to post a YouTube link for that? Or
yeah, I mean, you can do either the YouTube or the courses page because that might be helpful for people. I've been getting a lot of people asking me about that since we started the London session, so maybe that's an idea. So Market Stalkers is a company that I started almost kind of by accident after I was asked by many prop trader colleagues, hey, how did you get that set up? How did you get that? How did you know it was going to turn around? So to prevent my my time being completely consumed by explaining things over and over to different people, I started posting just little like webinar videos. They were pretty unstructured at that point on a little website. And then eventually I started doing that on my YouTube channel, and suddenly I had like 30,000 people that were watching a random video with my big purple hair that I had back then because I was still a musician. Me kind of rambling on about use of supply and demand intraday. And then after that, I got wallpapered with people going, where do I buy this? How do you teach this? Do you have a book? Do you have a course? Do you have this? And I didn't have anything because it was never really meant for wider audiences. It was just like for a few people who were around me. And then eventually I decided to put something into a more structured form, and that took me a few years to complete. So in 2019, we finally came up with a structured pro development course with some books as well, and we called it the Market Stalkers Method. Why? Because I'm somebody who waits for my levels. I don't really chase things. I want to see something develop around the area of interest, and then I pounce. So in many ways, it's like an ambush predator way. So you sit and wait. Yeah, you sit and wait. And that's why I have a chameleon. I wanted a non-threatening animal to be my mascot. And I was like, what's an ambush predator? So I went through the list, and chameleon was on there. And I think they're hilarious. I love lizards. I had leopard geckos for many years. So yeah, and I call it Bob the chameleon, our Bob.
Nothing like our Bob.
Yeah, so nothing like our Bob.
Nothing like our
so
Bob.
Market stalking is about structured trading, right? It's about process first over everything. And I use several different ways to come up with the outlook for the larger time frames, and then I kind of drill into the day time frame with the use of supply and demand market profile, time of day, and a few other kind of helper methods just to figure out exactly what's going on. If you're interested in that, then check out the link that Eddie's posting. It's a nice way to develop situational awareness. So rather than going a few lines on the chart, you actually start getting an idea and a feel for what is really happening in the market and how you can actually take advantage of that. So yeah, check it out. It's been helpful for many people. So we've got the London session where we're talking about process a lot as well, and I've been enjoying that very much.
Well, you won't be doing that London session until you're not doing it. You're not doing it tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, but are we on Monday?
And Monday we are off. The market will not be open. Yeah, so no London. We'll talk about that tomorrow. That's for sure. But Deeyana, thank you very much. Coach Robert, thank you very much. Real quick, Coach Robert, are you broadcasting from the set of 2001: Space Odyssey? Because that is very bright there. It looks like you're in a spaceship. But anyway, Robert, thank you very much. And of course, Coach. There I go. Extexlic. Coach Jay. We'll see you tomorrow. Keep those levels coming. Thank you for being here. Coming up next here, we do have, Power Hour with Francis Green, former soccer player. Just joined the London Open with Deeyana, and as her first ever special guest, this was this past Tuesday, and trying to bounce back from a small losing day in the XFA. I'm sure that we have the opportunity. Don't go away. We're going to be right back with Power Hour, and we're going to take a break. See you in a few.
You know what time it is. It is Power Hour. We're joined by Mr. Francis Green. What's going on, Francis?
I'm good. How's everybody? Hope you're nice. Nice big reversal, but yeah, I'm all good. See if we can catch something today.
Excellent. Jack, how are we doing?
Month end hijinks, man. This is great. Can't wait to see what we do here.
Indeed. Hoag, we were talking in the green room, perhaps for some downside targets in NQ and ES. I want to tell everyone what we were looking at in the NQ.
Of course. So when we look at the range from earlier today, the early range was at the high of value from yesterday. Value high in the NASDAQ, 19,481. We rallied. We left a little bit of a failed auction at the high here. We've come all the way back. We've taken out the low of the initial balance now. Back inside value from yesterday. My downside target would be the other extreme of value, which would be down to 19,307. We're kind of hanging around in kind of a little bit of a balance or consolidation area here. And I can't really see in my time frame anything other than IB low for 19,478 or value low from yesterday at 19,307. So we're going to be counting on you in the chat, and we're going to be counting on our team members to see if we can't find some decent opportunities here. I know we've got a few folks in the chat. I know we've got Dakota in the chat's been talking about looking for 3-bar reversals. Yeah. And we've got, of course, our man Francis Green here. You know, he's going to find us a good one.
Absolutely. Francis, how have you how's the trade been today so far?
It's been okay. I've been wanting to short for most of the day. I took this trade, but on my combine I closed it a little bit too early. But I've kept it running obviously on the practice one as well. But I got something out of that on the combine. Didn't expect the sellers to come in at exactly the same level as we did yesterday. Yesterday's high. But we are finding some support at a 618 fib from the whole range, from the whole move to the upside. That is at 349 on my chart. Don't know if you can see my chart. And I'm looking to see if we can find some support here. That's what we're looking at the moment. And again, as you know, Dakota's free candle reversal with a retest for me would be something I would be looking for on the 5-minute. So 340 where we're at the moment is a level that I'm looking at.
340. Okay.
I mean, if we lose that, then you're going to be previous daily low and then the daily low if we come that low, which would be, you know, crazy down at 140. So,
all right. So, check mark around the 349s from Francis.
We've got Mohammed talking in the chat about an entry for a potential short at 19,383. Target 242. Stop 499. Pretty big stop there.
499. Stop. This is a big stop. Okay. Short at 383 from Mohammed. Short. 383s. Oh, cool. Jack, what are you looking at over there?
I was going to say, is anyone looking to go long at some point? Sounds like Dakota might be tickling at that.
Yeah, he has been.
The purple box never leaves. This is the same purple box that's been there for weeks now. Just there's some buying in the area. I'm up 391 right now from bailing out. Basically, I bought last night and planned, you know, I read the NVIDIA earnings. It's like, that wasn't that bad. Why are we down 40 points right now? Put on a small size, like right here, the as Hoag would call it, the dead ass low. And then proceeded to make the mistake. I was like, let it go to the morning. This is probably turning positive. I came back before I went to bed and was like, wow, I'm up a decent amount. Closed it out. Came back this morning. Would have been up a lot more. That's the way it crumbles.
All right, let's run a poll. Hoag, are we for house account? You got the keys. Are we looking at ES or NQ?
Well, we can look at anything, but what I do want to point out is they're both really, really thin. We've got 1, 2, 3. Biggest like single level that I'm seeing on the NASDAQ is a 6 lot. Oh, there's a 12 lot just got taken out. The domes are very, very thin. So if we're going to be taking any kind of size in the NASDAQ, we'd better be careful.
Let's take a poll. Let's see what the chat wants. We do that?
Yeah. You think, Eddie?
Yes or NQ?
NASDAQ? Yeah, ES or NQ. Let's throw it to the chat. House account. ES or NQ.
If I had a vote, it would be the S&Ps.
ES.
Okay, there you go.
Put your vote in.
ES. Get mine in there as well. ES. I'm guessing.
You can vote too.
Oh, yeah.
Let this cook for a little bit.
My vote counts for 20.
We're going to need more than that, Jack.
Oh, Andre, Francis, Hoag, my mom is watching right now, I think. So if you're in there in the chat, Mom, you vote and vote for the ES.
Vote, Mom. Vote ES, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Vote ES, Mom.
Hi, Jack.
Congratulations. Yes. Congratulations on the twin grandkids.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Jack. Nice.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I hope
No,
she
that's going to be
knew.
something, isn't it?
All right, we got 300 votes.
What do you
Looks
got,
like
Eddie?
NQ is sort of edging out the ES right now.
Okay.
Team
Shocking.
NQ.
3.5, 350. Right. We'll cook it to 400 and we'll close it out. Get your votes in. It's very close here right now.
We got Dakota saying he likes the ES long above 56.13.
Oh,
Above.
I think that's what he's saying.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to close it out. NASDAQ with 57% and ES with 43.
Huh.
All right.
Wow.
Yes, NASDAQ it is.
Oh, my heart's already beating.
Here we go.
Yay.
Yay is right. All right. Francis was looking at that 349 level in the NQ.
That's for longs, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, long zone for that. The 340 up to that. We need some sort of, like you say, we need some sort of break, whether that's 5-minute reversal or a bullish engulfing or something, and then something on the 100-tick chart. We need something because we're just, as Hoag would say, we're just barcoding on the lower term time frame again. So
We are.
We need some sort of a reversal down here.
All right, Dakota, take a look at the NQ if you don't mind. Give us your thoughts. Look at the tilt here. 43% long in the NQ. Nothing really showing ES. 58% long in the ES. Nothing going on there. Let's see. Maybe
if we're trading the NQ, I say we go 5-lot clips because at least that's, we might get one price on that. Might get one price. I mean, we're looking at 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, 3, 1, 2, 3. There's not a lot on the bid or the offer. Very
and
thin.
where's our? Yeah, where would our risk be? That's the question.
Below 340.
340s. Okay.
Yeah, that's Francis's number there, but he's looking for some sort of a reversal there, not just put in an order and hope, right?
Oh boy.
Right.
no, you can't because just
There you
like
go.
that, it's going to drop through the floor. So you can't just jump in. You need something to show you that the buyers are interested.
Right.
I think that's the.
We've done nothing.
Is that? That's the
Yeah,
Asia high. Is that the Asia high? Yeah. Is that the Asia high?
Jay looking for 19,300 downside target. Maybe longs not the play right now.
Yeah. That's a nice level, that 300, 280 to 300.
All right, let's throw it in the poll. Long or short house account NQ from 19,003. Call it 340. 19,340. Long or short?
340.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
We can be patient. No catching knives here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We got Bostic coming out in 15 minutes. Raphael. He has to say.
Ralphie boy.
The chat, some are saying neither. Wait. We will.
I was going to
Hey,
add
real quick,
that.
Yes, absolutely. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Power Hour. You know what to do. Hit us up on Twitter. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Submit cool stuff. Turn that around to you guys, but it's got to be cool.
Still looking for some more Illinois flags.
I don't know. I think you're the runaway winner, Jack.
We'll have to show that again at some point.
Yes. All right. Eddie, keep us posted on the poll there.
50-50. 50-50.
50-50. All right.
Decisive.
That's a 50-50.
I love it.
Yes.
200 votes. See if we get 300 votes, we'll close it.
36% short in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. We got that.
Sorry, 60% short in the NASDAQ.
Leaning short.
Short.
Tilt.
Nothing heavy either way.
Tilt. Yeah.
See a 200 lot downside, 5602.
All right, there we go. We got 300 votes here. Going to be short. 54% saying short.
Okay.
We will close that poll.
40s.
His royal trades, thank you, Your Highness, says, please add no trade to these polls. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, right.
I had hit send, and I was going to put no trade. Put flat.
Do neither.
Yes,
my bad.
Yeah,
it's looking like a lot of our team members have locked it up for the day. A lot of folks are just watching this.
Okay.
I'd love an opportunity to buy it.
Yeah, there's nothing happening. Can't buy it yet.
Those 49s. I mean, you had to take some heat, but 49s did hold for now. What do you got? Yay!
Jack's mom in the chat says that I'm fading you, Jack. That sounds like my mom.
Come on. Right. ES might be putting in a bit of a base. Little consolidation in the ES. 608.
See the profile picture on Jack's mom?
Yeah.
Shame.
What is it?
Oh. Not right.
Dakota's
that's about
looking
right.
for a break above 370 for a long entry now.
Okay, there we go.
And we've got that breakout right now.
All right, we got the check. Yes, we do.
Any check marks?
Got one from Dakota. 370 Dakota.
All right.
We get that pull.
Level team. Do we got any check marks from our level team? Check mark.
Yeah,
I mean, yes. They are moving forward.
Here we go.
Yep.
A little pullback would be nice for a little entry, but
It's 49s. Let's call there, Francis.
Let me keep us out.
If you do get the 70s, where would the risk be?
Little the low, I think.
Right, that's 60 points.
Man, just like that. Okay.
We do have another team member says long above 395.
And with 395, wow, look at this thing go.
We got to just be really quick for this.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Jack was looking to buy
Music
it
would
as
say,
well.
I'd look for a short signal around 415 per Coach Jay's previous suggestion.
That's where we
Short
are
from
now.
450.
Go dragging Coach Jay back into things.
Is that where we are now?
Put a lot of this going on.
Yeah, check mark from Jay on 415. What, Jack? I see what you're looking at.
I was
we get the 415s. That's Jay short. Okay.
Dakota long, any pullback, he says.
Yeah.
We like the 370s. If we get a couple of check marks, we'll do it.
Check mark at 70. Sorry there, Eddie. You got a check mark for 370 at 1.
From Dakota.
Yep.
He says pull any pullback.
Says a pullback.
To show my vote, I got long 1 micro yes there with Dakota.
Go. Put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, Dakota looking long. How is support there, though?
Do I?
Now 2.
No.
Do we have the check marks?
Got 1 check mark for
We're back at
370.
370 right now.
There we go. Yep.
None here.
that's
Check
the
mark.
one.
Nothing in the levels room.
Don't like the rejection. I don't like the rejection from Jay's level.
Like the rejection.
But,
okay. All right. That's what we're doing.
It's yeah. I'm long. I'm long.
Francis,
I'll be right back.
What price did you get, Francis?
Where are we? 382. I'm in.
382. How many times?
3 micros.
Thank you.
Just a tight stop just below that. Yeah, tight stops
We're
around
getting
about
5.
3.
We just bought 5.
There we go.
Okay, what price?
Now we're talking.
375.
Stop.
Where's the risk?
Risk is
My stop. My stops are just below, just because I think if we lose that 340, we could move down quite quickly. So my stops are just below, around about 325. Yeah, for me anyway. So
5. Yeah, I've got to stop in at 19,333 and 3/4 right now. Just to if we put in a new low, we're out.
Yeah, it's a big stop for the 5. So
5 from 375.
Target. What's the target?
4.
Anyone's guess, Hoag.
Yeah. VWAP. 521s.
Are we see money, take money, or what are we doing?
On the long?
Yeah.
I mean, if we can get above the 415s, if we can get strength above the 415s, then I'll be looking to go back up to. You've got room all the way up to 500s again, which is
what I was saying.
The last
460
would be tremendous.
Yeah. There's a lot of traffic though, just between that though. So
here we go.
Dakota says the target's 460 and higher.
460 and higher.
That works.
Yeah.
The tilt, 69% long ES. Risk in. Look at the other markets. ES. Everything's just kind of consolidating right here.
That's why I like the longs.
Got
we got
negative delta.
We had check marks from Dakota, Jack.
And yeah, Francis
is
well.
long. There's a check mark.
Yep.
I'm not seeing anything here right now.
Mohammed wants to get above 430 to believe buyers.
Don't cry to me, Muhammad.
Exactly. Hey, we're not short, Muhammad.
We could get that sweep. You know what it's like, power hour. We could get the sweep below, take everybody out, and then go.
And then go, right.
Yeah. But someone's got to get paid.
Right?
So
I am check mark list.
Well, where do you think the stops are? Right around in the NQ. Not too far.
Muhammad,
right where ours is.
Yep. Long 5. Selling coming in here. Will they grab liquidity if there's any down there?
A lot of team members done for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Wheelhouse has something here to say. Does anyone think that people want to go flat into the holiday weekend? Since we had a good run over the past month, I know it's only Thursday, but I feel like profit taking is in. Tomorrow is the last day of the month also. So, and we've got PCE also, correct?
Tomorrow,
I
yes.
believe, yes.
So, I mean, that might be the setup.
Big
we
number.
might be watching for that.
Okay. Right at entry here.
NASDAQ basically on the fence here. 52% long.
Cody said add above 370. We're at 380 right now. Let us know.
Thank you, Wheelhouse.
Big negative delta in the ES.
Do you see what your mom
thinks
Jack,
Hoag is a very
your mom's
effective
saying
man.
right now?
Jack's
Thank
mom's
you.
after
Hoag is
Hoag.
very effective man.
Thank you, Jack.
It's funny. I know that
Much
person's trying to
appreciated.
troll, but they're speaking just like my mom. She has said that before.
Love it.
She loves Hoag.
All right, 390s trade. Push here.
Where was our ADA again? Above 390s?
He said above 370, but we
370s.
We're in
I
at
think he was on about
370.
the retest.
Okay.
It wasn't there for long.
72% long. Can we get a push?
No, Dakota, we're only in 5 in the NASDAQ here. It's pretty thin. Are we in 30 yet?
Yes, it is. No bias.
Mohammed said, guys, look at the 15 minutes in the NASDAQ and ask yourself, would it need to be short or long? No bios. No bias, probably.
Right into the 400s here.
I got the
Dakota.
15 minute here, and it's sort of just bottom down here. Sort of just laying eggs here at the bottom.
Keep in mind, we got Bostic in 5 minutes.
Eyes on the prize.
Thank you, Eddie. Let's trade.
Nothing like a talking Fed to throw a horseshoe into things.
Right? Dakota says, just buy. I mean,
look at me and Dakota on the same page. I
love it. Patico.
Now that's what I call liquidity injection.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jerome.
Trying to figure out what to do with this 400s here in the NQ.
Folks are liking the longs here.
Come on, get above that level.
Well, we have this huge sell-off for reasons, right? And then we found sort of the consolidation here.
We did.
I love being long. I'm back on Team America.
Look at the 5 minute range. The range here, 406, 408. Range here.
All right.
Break above, perhaps an ad. Dakota, what do you think?
Yes.
Eddie.
Never have enough on, Dakota. You never have enough on when it's going your way.
That's the truth.
Team levels is pretty much done for the day, and they don't want to just throw a buy or sell out there. So
Fair.
They're being strategic.
The 100-tick chart. I think, and check me if I'm wrong, Dakota, we can trim our risk to around 350.
That's fair. Let's
Yeah, that's the last pivot on the 100-tick chart.
Right.
Dakota. Above 407 ad. Here we go. Here we go. Really quick.
Come on, just break that 415.
Push this.
Index NASDAQ, Eduardo's talking about it's consolidating because it's at 17.5 even. It's the IXIC.
And they push it
Eduardo.
Here. Thank you, Eduardo. Yes.
I was going to say, Andre, we need Bostic to come out with 2 beers and crack them stone cold style right now.
Oh, man. Walking down. Yep. We are very, very dovish. Come on, Bostic.
Here's
the 10s now.
Dakota likes to add above 407. Are we adding? Check marks.
Yeah, here we go. Got Dakota check mark.
Well, and now it's gone.
Woo!
Here we go.
Okay. Wow. Damn.
Here's a question maybe we can answer. ESK is talking about if we have specific levels for multiple people, why does the team not limit buy at a break of a new candle high and get better entries? You guys discussed this yesterday.
I'm not smart enough to answer that question.
Same. Not right, yeah.
What was that question again?
I don't know. 416's last trade.
I took off 2 in the MES.
Right.
Dylan K says because they suck.
That's right.
They suck.
Wow.
Right.
Back into range. 440s.
Hoop says take a couple off at 420 ish.
Your Honor, Eddie, we might.
420.
Yeah. We'll take some off.
Let's do a poll.
Do we get ice cream now?
No, not yet. Wait till we're done.
Not yet. Gotta eat your vegetables first. Eat the ice cream.
You can't have, if you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding.
Interesting area right here. 19,405 last trade. a 3-bar reversal. Strike again.
Strikes again.
It's stay in there. Stick in there, guys.
Forget it. I quit.
No, stay in there. We still got time
Right.
here.
A 407. Interesting.
How many do we
70%
have
long,
on?
yes.
Just a fiver?
You still have 5.
Bostic may have started or is scheduled to start.
Nothing yet. No.
Okay. We'll know when he starts speaking. The algos will go nuts.
Diamond hands.
Oh, we got a text from my mom. Says, believe me, I would love to troll, but not a subscriber, so can't comment. Next time.
Mom.
Can't wait for that.
So we know the one that's in chat is a imposter.
Mom, yes. Click like, click subscribe, Jack's mom. Please.
Can you
Sound
ask
off
her
in
at
the
least
chat.
if she can you ask her at least if she actually does think I'm a handsome man?
Yeah, sure.
Put it up on the
I got it.
poll. No,
Everybody
I'm
is.
kidding.
Put it up on the poll.
I'm kidding.
Put up on a flagpole. Hoag is handsome. Big old
Yes,
I
flag.
gotcha.
Add above break of 407 again.
7.
Here we go.
The second time he's posted that. He means it.
He does mean it.
Muhammad says we're in a range between 19,350 and 9,430. We see trap up now. Colonel Akbar, it's a trap.
Address him right. Wasn't he an admiral?
Admiral. What did I say? Commander?
Colonel.
Colonel Sanders says buy a bucket.
Yeah, there we go.
Pro sevens. What's this market want to do?
Robert Cooney fed
Francis.
balance sheet at 3:30 today.
All right.
Coach Vince, Fletcher Cheeto coming. He thinks we're going to get a flush.
Wouldn't surprise me. There's going to be a lot sitting around that 340 where the level. So flush wouldn't surprise me.
19,402 last trade, 401 now. I'll go war right now.
How's the war right now?
We just got out of 2.
Say.
We're up 1,800 realized, unrealized up 25 now. We have 3 left.
All right.
Nice.
You just
nice.
know Dakota's adding and saying that this is beautiful.
Oh yeah, of course.
Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade.
I think that was Dakota's ad.
Yeah, when we took off. Yeah, when we took off, Dakota added.
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yes. Now,
here.
we move our stop in profit to 388. That last swing low.
Let's do a poll. Move stop to 388.
Okay.
They're going to say yes for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm,
Should we do it then or not?
I mean,
Dakota's quoting the Dukes. Don't worry if price keeps going higher. Just keep buying.
Just keep buying. Mortimer.
Do we move the stop, Hoag?
We are now.
Watch out.
8. Let's count long 3.
Do you want that stop pull in there or?
Yeah. Probably get a better pull
we'll
in there.
wait.
Yeah, we'll probably get a better
Sure.
one. Well, yeah. Tight trail due to Bostic. That's a good point, CBS trader.
Yeah. If you've got a speaker and this time of the day.
Nothing here.
Gotta be smart.
Well, Mohammed's saying we're just asking to be stopped out MOC by moving our stop up there.
Yeah, I've just moved
That
my
should be
stuff just
fun.
in case we get a flush. So
Joe
do anything
Bostic is supposed
right.
to be speaking now.
Yes.
Can't do anything right.
Could be a stop hunt though. I can see Dakota now just saying, "No, leave your stop where it is." No.
Actually, I think he liked it.
Oh, that's good.
You're giving us a few chances to get back in on or add 07s.
Well, they're for long 3 in the NASDAQ at 375.
With like 25 minutes left, though, do we have time to go test that and then come back and make us profitable? I don't know. That's why I'm kind of cool with moving the stop. I found this out the hard way, trading my bonds.
Yeah.
Where in the hell is Wilson? Get back in there and sell.
Hoag, they want a delta update. Coach Vince says, "What's the delta?" Was
Negative
17,000.
13,500 in the S&Ps.
Okay.
Negative 1,000 in the NASDAQ. Negative 1,000 in the NASDAQ. You go,
some
Coach
off.
Vince, my guy.
You know, Coach Vince and Coach Paul have really been, and Coach Jay have really been some big factors here this week.
We got a Dorito
they
going
wanna-
here.
They want to push this. Yeah, last trade into the 20s now.
Hey, yo, Adrian.
Hey.
Check out my exotic pets. This is Cuff, and this is Link.
We got view. Hey, we got view up at 19,517. All roads, George. That'd be tight.
I tell you, I don't get no respect. Unbelievable. Delta is positive now in NQ. No, still negative seven, almost 800. Vince.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Let's go
while we're young.
Go in the 40s.
Well,
Pretty nice
when
trade.
it's going your way, you never have enough on. That's the
50s
way
trade.
it goes.
Maybe shave. What do you think?
Johnny, you got a full screen on your chart?
I do.
I'm flat.
Let's go while we're young.
Folks, we're still long 3?
Long 3.
Okay.
I think 460 Dakota was talking about. First level, was he? Did he mention
I believe that's right.
Yes, 460.
Nice, Jack. Good trade, Jack.
Yep, 460 target coming up. Here we go, 60s.
Done. We're out.
Flat.
Flat.
Coach Paul looking at the ES.
Nice.
Very nice.
He looks like he wants to buy here at 56.23.
Add that to earlier.
Damn, nice.
Yeah, that's nice. That 340 was.
Yes, it
perfect.
was.
That was the spot, huh?
That's a 618 for the range. That's a fib from this full range.
Well done.
Well, the Asia pump. That's the fib. Just here.
All right, let's recap that trade, Hoag. Got the check marks from Dakota, Francis, and Jack.
Yeah.
It was long. Francis, you got long from what price? You were in the 80s, like 82, 83 or something like that?
Is it? Yeah, 382. 382 it was.
382, yep. Jack was long in the ES from
56.12.
12s. There you go. Then Dakota saying, get in there. The check marks, house account long from 375, 5 times. He eventually shaved off the remaining 3 at 460. Nice cover.
We took 2 off to feed the rally.
Nice.
And we got the other 3 at 6.
House is up
460.
nicely here.
What's house account up, Eddie?
We have to calculate it.
Robert talks a little over, very close to 13K.
Good.
Robert uses an abacus, so I trust him.
I trust it.
And
too.
his feet. Abacus and feet and toes.
Right. Well done.
All right,
next
says
trade.
NASDAQ yesterday, value area high 483.50, upside target for the house. If we can rally that high, should have probably had a run around.
Yeah, that would be tasty. I mean, that's what the S&Ps did. They went all the way back up to value high from yesterday. The NASDAQ does that. That takes it up to 480, 483.
Jimmy Music, your guys is talking about 477. Next push. And Coach Paul's liking to buy here at 23. Where are we right now? 21, 21, 22.
Oh, ES.
In the ES, sell it out at, with a stop at 56.11, sell high of the day. I tell you, if the MOCs come in storming, Norman.
High of the day. Wow.
High of the day.
I mean,
that would be amazing.
We are well. We've seen the MOC sort of skew these markets like that craziness.
All right, let's do a recap.
Anything
Francis,
can happen,
are you
right, Johnny?
Absolutely. Francis, are you still in?
Eddie, what'd you say?
Yeah, I've got one, just one micro left on, just to see what happens.
Thank you. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
CH.
Yeah, anything can happen. And as far as Bostic, I mean, I'm texting the guy right now, and he's not answering me.
He's icing you.
So yeah, he's ghosting me right now.
So
want to ask
real quick, I wanted to explain this because I've seen it come up yesterday as well. Someone asking why we reset the house account. We don't. What happens is only one person can trade a live account. And so when MP is not on, we have to use other accounts, i.e. live accounts. So we add them together like that.
Mm-hmm.
I have a live account. Hoag has a live account. Andre, JD, Robert, MP. Am I missing anyone?
Dolby?
Of course, Dolby.
All
The
right.
pork account.
Looking for some. Ooh, sellers coming in a little bit.
Dakota, you're watching. I want to ask you how powerful you think that this was. This is the 30-minute chart. Oh, I've got to get a better spot on that. Hang on just a second. This is the 30-minute chart. 3-bar reversal on the 30-minute chart. How powerful was that? I mean, isn't it the longer time frame the chart, the more powerful the signal? Let's see if he's still here. I saw that. I was like, I'm out. If I were long, I would have been long out of that, looking for shorts.
See if I could get him here for you. Dakota, are you still here? See if he comes back here.
Yeah, there he is. Higher time frames, stronger it
Bigger
is.
the time frame. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And overextended the trend leading up to it is. Well, that was a pretty good trend. So, yeah, thought about that. And I wasn't on screen. I was like, sell it.
Nice cover on the
Sell
60s.
it.
Nice target.
Sell it.
Nice trade. Good team effort there.
Yeah.
All right, see if they want to push it higher here. Still nothing from Bostic. Yeah, we've got MOCs coming out in about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
We've got some hashtag Power Hour submissions shortly as well.
Really? I'm looking forward to those.
I believe so, yes. Yes, we do.
Well, it was fun.
Looking for another
Well, it's
pullback,
Friday,
perhaps?
boys.
Yeah,
Pardon?
yes, it is. We're looking for another pullback, perhaps. Get the check marks.
Don't worry if price keeps going up. Just keep buying.
Dow just got hit. Yes, as well.
Getting wiggly.
Yep.
KB, I promise you next time Dakota's on, we'll talk about the 3-bar reversal.
Oh, yeah.
Just remind me.
Perhaps, tune in for slow markets as well.
Oh, yeah, you can ask him. Well, not tonight. No, he's not on tonight.
No slow markets, Dakota? What?
Dakota?
Is he on tonight? No.
Yeah,
Yes,
should be.
Thursday. Thursday.
Right?
My
Yeah.
bad.
All right, NQ selling off, Dow selling off as well. I'm sorry,
Getting
ES
back, yeah.
selling off. Yeah.
Mohammed.
What did he say?
I love you, Top Step crew. Your characters let me feel like Sesame Street for adults.
Ah,
Please take
thank
it in
you.
a good way.
I'm
Today's
Statler,
letter
and he's
is
Waldorf.
NQ.
Francis, do kids watch Sesame Street in England?
Good question.
Well, yeah, that's
no,
where
my
it's
kids
based
never
on.
have. No.
No?
My kids never have. No, I've got a 24-year-old down to an 8-year-old. So not one of them have ever watched Sesame Street, really.
Well, today's session has been sponsored by the letters NQ.
NQ.
See if
I watched it when I was a kid. That's how.
Yep.
That's so,
Nice.
Yeah.
so
That's where I learned how to
I
talk
watched it.
Hispanic. Spanish.
We need the count on here.
Right.
Oh,
Five contracts.
pullback was. I just stepped in on that one.
I'm in for
Yeah,
2
four,
from
just-
5613. My mom also
Okay.
said, "You know I love Hoag. Has that Wilford Brimley vibe." That's a good thing.
Thanks, Jack's mom. Appreciate you.
Jack, what price?
Love your son, Jack.
Oh, thank you, Hoag. 5613.
2 from 13.
Make it an even tree from 13 on the dot. MES.
All right. Buyers try stepping in at this level of the 420s in the NQ. Take a look at tilt. Throw up a poll really quick if we'd like.
Okay, what do you got?
Long NQ from 19,400. Longer, yeah, yes or no?
We go on a question long or short, right?
You can do longer, short. Yes, house account. Jack, what's so funny over there?
No, I'm just loving the chat today.
I know.
Right.
Or nothing, Eddie. Of course.
Or nothing.
Or no trade. Yep. Or no trade.
One good chat.
A few people are asking what I was longing. I think everyone knew that it was NQ. So, but a few people keep asking in the chat, so I'm not too sure.
Go. Poll is up in the chat.
There it is. Poll is up.
2,400 NQ. Yep.
Wow. Jumping on it. You know, watching Sesame Street when I was a kid, what really upset me was that guy with the bakery at the top of the steps. Remember that? 10 coconut cream pies, and then he'd like wipe out and fall down the stairs. It used to always bug me. Have somebody help you, dude.
See, now there's a not fake Jack's mom in the chat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Popping up, Jack.
2 minutes
All
here.
right, coming up.
MOC. Here it
It's
comes.
good to see Isaac Rivera in the chat. I've not seen him for a while.
Yeah.
What's up, Isaac?
A minute
Post on that
29
poll,
here,
Eddie.
27. Over the wire here, U.S. money market assets arose to a record $6.26 trillion.
Damn.
As of August 28th.
When it comes to those 400s. What's the poll,
Apparently
Eddie?
they got out of them today.
Poll right now, we've got about 351 long, 39%, short 26, and sit on your hands 35%. We'll close that
Okay.
out.
Dakota. Guessing you're still long.
My
I'm with you,
God,
Dakota.
man.
Jack Mark Jack.
I'm going to pull an Anwar and go long 3,000 micros.
Amazing. It's your boy.
Do it, man. Do it.
We got 30 seconds still. MOC. Oh, Dakota covered at 460. Nice.
It was a 200 session moving average on that 5-minute chart. That was perfect. To get out.
Just broke beneath the 400s.
20 seconds.
Okay.
We'll see what the MOC brings to us today.
One good out.
Oh, I was hoping gold and frankincense. Come on, MOC.
You never hear of those outside the holidays, do you?
No. All right, here we go.
Something just hit.
All right, S&Ps. Well, not much today, boys and girls. 71 million buy side S&Ps. NASDAQ, 24 million sell side. Dow, 38 million. I'm sorry, changing right now. 41 million sell side. Mag 7, 72 million sell side.
All right, mixed bag.
Well, that's crap if you ask me. That or crap.
It is. All right.
I thought we'd have a little excitement here, folks. I'm sorry.
It's just a mere bag of shells.
Hoop says tomorrow MOC will be big.
Big. Coach Vince is talking timber here on what? What, Coach Vince? Quick.
Look up.
Maybe NASDAQ? Maybe S&Ps?
They test the 80. What was that price? 83? 75s? They test 75s again, Hoag? 8 minutes left.
That's it. All out.
Nice. Give us a P&L update when you have a chance, Francis.
This one is
Lots of folks calling for a flushacito into the close.
I think it was around about 250. About 250, Andre.
Flushacito.
Thank you. Plus 250, Francis. Thank you.
Around about that,
Awesome.
I think it was. Yeah.
Thank you, Gabe. Hoag, do we like the 75s again, perhaps? I guess we got to find the check marks. Why am I asking Hoag? Asking our levels people.
Because he's doing the count.
He's doing the count. He's executing the trades.
How many checks marks count?
Yes. Still selling off here. Last trade, 56.06. Oda, let us know what your thoughts are. 7.5 minutes left in the trade. Still no Bostic.
Nah. Yeah, he ghosted me. Next time he needs weed, I'm going to ghost him.
Bostic. There goes your hookup, Bostic.
Yeah, there he goes, your hookup, dude.
Yeah, he was going to talk, but he was watching us.
Like it.
He was watching his own hands.
Hands.
$1,392. Last trade. Look at the tilt.
60, 40.
Yep.
60
short.
I don't sound like Bane. And Slug thinks I sound like Bane from Batman. Bane. Oh, Batman. I have time to
Now there's a
die.
Hoag's ex-wife in the chat.
Bane?
Oh, wow. They're all
We're
popping
getting
up
out of
today.
here. Okay,
man.
folks.
How's she doing?
Out of the woodwork.
My God.
That was a hell of a night because I don't remember ever getting married before the one I'm married to now.
Hey, all right. You're in the
You never
70s here.
The hangover.
19,375
Booze will do that to
trade.
you.
What are we thinking? What do we got?
What check marks? Yeah, Dakota.
I'm voting with my feet.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm with you,
you?
Jack. I'm with you.
This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy voted sell. This little piggy voted buy.
No trade.
No trade.
I said no trade.
It is just
Tilt.
you get
Tilt
ripped
70%.
on 20 points either way right now.
Yes, it did. 68% short in tilt and NASDAQ. Maybe for tomorrow, some say. In the 70.
Yeah, tomorrow
peek
there
into the
is a
60s.
lot.
Yep.
A lot coming out, but not too much for us here. Everybody trying to clean the slate. PCE tomorrow.
Wow. All right. Yes, just got
look
hammered.
at that. PMI.
Wow.
Here we go.
Damn. What
Just
was that?
Go!
Woo!
Oh!
Wow. Look at
Thank
that.
you, Raphael.
What do you say? What do you say?
Ron Bostic didn't say anything.
Touch those.
Always think somebody.
Got those 67s just.
Well, make
right
that
through
you
400.
could get ripped 30 points in either direction at this time.
There you go, John.
Wild.
Unbelievable.
4 minutes left in the session. Gabe,
no.
if you want to do some hashtag Power Hour stuff, I think we can.
Hell yeah, I do.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We got Carl Hung just coming in here. Trading with data has opened up new products to confidently trade. Over half my profits came from ZM, which I had never traded before. Data made me been using his performance dashboard pretty heavily lately.
Nice.
Getting into the details of his data and not just trading discretion.
Fading out there, Gabe.
Gabe, come back.
Little louder.
Oh, look at that headshot. Wow.
There's that
You are
handsome
handsome,
guy.
Hoag.
No cone Hoagism number 3. When the market goes your way, you never have enough on. Market goes against you, you never have enough bourbon.
Very true. Very
Beautiful.
Oh,
Beautiful. Oh my
Do you
goodness.
think Luke will be using those one day, Johnny?
I'm sure he will.
My dad said.
You got James here with the Power Hour War Room. This is,
yeah.
special.
I love it.
Yeah, it's
Watch the
absolutely.
rocket in 13 seconds.
That timer's for something.
13 seconds.
All right, we got SK. It doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to make sense. 50K account
Beautiful.
passed and
There you go.
$800 on the
SK.
extra day, which is SK's personal best. Great work.
Beautiful.
Well done.
We like to see that, that's for sure.
We got King Polo. Fought like hell to make this today. Horrible price action for my type of trading. See you all tomorrow. Good
Great
work.
day.
Nice
Great
day.
job, Polo.
Andre, just a little shout out to you. Lost Traders got something for you on Twitter, so just check
Always.
out the Power Hour hashtag. I can't show it. It's a little suggestive. So I'm going to go ahead and just keep it for you.
Nope. Lost Traders
got-
always
Slack, please.
I got flat on that rip. So up 509 for the day. That
Nice.
was just a karma out there because I was about to give away half the day, and then just had, what would you call a flushacito to the upside?
Ooh, Ripacito.
A ripacito to the upside.
That was nice. All right. Less than 2 minutes into session. Markets are moving. Last trade in the NQ, 19,378. Yes. Last trade, 56.05. Francis, nice call on, what was it? 49s? 349, yes.
Round about that. 40s, yeah. Round about that level.
Yep. See what happens here into the close. I always like to go over to the S&P ladder on the close just to watch all the size liquidity jump in there.
I just bought 30. Just kidding.
Way to go, dude.
Yes.
Just kidding. 2 minutes to go to
Fantastic.
do that.
Savage.
Amazing. Hoag's ex-wife. Everyone have a good night. Remember, pray for peace.
Love it.
Yep. Francis, thank you so much for joining us again. People love you.
Pleasure.
Yep.
Pleasure.
You joined Dee on the London Open as well. Tell us a little bit about that. How'd it go?
Yeah, it was good. It went very, very fast. We connected quite well, so it was good. It was really good to get on with Dee. Obviously, she's a lot of data based, so yeah, really, really good. I enjoyed it.
Check that out. 3:30 a.m.
Central Time, 9:30 a.m. London time. 7 seconds into the close, Jack has a smirk on his face. Jack's been loving this power hour, so have we. Shout out to Hoag. Nice execution. And there's the bell. Great job, everybody. Shout out to the Bell to Bellers. And just another amazing day, Topstep TV. Right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. E-Money. What's happening?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I hope you learned something here. Power hour, the rest of the day, what we've been doing here. I hope you had fun. I know that we did as we're learning, as we're sort of trading. And this way it keeps the stress sort of out of harm's way. Just want to mention what we've got going on here. Topstep not only covers the New York Open, but it does cover the New York close as well, along with Asia and the London Open. Tonight, 7:30, be the last time this week here before we go into Sunday. Coach Dakota, Slow Markets, 7:30, be here on our YouTube channel. Also, Coach Jay right now is getting ready here. We're going to have a 3:15 right here on YouTube with At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. And I think that is it. Come back. Remember, we do have Monday off, so keep that in mind. Tomorrow on the menu, we've got here, starting on a Friday. Remember, this is going to be the end of the month. Remember, let's bring the focus in. It might be a very big day for opportunity, but we got Coach Jay, Coach Dakota for Fast Markets. We're going to bring in Peter Tuckman, see what he's got to say. Ben's going to be back on here from our risk management team. Anne-Marie for Strategy Lab. And also we've got Coach Paul and Power Hour. Andre Dolby, Jack, and Hoag. That's what we've got going on. So Ecos tomorrow. Like I mentioned a little earlier, there's a lot going on here. But what we got to focus on, I think the biggest one's going to be 9:45 Central. We got our Chicago PMI. That's going to be the big number for tomorrow. I know that we've got the core PCE at 7:30, another big number. So once we get past those two, I think we're going to see where the market sort of settles. Looking farther down the day, we also have our Friday as usual, U.S. Baker Hughes rig count. And as far as speakers go, your guess is as good as mine. All right. If they pop in, they pop out, they talk, they don't talk. So if we can find something, we're going to put it on the table and hopefully that'll help us. But now it is your time. So I want you, orders from headquarters, go relax, go re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. And we'll be back again. We'll be back, have some fun, education. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.